Welcome. It is a pleasure to introduce the team, mission, work, and priorities of the Wright administration. We will serve our National Society from July 2022 until June 2025. My name is Pamela Edwards Rouse Wright, and I am delighted to serve as the 46th President General of the National Society. I am a Texas daughter, joining the Lady Washington chapter in Houston in 1987 as a junior member. When I started as an Exit 8 door page during my very first Continental Congress, I could never have envisioned the honor of becoming your President General. Since then, I have accumulated a deep appreciation for our organization's spirit of service through various leadership positions, including chapter and state chairmanships, offices, and most recently, serving on the past two National Executive Committees as Chaplain General and First Vice President General. Among these opportunities, perhaps the two most meaningful, other than Centennial Chapter Regent and State Regent of Texas, included serving as National Chair of Junior Membership, and on a more solemn note, National Chair of the Congress Memorial Service, which filled me with gratitude for the hard work and dedication of the daughters who have come before us. In 1890, 4 women united to establish our society and service. What may not be well known about our founders is that 2 of them were from the North and 2 were from the South. The Wright administration follows this symbolic tradition with an executive committee comprised of 6 officers from east of the Mississippi River and 6 from the west. There is a dedicated page for each office on the NSDAR website that serves as a resource regarding each executive's function and missions, as well as ongoing projects. Also, like our founders, your executive committee is united in its commitment to service, with special emphasis in laying the groundwork for our nation's 250th anniversary in 2026. Cumulatively, our team has 396 total years of DAR involvement, and with that, a passion for our organization's purpose and future. We hope that you will join us as we work as a team, give credit to everyone involved, and share our sparkle with others. The administration's theme, Celebrate Stars and Stripes Forever, Rejoice in Our DAR Ties of Service and Friendship, brings all daughters together as we celebrate our rich history in our nation, our communities, and the National Society. My family has a personal connection through my Italian great-grandfather to the National March, John Philip Sousa's Stars and Stripes Forever. The first time I served as a Congress page and heard the march, I was hooked on DAR. Our theme truly reflects the spirit and potential of our members. As we are moving forward to the 250th anniversary of our nation, DAR needs to continue to present ourselves as the patriotic service organization that we are, and this theme embodies that image. I believe it is important to celebrate our country and its founding. We all come from different backgrounds and experiences, and the DAR ties of service and friendship keep us involved and inspired as we serve God, home, and country through historic preservation, education, and patriotism. The administration has 2 pins centered around this theme. First is the America pin, with an acrostic design saluting our nation's rich history and diversity of experience by spelling America through the first letter of the Swarovski crystal color, aquamarine, muscovite, emerald, ruby, iolite, Ceylon sapphire, and aquamarine. The beautiful bow and ribbon represent the joy members receive through our DAR ties of service and friendship. Hidden in the wreath are round and baguette stones, symbolizing ... V for victory in Morse code, saluting our military and veterans. The jeweled Victorian 6-pointed star commemorates our founding in 1890 and highlights the Wright administration's 6 goals. We will also wear the sparkling firework pin, which symbolizes our theme of Celebrate Stars and Stripes Forever. The Swarovski crystals within the firework represent each daughter and acknowledge with gratitude and friendship her dedicated service to historic preservation, education, and patriotism. Like the America pin, a stylized 6-pointed colonial star commemorates the American Revolution and highlights the Wright administration's 6 goals. Both pins are available online from the DAR store. The Wright administration has selected 2 passages from Scripture that I hope will encourage you in service. It is also hoped that the message within these scriptures will be used across all faiths and traditions. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 4 through 7 is a passage which my grandmother first shared with me when I was 13, and it has been very powerful in my life. As DAR members, it is my hope that you will show kindness to each other in all things as we advance our mission. The second scripture is simply, rejoice always. As we celebrate our country's founding through the work of our society, let's wake up every day thankful for the blessings we have and the blessings we can share with others. Our administration has 6 goals, and I'd like to take a little time for each of them. The administration's first goal is to celebrate our nation's rich history and diversity of experience as we set the stage for America's 250th anniversary in 2026. It is our duty to ensure that every generation knows, every generation remembers, and no generation forgets what it means to be an American. At each of the 3 levels of our society, national, state, and chapter, we want daughters to work together through each of the DAR's 3 mission areas of historic preservation, education, and patriotism to promote initiatives that honor our country's first 250 years. Through these endeavors, our daughters will be uniquely placed to inspire our country to imagine our best possible future. As we look back on the DAR's 132-year history, our service efforts have consistently made a difference within our communities. Throughout this time, DAR members have also devoted significant resources to projects at Our House Beautiful in Washington, D.C. Thanks to this steadfast support, our facilities, the largest in the world owned by women, are in good condition. In recognition of the generosity of our members, and with the backdrop of our country's quickly approaching 250th anniversary, it is now the National Society's immense pleasure to join you in supporting your local efforts to celebrate the significant events leading up to our nation's anniversary. Through this program, chapters will be able to apply for funds to support projects that celebrate our nation's rich history and future. Dream big. We can't wait to see what you do. The administration's second goal, to promote belonging throughout our membership by acknowledging with gratitude and friendship each member and her dedicated service to God, home, and country, is something close to my heart. Tomorrow's DAR is diverse in generations, ethnicities, and backgrounds. Your executive officers would like each of us, as a team and as individuals, to actively promote belonging in our society. This includes the actions we take to support an attitude of acceptance, inclusion, and welcoming for all members. Treat each other with kindness and respect. Members who can see their authentic self in the work of DAR will share their very best talents and time advancing the mission of this organization. As lineal descendants of American patriots, our differences in life experience should not be a challenge to feeling welcome and included. Fostering belonging begins with routine and intentional communication. At all levels of the society, we need to encourage the exchange of ideas. Within all communication, use words and photos illustrating that members of all ages, geographic locations, life situations, and ethnicities can find the perfect place for service within the DAR. Let's move forward with hearts filled with gratitude for our fellow daughters and what we can accomplish together. Our administration's third goal focuses on recruiting and retaining members. Each of us have a role to play in this, whether it's sharing the DAR's mission and purpose with others, by welcoming them to a meeting, providing opportunities for leadership and service from the chapter level up, or working together to solve genealogy barriers that enable new women to join our society. Let's recognize and celebrate the contributions of daughters across the country, no matter how small. Many of us are filled with deep gratitude for the meaningful relationships and friendships that we have made as DAR members. I met my best friend washing dishes at a DAR dinner more than 20 years ago, and I'm sure you have similar experiences. I encourage you to share that spark with new members who join us and provide opportunities so that they too may forge bonds through our shared purpose of service. Our fourth goal, to encourage and support projects and service opportunities for every chapter to highlight historic preservation, education, and patriotism in unique, local, and impactful ways, builds off the first administration goal in the run-up to America's 250th. The administration is committed to promoting two-way communication at all levels of the society to not only provide guidance and recommendations for impactful programs and initiatives, but also to provide a platform for chapters to share the great work they're doing within their own communities. The administration's fifth goal is to maintain financial stability and maximize operational effectiveness. One of the best ways we can do this as individual members is by learning how to navigate the everyday business that we conduct as a society. Your executive committee encourages each of you to enroll in and graduate from the courses that NSDAR provides. They have successfully completed over 62 leadership training courses. I have completed each of the courses that we offer, and I promise you, if I can do it, so can you. Our final administration goal is to take time to recognize and appreciate our dedicated National Society staff. The National Society relies on a dedicated team of professional staff members to run its daily operations at our beautiful headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Wright administration is committed to building a united team of highly functioning volunteers and well-trained headquarters professionals to promote the DAR mission. Just as we seek to promote belonging among members, we also want our staff to feel that they are key members of our united team. Moving to committees, I'd first like to highlight some of our themes. Our theme for the DAR Schools Committee is Schools are the Jewels of DAR. The symbol includes two intertwined hearts that symbolize DAR in our schools. The hearts are linked by a jeweled ribbon representing service and friendship through education. We hope that you will continue to support the education our DAR school and the supported schools provide. The Junior Membership Committee selected the theme, Junior Hearts Sparkle Through Service. Their symbol illustrates this theme by combining a sparkling firework heart with a gold colonial star. Please take time to mentor our junior members and give them opportunities to sparkle at all levels of the society. An easy way to start is by making sure that your chapter selects and recognizes an outstanding junior each year. I remember the excitement of being named my chapter's outstanding junior. This important recognition made me feel appreciated and valued. Our unit's overseas theme is tying the ribbons of service and friendship with daughters at home and abroad. The symbol includes a sparkling globe bound together by a gold ribbon. Please continue to show your support of our unit's overseas chapters through associate membership. We have made a few changes to our committee structure. The DAR Library Outreach Committee was formed to serve in coordination with the Office of the Librarian General, not only in promoting and supporting the current work of our renowned DAR library, but also that of libraries within our members, states, and communities. This committee will be part of a team, along with state and chapter librarians, seeking to find unique and impactful ways to spark attention to our libraries and work with them to launch new ideas that showcase what incredibly important community resources they are. Join us as together we can be a part of helping them rocket to success. Chapter Achievement Awards now sits under a new Master Reports Committee. The goal of the new committee is to offer support and a one-stop shop for all things related to chapter reporting. The Chapter Achievement Awards have been reimagined to not only focus on membership, but also to encourage service and chapter engagement. The Community Classroom Committee is growing in ways like never before. It is also a strategic introduction of our growing excitement for America's 250th birthday in 2026. Our scholarships and grants and our access to resources that can transform educational experiences. Together, we will spark the love of learning as we promote education. We have also made some changes to the genealogy committees. All genealogy committees are now members of a genealogy commission with a national chair who facilitates communication and collaboration. To eliminate confusion with other committees with similar names, the America 250 Task Force has been rebranded the Application Task Force. It is returning to the intended function of working on the most difficult papers. Please refer to the Lineage Research, Volunteer Genealogist, and Application Task Force sections of our website for more details. The 2022 NIP will be available on the members' website on July 18th, with subsequent updates available online for download. Please be sure to review our updated members' website regularly for the most current information on all committees and programs. We believe you will enjoy the new look and functionality. The America 250 Committee has several exciting projects to promote our nation's 250th anniversary. The new Stars and Stripes America 250 Celebration Grants are just one of the many sparkling initiatives that are planned. All chapters are eligible to apply for this $500 grant to be used to promote DAR within your own community during the nation's semi-quincentennial celebration. These grants will be funded by the President General's Project. Be sure to read the America 250 Committee's portion of the NIP and the website for further information and ideas. Separately, coming to your favorite podcast streaming service on the 15th of every month, the DAR Today podcast brings the latest news to members and the public anytime and anywhere about all things DAR worldwide. DAR Today is your source for engaging interviews showcasing our many active and diverse committees. Subscribe today and be the first to receive fresh content alerts highlighting special events, uniquely themed episodes, and patriot stories honoring our ancestors' dedication to the cause of America's independence. In addition to our annual commemorations and with special emphasis in laying the groundwork for our nation's 250th anniversary in 2026, we have the honor of commemorating several important milestones during the next 3 years. We encourage chapters to start planning now and be creative about how you might reach new audiences. Please be sure to check the Commemorative Events Committee webpage for a more comprehensive list of milestone anniversaries. Each chapter is challenged to identify opportunities to propel membership growth by welcoming all descendants of American patriots while engaging and retaining our treasured daughters. Choose areas of service that fit your chapter's interests from our 47 committees, and be sure to celebrate the collective efforts of the entire team. Share the sparkle with absolutely everyone. Regularly check the NSDAR members' website for timely announcements. Subscribe to the American Spirit Magazine, Daughters Newsletter, and DAR Today podcast, and consult the NIP for important program updates and new committees. Finally, make plans now to attend your own state conference in Continental Congress each year of the Wright administration to rejoice in our DAR ties of service and friendship. Your executive officers look forward to serving with each of you as together we continue to preserve the memory and spirit of the men and women who achieved American independence. As we stand at the threshold of the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country, let us celebrate Stars and Stripes forever and rejoice in our DAR ties of service and friendship. Thank you so much for taking time to join us for this webinar. I look forward to serving with each of you during this exciting time in our nation's history.
women working together for America, sharing a bond that has lasted for generations. These are the Daughters of the American Revolution, dedicated to their love of God, home, and country.
I'm very proud to be a member of the DAR because it encompasses all that I believe in.
More than 2 centuries after their patriot ancestors founded this nation, today's DAR is still preserving the ideals that made America great by serving communities across the country.
You get this wonderful feeling at the end of the day that I have accomplished something. I have made a difference. And the people's lives that you touched are infinitely more enriched because DAR has walked into their lives.
The DAR's commitment to America begins with its newest citizens. Today's daughters attend naturalization ceremonies like this one in Houston, Texas. It's a moment the Ramirez family has dreamed about, watching their daughter Cindy become an American.
The first time they say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States as citizens of the United States, it is a moving experience. It reminds us of how fortunate we are to have lived in this country for so many generations.
The DAR has supported immigrants since the days of Ellis Island, providing them with a citizenship manual and a warm welcome.
We want them to understand that we're glad that they're citizens and we recognize the commitment that they've made.
They made us feel that we're no different, that we belong, and that's very important for us.
This day is a very blessed day for me. I've been waiting for this day.
To see their appreciation and to see their joy, I'm grateful to be able to share the day with them.
The DAR has been proudly serving the public since 1890, when it was founded as an organization for women who are direct descendants of Revolutionary War patriots. Today's DAR is one of the largest service groups with 168,000 members and 3,000 chapters in the United States and abroad. Each year, daughters meet for Continental Congress at their Washington, D.C. headquarters. But the DAR is more than its pageantry, history, and beautiful buildings. Its members make it unique.
The DAR member of today is definitely not a fence sitter.
She's very well educated. She's a professional. She is the retiree. She is the stay-at-home mom.
People think that DAR is for old ladies. My slogan is, it's not your great-grandmother's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
We have women of all color, of all religions, of all politics.
The diversity in DAR really attracted me to the organization because it's a really great group of women who are very dynamic and have a wide range of skills and experiences, and I've really learned a lot from them.
Some of the most remarkable women that you will ever hope to meet are here in DAR. They're just fabulous to work with.
The DAR is growing and it's changing, and I want to be a part of that change.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
I'm today's DAR.
Today's daughters are a diverse group with a common goal. Their mission is to promote patriotism, education, and historic preservation.
It is the spirit of DAR, the spirit of patriotism, the spirit of service, wanting to do something for someone else.
We can make an impact in this country, and I think that the more people can hear about DAR and the more people can know what we do, the more impact we can actually make.
Welcome to DAR 101. My name is Lisa Fox, and I'm a California daughter. I joined DAR almost 14 years ago.
And I'm Georgiana Braden, a Texas daughter. I became a member just 2 short years ago.
We are excited to bring you this overview of our objectives, the founding of the DAR, membership in the DAR, the organizational structure, the President General's Project, the DAR headquarters and DAR buildings, DAR committees, how to stay informed, and DAR's Top 10, what every daughter should know.
Our National Society was founded October 11, 1890, and incorporated by an act of Congress in 1896. The NSDAR is a nonprofit, non-political volunteer women's service organization dedicated to our objectives of historic preservation, education, and patriotism. Our motto is God, home, and country. We have over 185,000 members and 3,000 chapters worldwide. We have chapters in all 50 states and Washington, D.C., and international chapters in Australia, Austria, Bahamas, Canada, France, Germany, Guam, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Spain, and the United Kingdoms. More than 1 million women have joined the DAR since its founding in 1890. The Sons of the American Revolution, SAR, had recently been founded in New York City on April 30th, 1889. Some SAR chapters permitted women, and some did not. At the following year's general meeting on April 30th, 1890, the matter was put to a vote, and the SAR decided to officially exclude women from its membership.
This event sparked controversy and discussion in the national press and caught the attention of Mary Smith Lockwood. Because the contributions of women to the American Revolution were not being recognized, Mrs. Lockwood wrote an editorial that was published in the Washington Post on July 13, 1890. In it, she demonstrated convincingly that women had contributed much to the revolutionary cause that had previously been overlooked and ignored. She asked, "Were there no mothers of the Revolution?"
On October 11, 1890, 18 women and 4 men met in Washington, D.C. for the purpose of organizing the Daughters of the American Revolution. The 4 founders of the DAR were anything but traditional. 2 were single and 2 were widowed, and all 4 were working women who supported either children or extended family.
Mary S. Lockwood was an avid historian and writer. Mrs. Lockwood's residence was Washington's elegant and imposing Strathmore Arms, and it was there, on October 11, 1890, the formal organization of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution took place. Mrs. Lockwood was the NSDAR's first historian, and inspired by Mrs. Lockwood's commitment to historic preservation, the National Society resolved on October 18, 1890, to provide a place for the collection of historical relics which will accumulate, and for historical portraits, pictures, etc. This may first be in rooms, and later in the erection of a fireproof building. She was not only the last surviving founder, but is also the only founder buried in Washington, D.C.
Mary DeShay was well educated and for a short time studied at what is now the University of Kentucky. In 1889, she accepted a post in Washington as a clerk in the pension office. Miss DeShay continued in the civil service until her death, and also spent her own time after working hours acting as an assistant director of the DAR Hospital Corps during the Spanish-American War in 1898. Mary DeShay died on January 29, 1911. Her fellow daughters honored her memory with the first memorial service ever held in Memorial Continental Hall.
Ellen Walworth was about 12 years old when her father, John Hardin, became a United States congressman. Mrs. Walworth earned her law degree at New York University and was entitled to practice before the Court of New York and the District of Columbia. After her husband's death in 1873, she opened her home as a boarding and day school. One of Mrs. Walworth's earliest public efforts was her moving plea to the members of her local community to contribute to the fund to renovate George Washington's home, Mount Vernon, in Alexandria, Virginia. Mrs. Walworth wrote constantly on patriotic and historic subjects. Ellen Walworth died on June 23, 1915, and was laid to rest in the family lot at Greenridge, near Saratoga, New York.
Eugenia Washington was born in what is now West Virginia. Her mother died when she was 20 years old, and her disabled father relied on his daughter to care for him. Unlucky circumstances made her an eyewitness to the Battle of Fredericksburg during the Civil War. It is said that Miss Washington's experiences that day inspired in her a will to assist women from both the North and the South in the worthy cause of preserving their shared heritage and that this was her purpose in helping to found the NSDAR. At the close of the war, Miss Washington and her father moved to Washington, D.C. Known fondly as Miss Yuji, she died at her home in Washington on Thanksgiving Day, 1900.
This group of pioneering women in the nation's capital that formed the DAR has carried the torch of patriotism ever since. Any woman, 18 years or older, regardless of race, religion, or ethnic background, who can prove lineal descent from a patriot of the American Revolution is eligible for membership.
DAR recently reached the historic milestone of admitting more than 1 million members since our founding in 1890. Here is Amy Dickinson, our millionth member.
Many women who are or were DAR members have made significant and positive contributions to American or international culture, society, or history through diligent application of their unique talents and abilities. These members have been novelists, writers, brigadier generals, and admirals, physicians, fashion designers, sculptors, educators, senators, U.S. treasurers, wives of presidents, and attorney general, college presidents, pilots, astronauts, women's rights advocates, Olympians, and so much more.
The National Society is led by the President General and an executive committee of 11 national officers listed here in protocol order. First, Vice President General, Chaplain General, Recording Secretary General, Corresponding Secretary General, Organizing Secretary General, Treasurer General, Registrar General, Historian General, Librarian General, Curator General, and Reporter General. Elections are held every 3 years. The National Board of Management is a body composed of the executive officers, 21 vice presidents general, and 53 state regents. All are volunteers, except for the approximately 150 individuals that staff our headquarters. Unlike the National Board of Management, during Continental Congress, our honorary presidents general and honorary vice presidents general attend and have a vote.
Much like national, most state organizations have at least a state regent, vice regent, chaplain, recording secretary, corresponding secretary, organizing secretary, treasurer, registrar, historian, and librarian. Most chapters also have similar officers. Now let's look at each office of the National Society in protocol order.
The President General is the official spokesperson of the National Society and is its representative in association with other organizations, business groups, and the general public. She presides at all meetings of the Executive Committee, National Board of Management, and Continental Congress. She appoints all committees which carry out the work of the National Society and is responsible for the general supervision of the work of the National Society and national headquarters. During her 3-year term, and if her schedule permits, the President General makes an official visit to each state and to the units overseas.
In the absence or inability of the President General to serve, the first Vice President General performs the duties of the Office of President General. The first Vice President General is the chairman of the Personnel Committee and is responsible for the revision and preparation for printing of the DAR Handbook and national bylaws.
The Chaplain General opens meetings of the National Society with the reading of scripture and prayer. She conducts religious services as occasion may require and suggests religious projects and activities to the National Society.
The Recording Secretary General is the custodian of the legal record of the proceedings of the National Society, which include the minutes and rulings of the Executive Committee meetings and the National Board of Management meetings.
The Corresponding Secretary General answers general and special correspondence. This office oversees the DAR store, DAR insignia store, and the mailroom.
The Office of the Organizing Secretary General supervises the organization of all chapters. This office works to strengthen existing chapters, discourage disbandments, and assists with mergers.
The Treasurer General receives the funds of the National Society and disperses them upon authorization of the Continental Congress, the National Board of Management, or the Executive Committee.
The Office of the Registrar General is responsible for the examination of all applications for membership and presents those verified to the National Board of Management.
The Historian General encourages interest in American history, honors United States citizens who have contributed in a significant way to the study and promotion of American history, informs the public about noteworthy historic sites, and she maintains collections of historical or history-oriented imprints and manuscript documents.
The Librarian General is responsible for the operations of the DAR Library, the Genealogical Records Committee, and issuing record copies. The Librarian General and her staff work with state and chapter librarians to gather genealogical and historical books, microforms, and manuscripts to enhance the library's collections.
The Curator General is responsible for the museum collection that began in the early 1890s. She is the executive officer in charge of the museum galleries and the 31 period rooms sponsored by the states. She must approve the addition of objects and alterations to any of the period rooms.
And finally, the Office of the Reporter General provides a central location for information, support, and Continental Congress certificates for all national committees.
Information about the current administration can be found on the members' website by visiting members.dar.org. There you will find a description of the current administration's theme, symbol, mission, and goals.
The President General's Project is a proposed project recommended by the President General and approved by the National Board of Management and by the members. Past President General projects include DAR buildings, repairs and restoration, promoting membership, advancing NSDAR's technological capabilities, and funding community grants for historic preservation, education, and patriotism. If you'd like to learn more about our previous Presidents General and their projects, visit the publication section on the members' website to download the Wide Blue Sash, document number WBS 1000, to learn about some of our past Presidents General and their accomplishments.
Our DAR buildings are located 2 blocks from the White House across from the Ellipse. We have 3 adjoining structures: Memorial Continental Hall, DAR Constitution Hall, and the Administration Building. Memorial Continental Hall and Constitution Hall are registered historic landmarks.
Memorial Continental Hall was built in 1905 and is in the oldest section of the DAR buildings. The historic auditorium in Memorial Continental Hall, where the NSDAR held its early Continental Congresses, now serves as our DAR library. The hall was designated as a registered National Historic Landmark in 1973. The public can rent this space, as well as the DAR library and other rooms and areas within DAR, for receptions, weddings, or other events.
The DAR Library, established in 1896, has grown into one of the nation's premier genealogical research centers. It is housed in the former auditorium of Memorial Continental Hall and contains more than 200,000 volumes and approximately 25,000 files of genealogical information. Family histories and genealogies comprise about 1/4 of the book collection, with the remainder being state and local histories and record abstracts.
The DAR library houses many special collections and is open to the public. Examples of special collections are the American Indian Collection, the American Women's History Collection, the National Huguenot Society Collection, and the Genealogical Records Committee Collection that has approximately 5,000 typescript volumes of unpublished compilations of Bible, cemetery, family, vital, county, town, church, and military records since the late 1910s. Because the work of the Genealogical Records Committee is ongoing, users of the library should expect to find new material throughout the year.
Open to the public, the Americana Collection focuses on colonial America, the Revolutionary War era, and the early Republic. and includes manuscript items such as letters, ledgers, diaries, land deeds and grants, tax records, and much more. In 2002, NSDAR acquired the last signature to complete the full collection of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Button Gwinnett was one of the last two signatures needed. His signature had been difficult to acquire because it is one of the rarest and most valuable of the signers of the Declaration of Independence.
Part of the administration building houses the DAR Museum. The museum comprises 31 period rooms and 2 galleries. Our collection consists of over 30,000 decorative and fine arts objects spanning the 18th and 19th centuries, including furniture, glass, ceramics, textiles, and silver. The walk-in tours and exhibitions are free to the public. The exhibitions have included Wedgwood, quilts and clothing, and childhood artifacts from 1700 to 1900. The museum shop is open during regular hours and also always open online, and carries reproductions of objects inspired by those in the DAR Museum collection and other specialty items.
An extensive renovation of the museum gallery was completed in June of 2018. The new space features a glass entryway, herringbone hardwood floors, and an open, airy atmosphere that is a welcome escape from the bustling city outside. The space now houses not one, but 2 galleries, a main gallery with an annually rotating exhibit, and a study gallery with up-close access to over 600 objects in the collection.
The National Society's third building, Constitution Hall, was built in 1929 and is located on 18th Street. The NSDAR built Constitution Hall for its annual Continental Congress. Constitution Hall is Washington, D.C.'s largest concert hall with a capacity of just over 3,700 and is used for many types of events. 600,000 people pass through its doors each year. Constitution Hall was placed on the Register of National Historic Landmarks in 1986.
Each year, hundreds of talented performers grace the stage of DAR Constitution Hall, performing classical, hip-hop, soul, pop, and rock acts. Musicians from B.B. King to Sting have performed at our hall. DAR Constitution Hall has hosted many award shows and ceremonies, including the Country Music Association Awards, the NAACP Awards, the Horatio Alger Awards, and special editions of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune.
The National Society accomplishes the majority of its work under a committee system. The President General appoints a national chair for each of the NSDAR committees and appoints an executive officer as a liaison to each committee. The national chair then directs and supervises the activities of her committee, the national vice chairs, the division vice chairs, and state and chapter chairs for the 3 years of administration. Committees are organized under 4 types: service, genealogy, administrative, and special. National committees are constituted to perform a continuing function and remain in existence permanently or for the life of the assembly that established them.
Our national committees can be categorized under our 3 objectives: historical preservation, patriotism, and education. Within historic preservation, many chapters and states own historic homes and other Revolutionary era sites which mark important historic locations and inform the public. DAR members contribute their time and money to restore hundreds of historic locations. In 2008, the Historic Preservation Committee was established to assist members of the National Society in the area of historic preservation, to encourage recognition of significant volunteer efforts in historic preservation at the community, state, and national levels, and to catalog NSDAR-owned properties.
And here are a few other committees that fall within the historic preservation category. American History, which promotes American history in schools. The Commemorative Events Committee, which has recognized memorials and dedications such as the World War II Memorial in Washington, D.C., DAR contributed more than $500,000 toward the construction of the new memorial on the mall. The Women in Military Service Memorial in Arlington, Virginia, was conceived by a DAR member and honors all women who have served in the military. This memorial was funded in part by contributions from DAR.
Some committees that fall under education are the Conservation Committee, which is dedicated to protecting and promoting the responsible use of our natural resources. DAR Scholarship Committee provides scholarships in American history, political science, preservation, medicine, nursing, and occupational and physical therapy. Since 1903, the DAR School Committee focuses on the education of disadvantaged young people. DAR works with 5 schools with special needs. The JAC, Junior American Citizens Committee, promotes good citizenship through its teaching of U.S. history and the principles of government to students pre-K through 12. DAR promotes our Constitution during the week of September 17th through 23rd, informing and educating the public. The Constitution Week Committee provides materials to help educate the community about the historical events surrounding the creation of the Constitution.
Within patriotism, our committees include Children of the American Revolution, often referred to as CAR, provides leadership guidance and support to CAR members as they grow into responsible citizens. DAR Good Citizens recognizes and awards high school seniors who possess good citizenship, dependability, service, leadership, and patriotism. The Flag of the United States of America. Activities of this committee include providing thousands of American flags to schools, military establishments, and civic organizations. Since 1919, DAR's Americanism Committee promotes knowledge, loyalty, and love of country in the hearts of American citizens, whether naturalized or citizens by birth. 2 prestigious awards are given to American citizens for outstanding contributions to the nation. The DAR Medal of Honor is awarded to native-born American citizens, and the Americanism Medal is awarded to naturalized citizens.
The National Defense Committee was established in 1926 to promote an enlightened public opinion. DAR has advocated a strong American military defense. The DAR Project Patriot Committee became the official DAR effort in support of America's worldwide war against terrorism. At the national level, DAR support is focused on 2 groups: women serving in the military and wounded military personnel at 3 locations: the Chaplain's Closet at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Landstuhl, Germany, the Warrior Transition Brigade at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, and the Warrior and Family Support Center in San Antonio, Texas. We also address needs at Camp Atterbury, Indiana, a mobilization training center. In addition, we provide support to deploying and returning service members and their family. Additionally, DAR awards ROTC medals to student cadets of outstanding ability and achievement in high school and college ROTC programs.
Under the DAR Service for Veterans Committee, DAR members volunteer their time to veterans in both VA hospitals and non-VA facilities. DAR is one of the largest groups to serve on the Department of Veterans Affairs Voluntary Service Program, known as VAVS, and is a funding partner of the Veterans History Project of the Library of Congress. DAR presents several awards to individuals working with veterans. We are also a Wreaths Across America corporate sponsor, specifically supporting the Wreaths Across America mobile education exhibit as it travels across the country to various pop-up events, fairs, and schools.
These are only a few of the activities generated by the volunteer efforts of members serving on the committees at the national, state, and chapter levels. For more than a century, the members of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution have dedicated themselves to promoting patriotism, preserving American history, and securing America's future through better education for children. Currently, DAR has approximately 50 committees. To learn more about a particular committee, visit the members' website at members.dar.org and select from the menu.
DAR updates are available to members through a variety of communication means. The American Spirit is our bi-monthly DAR magazine and an award-winning publication that features well-written and beautifully illustrated stories of interest to everyone who enjoys history, genealogy, patriotism, and education. Member subscriptions include copies of the companion Daughters newsletter, which is designed to keep every member up to date on the progress and achievements of the National Society.
The members' website at members.dar.org provides links to committee web pages, forms, chapter information, and much, much more. You'll need your national number, located on your certificate, to access this part of the website. It's a good idea to commit your national number to memory. You'll use it often in your DAR activities. The DAR Handbook is a resource that every member can use to accomplish the objectives of each of our committees. Guidance, policies, and history of the National Society, along with important membership information, is printed in the handbook and is available for downloading at the members' website. Webinars are free to all members and conducted online. Topics include membership, genealogy, leadership skills, and so much more. Archived webinars are available on the DAR Leadership Training Committee webpage in the webinar library.
The President General's blog at blog.dar.org is written by the President General frequently to provide daughters with unique and interesting stories about her travels to other state organizations. The President General's message is the official monthly message from the President General about updated news from the National Society. The message is available for viewing on the members' website and in the American Spirit magazine and its accompanying Daughters newsletter. Excerpts from the President General's blogs may be used to supplement the reading of the President General's message at each meeting. Be sure to subscribe to the blog and receive notifications of new posts by email.
Members, when possible, should attend their state's annual conference. State conference is hosted by the state organizations, where the annual business of the state is conducted and reported. Exciting sessions occur with a variety of interesting business sessions, informative workshops, fantastic speakers, and a celebration of award winners. Continental Congress is the annual meeting of our National Society, held sometime late June to early July. Continental Congress attracts approximately 3,000 members to our headquarters in Washington, D.C. each year for a week filled with business sessions, workshops, meetings, reports, awards, and speakers. Monday and Tuesday are for pre-Congress workshops, luncheons, teas, and meetings. Wednesday is opening night. From Wednesday to Sunday, you can participate in business meetings both during the day and evening with reports, national awards, speakers, club meetings, networking, and many delicious meals. Sunday concludes with a lovely memorial service for the daughters who passed the previous year, as well as installation of the new national officers.
The official insignia was adopted and patented in 1891. The golden wheel of the insignia represents a spinning wheel. The platinum or white gold distaff represents flax. The blue rim and the distaff carry the colors of the National Society. The stars represent the original 13 colonies. The insignia is the property of the National Society and may not be used for commercial purposes or as an ornament. Chapters may use it for official DAR business, such as on yearbooks, stationery, and in programs. The insignia should appear in either the top center or upper left-hand corner with no words written or printed above it. The insignia should never be used on anything that is disposable nor edible. Use instead the DAR logo. The DAR official logo is trademarked and is used in association with any public-facing DAR activities.
Members may wear the DAR insignia and other official pins to DAR functions. The pins are worn on the left side over your heart with no other jewelry or name tags. The only exception is the flag pin that may also be worn on the left side. In the past, the official jewelers of NSDAR have been J.E. Caldwell and Hamilton Jewelers. NSDAR is now the official provider of our insignia and pins. Starting Continental Congress 2020, those items became available from the DAR insignia store. Example of approved pins include the chapter bar and the ancestor bar. Members interested in purchasing pins can look over qualifications and preview the pins online at the DAR insignia store and at the various DAR committee pages found on the members' website. To learn more about pin placement, check out the Insignia Committee's page on the members' website. Sashes of varying widths are worn by current and past national officers and state regents. For current officers, the outer edges of the sash are white with blue in the center. When the colors are inverted, blue on the outside, white on the inside, this designates a past officer. The narrowest sashes are for state regents, and the widest sash is reserved for the President General. If you'd like to learn more about sashes, visit the Insignia Committee page on sashes found at members.dar.org.
The following membership terminology may come in handy as you review the handbook, your chapter yearbooks, and the members' website. The National Society does not allow membership to be established or recognized posthumously. The title honorary is used only in reference to officers who have been conferred this title by election because of their distinguished service. Associate members are members in good standing with their chapter who may be granted associate membership in another chapter. Units overseas chapters may also have associate members. A current member of the Children of the American Revolution, aged 18 until her 22nd birthday, may join the DAR with a certificate of good standing. The CAR member must still submit a completed DAR application and meet all the genealogical standards set by DAR. Their certificate of good standing waives the DAR application fee. She may hold dual membership up until her 22nd birthday when she ages out of CAR. CAR memberships do not transfer into DAR. CAR members must follow the same approval process as all other prospective members.
Junior members are chapter members aged 18 until their 36th birthday. Junior members enjoy the full privileges and rights of membership and are eligible for any chapter, state, or national office. The application and non-deductible contribution for life membership may be made at any age. However, the benefits of life membership do not begin until the member reaches age 65. Life member pending is the classification of a member under the age of 65 who has completed the life member application process. Once she reaches age 65, she will become a life member.
Okay, you might want to take notes on this next part because here are those 10 things every daughter should know. Number 1, you belong to the National Society first, then to your chapter and state. For that reason, policy for the National Society is made by the National Board of Management. Whatever the chapter does must fall within the national bylaws. Oh, and always pronounce each letter DAR. Don't take a shortcut and call it DAR. Number 2, we are a service organization and our work is primarily in the areas of historic preservation, education, and patriotism. In order to protect the nonprofit status of the National Society, the DAR takes great care to avoid any impression of a lobbying organization and is completely non-political. It is also against the national bylaws to affiliate with other organizations or to lend our name to another organization's efforts. Having said that, we are encouraged to cooperate with other organizations in efforts that resemble our goals. For instance, As much as we enjoy participating with the local museums and history centers in various activities, we would not want to enter into a contract with them to help staff their gift shops. It's fine for individuals to undertake that commitment, or the chapter to cooperate with them to encourage our members to volunteer, but we don't want anything legally binding.
Each chapter officer should study parliamentary procedure. Read Robert's Rules of Order. Each chapter officer should understand the duties of her particular office as outlined in the chapter bylaws. Order or download and then read the DAR handbook. Peruse the DAR.org and members.dar.org websites. You will find most answers to your questions there. Start with the public website, DAR.org, and click on the About DAR section under National Society. Here you will find some great videos and information on our National Society's founding and mission. The members website, members.dar.org, is a great place to dig in and learn about the various committees, activities, and how you can get involved in the work of our society.
Make sure you know your DAR chapter regent and registrar and their contact information. Know who your state regent and state board are. Learn the DAR elevator pitch. This is your short summary used to quickly and simply define DAR and its benefits. The name elevator pitch reflects the idea that it should be possible to deliver the summary in the time span of an elevator ride, or approximately 30 seconds. Know significant dates about chapter meetings, state meetings, and national meetings. And be sure to attend your chapter meetings, state conferences, and Continental Congress, and get to know the organization and its members.
As you have seen, there is an abundance of information about the DAR, and we hope that we've given you the basics in this webinar. Building your DAR knowledge base will help you get the most out of your DAR membership.
As the United States marked 100 years in existence, a new sentiment arose among Americans to connect with its founding history. In the spring of 1876, Philadelphia hosted the Centennial Exposition, which helped give rise to an era of colonial revival. Patriotic organizations began to form, including the Sons of the American Revolution in 1889. The following year, the Sons voted to exclude women from the group, galvanizing a force for the creation of a new women's organization. Mary Smith Lockwood wrote in a letter printed in the Washington Post detailing the legend of Hannah Arnett, who in 1776 courageously prevented a meeting of men from proclaiming loyalty with the British. Lockwood wrote, "Were there no mothers of the Revolution? Where will the sons and daughters of the Revolution place Hannah Arnett?" Mary Smith Lockwood's letter would be a catalyst for action. William O. McDowell, founding member of the Sons of the American Revolution and great-grandson of Hannah Arnett, was immediately moved. He penned a response calling on women to form their own organization. Gatherings were held at various private residences throughout the summer of 1890 between the lead organizers, Mary Smith Lockwood, Eugenia Washington, Mary DeShay, and Ellen Hardin Walworth. The culmination of these meetings occurred on October 11th, with the first organizational meeting with 18 women in attendance, as well as 4 supportive members of the Sons of the American Revolution, who would act as an advisory board. Also in attendance was Mary Ellett Cabell, who would serve as vice president presiding and whose home would be the first headquarters for the Daughters. She would seek out a lady prominent in the United States to serve as the first President General. Caroline Scott Harrison, the First Lady of the United States, would fill that position until her death in 1892. In that first year, membership applications flooded in, and fundraising efforts commenced on the first project, to erect a monument in Fredericksburg, Virginia, to mark the birthplace of Mary Washington, mother to George Washington. On February 22, 1892, the first Continental Congress was held at the Church of Our Father in Northwest Washington, D.C. As Ellen Hardin Walworth would write in 1893, "It is not a social organization. It is an order patriotic, historical and genealogical, and hold itself closely to these objects. This new society would harness a desire for service that would help usher in the progressive era in the United States and create a legacy for future generations of women.
Serving as your President General is the privilege of a lifetime, but having the opportunity to serve our national society during this, our 125th year, has been an extraordinary experience. As I travel from coast to coast and truly around the world, I am awed by your devotion to our ideals. You have demonstrated in thousands of ways the enduring relevancy of our mission. In projects large and small, you are fulfilling a pledge made by a small group of women in 1890 that future generations would remember, would appreciate, and would celebrate the sacrifice and values that make America the greatest nation on earth. And for that, I thank you and I salute you. I also thank Presley M. Wagoner, Honorary President General, who served as the chair of our Celebrate 125 committee during this, our anniversary year. It is a joy for me to ask her to help us honor those who created and shaped the society we celebrate this evening. Mrs. Wagoner.
Madam President General, we gather this evening in a magnificent hall in the heart of our nation's capital with a debt of gratitude to repay. A debt not only to our patriot ancestors and to the brave men and women who have worn the uniform of our nation's armed forces, but also a debt to the visionary citizens who 125 years ago laid the very foundation for this evening, who together shared an ambitious and audacious undertaking to establish a nationwide organization to celebrate and perpetuate the American spirit, our beloved and enduring national society, Daughters of the American Revolution. Tonight, we must pause to honor the patriotism, focus, and resiliency of those early leaders who so skillfully charted a course for the generations that would follow. The now familiar facts of our founding have been repeated many times, but tonight, by sharing fragments of their hopes, their motivations, their frustrations, in their own words from those first formative years, we hope that the dreams of those visionary leaders might echo down through the decades to propel us forward further still, inspired anew in service to God, home, and country. We are fortunate that our founding members' dedication to preservation has left us with many treasures in our NSDAR archives, including much of the early correspondence, documentation, and meeting notes of our fledgling society 125 years ago. Mere months after the newly founded Sons of the American Revolution voted to exclude women from their society, a passionate supporter and advocate for female descendants of the Revolution began confidential correspondence with some of his like-minded brothers in the SAR. In a letter dated October 25, 1889, William McDowell writes,
"We shall invite the organization in the different states of the Union of the Daughters of the Revolution, independent entirely of the Sons. I'm in a hurry to get at this work that I may show the Sons what the Daughters can do. On my suggestion, the vote on the subject yesterday was not recorded in our minutes, for the reason that I wanted to save the gentlemen who voted no from being so thoroughly ashamed of themselves when they see what an opportunity they had and let slip by."
after Mary Smith Lockwood wrote her rallying cry in the Washington Post and interested women began planning the new organization, the official organizing meeting was called for October 11, 1890, and included Mary DeShay, who, as Secretary Pro Tem, recorded in those meeting minutes this resolution.
Resolved that at this, our organizing meeting, we initiate the important part of our work, the securing and preserving of the historical spots of America, and the erection thereon of suitable monuments to perpetuate the memories of the heroic deeds of the men and women who aided the Revolution and created constitutional government in America, by undertaking to do what we can towards completing the monument and the memory of Mary Washington, mother of George Washington. And we hereby call upon every patriot to send us a contribution, large and small, to our treasurer for this purpose.
Just one day after that historic meeting of the newly formed Daughters of the American Revolution, Ms. DeShay sent a letter to Virginia Cabell informing her of an important assignment.
My dear Mrs. Cabell, Mr. McDowell has appointed you, Mrs. Lockwood, Mrs. Darling, Mrs. Walworth, and me as committee to call on Mrs. Harrison to ask her acceptance of the office of President General. The time selected is 4:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, Monday, October 13th. The ladies will meet you at the White House.
5 days after that meeting at the Executive Mansion, the Secretary to the First Lady of the United States sent a letter on behalf of Mrs. Harrison to say she would accept the position. In the days and months following, meetings and correspondence gave shape to the new society. As we all know, many ideas are often put forth but not always realized. Ellen Hardin Walworth wrote to Mrs. Cabell a suggestion to consider for the Society's motto.
My dear Mrs. Cabell, it has occurred to me that I did not suggest for consideration, as I had intended, this simple motto for our seal, Amor Patriae, love of country. It seems to me that this might settle at once an objection already urged against us in a tendency to create an aristocracy, or at least a class sentiment, as it would point to the real inspiration of the association.
From the minutes of the third and final organizing meeting on December 11, it is noted that the Executive Committee recommended that the motto, Amor Patriae, be changed to home and country. Also from this December meeting, the Vice President General presiding read aloud a telegram that had been sent from the Sons of the American Revolution.
Resolved that the General Board of Managers of the Society of the Sons of the American Revolution extend its hearty sympathy to the Daughters of the American Revolution in their organization, and it assures them of cordial cooperation in their patriotic work.
As the Daughters were finalizing their vision for the Society these first few months, William McDowell continued to show his support. In a letter to Mrs. Cabell on November 19, 1890, he writes in part,
My dear Mrs. Cabell, I received a newspaper clipping giving an account of your meeting and believe that your society has a brilliant future before it.
From the intensive meetings and correspondence of those early months, a constitution of the National Society was established. Our enduring objectives of historic preservation, education, and patriotism were detailed in that original DAR Constitution and continue to guide our work today.
Article 2, Objects of the Society. The objects of this society are 1.
to perpetuate the memory and the spirit of the men and women who achieved American independence by the acquisition and protection of historical spots and the erection of monuments, by the encouragement of historical research in relation to the Revolution and the publication of its results, by the preservation of documents and relics, and of the records of the individual services of the revolutionary soldiers and patriots, and by the promotion of celebrations of all patriotic anniversaries. 2, to carry out the injunction of Washington in his farewell address to the American people, to promote, as an object of primary importance, institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge, thus developing an enlightened public opinion, and affording to the young and old such advantages as shall develop in them the largest capacity for performing the duties of American citizens. 3, to cherish, maintain, and extend the institutions of American freedom, to foster true patriotism and love of country, and to aid in securing for mankind all the blessings of liberty.
Reflecting on how the Society continued to grow in that first year, prolific writer and early historian general Mary Smith Lockwood described how word spread about the purpose of the Society.
Newspapers took up the cry and sent intelligence over the land. Application papers began to pour in. The American women were awakened by this revelation, and now, what is it for, was answered with, it is not for an aristocracy, but to honor the men who carried the muskets and the boys who beat the drums and fifed Yankee Doodle for liberty, for the honor of the women who served the country in their homes while the men were away fighting the battles for freedom, and that their names should be rescued from the musty annals of the Revolution, and for the first time inscribed on the pages of history as factors in making the nation.
At the First Continental Congress in February of 1892, Registrar General Eugenia Washington stressed the importance of preserving the stories and records of our Revolutionary Patriot ancestors, and the importance of verifying documentation to ensure its integrity.
The records of the services of these 1,306 patriots thus preserved form volumes of most interesting as well as valuable history. Yet this history will lose much of its value if the statements contained therein are not to be relied upon. Therefore, we recommend to the regents and delegates present to give an exact and full statement of the ancestors' service and authority for the statement. For these records, we should remember, are collected not only for present use, but shall stand through future generations as monuments to our noble sires.
Our founders knew the importance of preserving those records in an appropriately prominent home for the Society. Virginia Cabell addressed the membership at the First Continental Congress and prophetically described the magnificent DAR headquarters complex where we gather annually for our conference and which serves our membership and the entire Washington, D.C. community throughout the year as a brick and mortar testament to their visionary foresight.
The building of a house beautiful, to be the property of these American women calling themselves by inherited right daughters of the American Revolution. This house will be built in or near the beautiful capital city named for Washington, the Immortal. It should be the finest building ever owned by women. The fairest marbles from Vermont and Tennessee, the most enduring granite from Massachusetts and the Virginias. Purely American this structure should be. A great hall for lectures, addresses, and general conventions of the society is greatly needed. It could be utilized on many occasions to produce a certain income for its support. Offices and committee rooms are required for the business of the society, now more than 1,000 in number, and soon to number many thousands. Safes are essential for the preservation of documents and relics. There should be a library unsurpassed in all branches pertaining to the records of the society and containing the largest, most complete collections of works upon American history.
While our beloved first President General did not live to see how our society flourished beyond those early years, she set a tone at her address to the First Continental Congress, a challenge that emboldened our early members and continues to inspire us today.
Our hope is in unity and self-sacrifice. Since this society was organized, and so much thought and reading directed to the early struggle of this country, it has been made plain that much of its success was due to the character of the women of that earlier era. The unselfish part they acted constantly commends itself to our admiration and example. If there is no abatement in this element of success in our ranks, I feel sure their daughters can perpetuate a society worthy of the cause and worthy of themselves. We now feel that this society is firmly established and in good condition for future success. It remains with us all to see that it lives and grows to greater and better ends.
Madam President General, it is a privilege for me, as the National Chairman of the Celebrate 125 Committee, to express on behalf of all daughters, past and present, our heartfelt commitment to carry forward Mrs. Harrison's charge that our society lives and grows to greater and better ends. After 125 years of accomplishment, we rise with joy to face a future bright with promise, one built upon the soundest of foundations and the most enduring of missions. I congratulate you and the National Society on 125 years of service to America. And inspired anew by the words of our founders, I also suspect that the best is yet to come. Happy birthday, NSDAR.
Thank you, Presley. It is so inspiring to know that at that organizing meeting 125 years ago, with just 18 members in attendance, that the business they carried out that day is still guiding our organization today. We are so fortunate to have been founded by such strong and visionary women. In the years that followed that formative period, daughters everywhere fulfilled the joyful obligations of citizenship and membership in tens of thousands of ways, and literally millions of lives were changed for the better as a result. New citizens, deserving students, men and women in uniform, veterans in need, all have been served by the DAR. Tens of thousands of Patriot records and grave sites preserved and protected thanks to DAR. Thousands of local sites of historic significance would likely have disappeared long ago were it not for the DAR. No single evening could do justice to the breadth and scope of DAR's impact on America during the last 125 years. So I encourage you to learn more about our amazing history, to visit our website, subscribe to our award-winning American Spirit magazine, read our publications such as The American Treasure, The Enduring Spirit of DAR. I assure you that you too will be awed by the combined accomplishment of our organization. I learn new chapters of our history every day. The 125th anniversary of the founding of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution is an exciting time to be a DAR member. We have looked back into our archives and we found some wonderful videos of our past Presidents General as they have shared their memories from decades ago. And now we are digitizing those for future generations, and we have invited our current Honorary Presidents General to share their memories of their administrations and their accomplishments with us today.
I was very in awe of the organization because my mother-in-law, Lorna Owen Kemper, was chaplain general in Mrs. Spicer's administration. I too became responsible, feeling that I believe in education, historic preservation, and patriotism down deep in my heart. So I wanted to be a part of that.
I wanted to join, first of all, to carry on for my mother. My mother died. I joined the next year, and because so many of the family members, grandma and my cousin, and they're all, the mother, all members of DAR. So I just said, time to carry on.
I joined DAR as a junior member. I joined my mother's chapter and have been a member for many, many years. I think the reason I really joined the organization was because of a love of the objectives that it promoted. Historic preservation and education, and I was also very interested in genealogy.
I joined DAR in 1968, along with my mother and several family members. We were asked to form a new chapter, and that was named for my ancestor, Peter Houston. And after attending my first state conference in Nashville, I met so many outstanding Tennessee Dars that I just knew I wanted to be a part of this organization.
Well, my mother was truly the driving force behind my joining the DAR. I was raised in a family where my parents instilled a very strong sense of family history and love of country. And so the first time I went to the Continental Congress 40 years ago, I knew once I had been here that this was the organization I wanted to identify with, and I wanted to become just very much involved in every aspect of DAR.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about DAR is the interactions between generations. And when I joined, I was one of the younger members, and now I'm one of the older ones, but I'm still enjoying it very much.
When I first joined DAR, I had no intention, and a lady called me. I didn't know who she was, and my second cousin had met her at a state conference and said I had recently moved to the area. And those ladies made me feel so welcome, and I don't think I would ever have become active had they not called me the week before the meeting to make sure I had a babysitter, offered to watch my son so I could go to the meetings. Several times when I didn't have a sitter, they said, bring him with you.
When I was growing up, I was always aware that I had family members who had been members of the DAR and been encouraged to join at some point. And really, after the bicentennial of our country, when all the fervor of patriotism, I decided it was a good time for me to join, so I began the application process.
Well, I enjoyed the work, and I loved to be with the members and also all the work they did with the students and scholarships and the schools, the DAR schools. I enjoyed that. Of course, I was a teacher. We raised over $777,000 for Ellis Island and helped with the restoration of the Statue of Liberty.
When we became involved in the World War II Memorial campaign to raise funds for that beautiful memorial on the mall, we became an active partner. We raised over $460,000 for that memorial and had the opportunity to work with Robert Dole, who was the volunteer national chairman.
We raised over $4.2 million for the renovation and restoration of the buildings. And the fact that the daughters gave so generously, and we could do so many wonderful things to the buildings.
My President General's project began the creation of a new digital database designed to improve operations and provide member access. The work of our genealogy department was expedited with the digitization of 800,000 applications and the accompanying 9 million support documents.
My primary goal when I was elected President General was to complete the digitization project that was begun in the previous administration. That was a continuing President General's project. A few of the proudest moments were the dedication ceremony of the Marian Anderson commemorative stamp, and it was a wonderful opportunity for there to be a wonderful relationship established between the DAR and Ms. Anderson's family.
Certainly proud of the work we did on the President General's project, especially work on the North Terrace with the flooding and stone deterioration. It was in critical need of work. We were able to, under the terrace, to build a 2,300 square foot vault just beneath that surface for collections of the society, and that was a wealth of storage space.
As crazy as it seems, Washington, D.C. experienced an earthquake. When they did the assessment of the DAR library laylight ceiling, they discovered not damage from the earthquake, but damage from time. And our members who love our House Beautiful so much came through with over $2 million to support the restoration of the DAR library laylight.
Most fun activities that we implemented was our Celebrate America committee. When we met, we challenged our members to try to come up with 1 million hours of community service a year. We just asked them to record the hours they're already doing in their community. And what astonished us is the enthusiasm that the chapters developed while working together in these community projects, how they became better acquainted with their own members. And then our first year, we had over 4,760,000 hours of community service.
My advice for future people is enjoy every minute, yeah. Work hard and enjoy it, yeah.
I think one thing is very important, and that is to approach your leadership as an opportunity for service, and to surround yourself with wonderful people who will help you to accomplish that.
I think it's important for people who are going to take on leadership positions to remember that their goal should be to work for the very best of the organization, to always keep in mind what the mission is, and to do their very best for DAR. I think any President General who's going to take that role needs to know that she's got to put on her running shoes and get on the track, and she won't get off for 3 years.
Always be true to yourself, and when you make a decision about anything, always be certain of what that decision will reflect on as far as the National Society is concerned, and also what influence it might have on other daughters at the time. So when you look in the mirror, be true to yourself and always think about others.
I hope every member will consider becoming a leader, whether it's in her chapter or her state or the national level. What I would encourage them to do is to learn as much as you can about the DAR. Take advantage of every opportunity. Go to all those meetings, go to the workshops and the seminars, and learn as much as possible. But it's not possible to serve as President General without the full support of your family. That it truly is the biggest sacrifice, is the time with my family that I'm missing. They are completely supportive because they know that this is a rare privilege that I have for 3 years, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
The most rewarding things as a member of DAR has been the association with ladies from all over the United States and through the units overseas. The friendships made have been just precious and dear, and I think every member will feel that way about the friendships.
The 125th anniversary is the perfect time to reflect on the energy and the mindset of our founders.
One of the things that I feel has occurred over the past 25 years is that the DAR has been able to better accommodate the busy woman, women who are working outside the home, women who have so many things going on in their lives. I think we've done a wonderful job of accommodating them in terms of an organization.
Celebrating the 125th anniversary of the society, I can't help but think back over the years and reflect on all the leaders that we've had and all the members that have done so much over the years, and their dedication to the work of the society. It's really amazing when you think about it, that a small group of women organized this society in 1890, and yet many of their goals are still being sought after today, and we're working towards making this a continuing better society.
My involvement in DAR has always been spurred by the values of the organization and the friendships that I've made there. I have to say that one of the things that DAR allowed me to do is emulate the very best of the people I met.
I've often wondered as we're planning our Quasquicentennial celebration what our founders would think of us from 125 years ago when they began to have the vision for this organization and make plans for it. What would they think if they were to come back and see this society now and see how it's grown, see what wonderful care we've taken of these buildings, which they had the vision for? I know that our founders would be so proud that our society has grown, that we're continuing to be a vital part of this country, that we're holding dear to our missions of historic preservation, education, and patriotism, and that most of all, we're still honoring God, home, and country as we serve united in these United States.
For 100 years, Memorial Continental Hall, with its white marble columns and sweeping porticos, has been a familiar sight to residents and visitors to the nation's capital. Located just 2 blocks from the White House in downtown Washington, D.C., Memorial Continental Hall's prominent location and exquisite design lend to its mystery and intrigue, often raising questions about what the building is, who it belongs to, and the purpose it serves. Memorial Continental Hall was built in 1905 by the Daughters of the American Revolution to serve as the organization's national headquarters and as a place to hold their annual convention, DAR Continental Congress. The vision and planning of Memorial Continental Hall began almost immediately following the founding of the DAR in 1890. At just the second meeting of the organization, DAR founder Mary Smith Lockwood proposed the idea that the society build a fireproof building for its headquarters to safeguard the relics and papers that the members proposed to preserve. President General presiding Mary Elliott Cabell shortly thereafter described the intended purpose of the building.
What the society needs most and first is a home. The women of America want a house where their historic records can be lodged, a spacious hall where debates and addresses can take place, fireproof apartments where the relics and treasures of the society can be preserved, a commodious place of business where officers and members can meet for the transaction of their affairs.
Raising funds to build Memorial Continental Hall was a mammoth undertaking, but the Daughters went at it with typical determination, organization, and imagination. States and chapters sponsored a variety of events, including use of penny boxes, wherein each chapter was to save a penny a day for a year, then send the money to Washington. Once the architectural plan was in place, parts of the building were subscribed and funded for naming rights. The larger, more populous state societies paid for entire rooms, while smaller states funded items like windows, stair rails, or doors. By the First Continental Congress in 1892, the society had collected $650, an amount that would grow to $109,000 by 1902. The DAR Building Committee, charged with finding a location, explored numerous Washington area sites before finally settling on a somewhat unfashionable and semi-rural part of the city called Foggy Bottom. Because the area was once swampland, some members expressed concerns about both the health and structural risks of locating the building on the site. Senator James McMillan, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on the Improvement of the Park System, wrote to the DAR President General, assuring her that the area being considered would be an excellent location, and that 17th Street would be one of the great park approaches and a thoroughfare of importance. Reassured, the DAR purchased the several lots that made up the block bounded by 17th, 18th, C, and D Streets. Senator McMillan's plan for developing the area had at its core the basic design for the city of Washington, created by Pierre L'Enfant in 1791. McMillan enhanced his plan to incorporate elements of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, which captured the nation's interest in the concept of what was called the White City because of the color of the buildings. Many DAR members who had worked on or visited the Chicago Exposition encouraged the White City concept as a model for the facade of Memorial Continental Hall. A national competition to select an architect was established. Members rejected a number of designs in their pursuit for a structure that could be functional and serve as an exquisite memorial to their Revolutionary Patriot ancestors. Edward Pierce Casey, who had designed the interior of the Library of Congress, was ultimately chosen as the architect. His winning design for Memorial Continental Hall was in the classical revival style of the Beaux-Arts. Work on the hall progressed relatively quickly, and the central core of the building containing the auditorium was built by 1905. Finally, on April 17, 1905, the daughters met in their new home and officially dedicated Memorial Continental Hall. It would be another 4 years before the hall was complete enough to be occupied by the Society's offices. When Memorial Continental Hall was finally completed in 1910, the stately facade set the precedent of beauty for its soon-to-be neighbors. The Pan American Union, now called the Organization of American States, and the American Red Cross both began construction within a few years after the hall was built. The memorial portico on the south side of the building is dedicated to the 13 original colonies. The portico consists of 13 monolithic columns, each with the name of one of the original colonies carved at the base. The floor plan of the hall's interior incorporated 3 central features. The auditorium was the most elaborate room in the building, bringing the monumental character of the exterior inside. Box seats overlook the stage and are capped by majestic, outstretched American eagles. The DAR Library flanked the auditorium in the North Gallery, and the DAR Museum flanked it in the South Gallery. All were surrounded by offices for the various national DAR officers, committees, and staff. While much of the original interior has been altered, some areas are strikingly similar to the original design. The grand entrance, the Pennsylvania foyer, is classically clad in Vermont marble, featuring a medallion of the Pennsylvania state seal and busts representing American Revolutionary heroes. The lavish Connecticut boardroom on the second floor contains elaborate woodwork and crystal chandeliers. The banquet hall opens to a terrace on top of the memorial portico, providing an amazing view of the city. Less than 10 years after the building's completion, the DAR began construction on a new administration building to serve as the organization's business center. The rooms that had been the offices for the early workings of the society were offered back to the states in order to be decorated to accurately reflect a specific time, place, and authentic interior decor. The ever-expanding DAR eventually outgrew the Memorial Continental Hall auditorium. Plans got underway to build a larger auditorium to hold the annual Continental Congress. In 1929, Constitution Hall, able to seat 4,000 people, was opened. By 1949, the organization's adjoining buildings took up an entire city block. The museum gallery moved into the new administration building, and the Memorial Continental Hall Auditorium became the DAR Library. Many important local and national events have taken place in Memorial Continental Hall, but none more important than the Conference on the Limitation of Armament. President Warren Harding opened the conference on November 12, 1921. The conference brought together the major Allied naval powers from across the world to discuss a reduction in the size and armament of their navies and to ensure security in the Pacific. When the conference ended on February 6, 1922, the delegates had signed 3 major treaties and several separate agreements. Memorial Continental Hall was designated a National Historic Landmark specifically because of the conference. Memorial Continental Hall has also served as home base for DAR members' volunteer efforts over the years. During World War I, DAR members formed a volunteer partnership with the American Red Cross. When the nation entered the Second World War, the National Society made Memorial Continental Hall available for war service almost immediately. The building became the site of many Red Cross offices. The DAR also sponsored a war service center open to servicemen 6 days a week. Today, this designated National Historic Landmark is still the epicenter of a dynamic DAR. The 170,000 square foot building houses one of the world's most important genealogical libraries, an extensive collection of antique home furnishings displayed in period rooms, and glamorous spaces available to the public for an array of different occasions. Members and the public alike come to Memorial Continental Hall to immerse themselves in genealogical research and to visit the museum period rooms. The beautiful O'Byrne Gallery is one of the most elegant venues in Washington, D.C., regularly hosting special events such as meetings, receptions, and weddings. Memorial Continental Hall's resemblance to the White House also makes it a desirable location for shooting feature films such as Suspect, The Distinguished Gentleman, and National Treasure, as well as television programs, notably The West Wing, have featured Memorial Continental Hall. Just as they did in the early years, U.S. presidents come to the hall for a variety of reasons. President George W. Bush used the 100-year-old Brass Eagle podium, once located on the Memorial Continental Hall stage, for his inaugural luncheon in 2005. Memorial Continental Hall continues to be a primary venue for many important world and national events. A century of history is tucked away in every crevice and corner of the immense Memorial Continental Hall. And the vision of those early daughters of the American Revolution will continue to be a reminder of this country's glorious past and promising future.
"125 years ago, when our founders met for the first time, they determined we needed a fireproof building and managed to not only raise the money, but build this beautiful complex of buildings. The Guardian Trust campaign is the way for today's DAR to provide for tomorrow's DAR. Now is the time to create this endowment fund to preserve our buildings for the future.
When our founders and the early leaders of the DAR, they had the courage to step out in faith and to bit by buy the property, and then stone by stone they built the building. And they didn't get the roof on for the First Continental Congress. And when they finally finished it, they realized that every one of the Presidents General involved had been supportive and willing to promote the project.
Certainly our younger daughters that are daughters now, and those that will become members in the future will always be proud of these buildings. To know the history of that small band of women that built these buildings is just incredible, that story, and we all want to continue that legacy. All of our members are proud to say that this is buildings that were built and maintained by women.
We can proudly say that we not only have a large collection of personal artifacts from the American Revolution, we have one of the largest collection of genealogical libraries in the world. We have a fabulous DAR museum that we share with school children every week that never have an opportunity to see museums otherwise. Constitution Hall has nearly 1 million visitors a year. It's the largest concert hall in the metropolitan DC area. Most of all, our founders had a vision for a home. We have a home right here at 1776 D Street.
When you think of preserving these buildings, I think you have to remember what we have in this building, those beautiful period rooms. Think of the Americana room and all of those precious documents, all of the furnishings throughout our buildings. Just think of the buildings, the architecture itself. That preservation effort is awesome. It is something that we're committed to doing, and it takes resources to do that. We have inherited these, and it's up to us to protect and preserve them.
I think my first impression of a visit to 1776 D Street was that the entire complex of buildings was absolutely overwhelming. And then experiences of being in Constitution Hall at the meetings and the opening night and National Defense Night ceremonies. I think that all of these things for a young DAR member were very impressionable experiences because it was an overwhelming thing to be there for the first time.
Well, most of the time, a President General has not had the opportunity to make a choice because of the needs of the maintenance of our headquarters. A President General should not be forced to take that on as her project. Our President General should take out projects that go beyond our headquarters, out into the world around us. What has been done in the past is there to remain. What will be done in today's world will be there to remain in future years. So everything we've done has not been in vain. So it is high time that we create some kind of an endowment that will preserve those buildings for years to come.
It would be wonderful to have that endowment so you didn't have each administration have to have a project to raise funds for this, to prepare this building or do that building or anything else like that. So that's all taken care of so they can go ahead and do marvelous things, more things with the students, the education and conservation and restoration.
And I see this Guardian Trust campaign as one that may take several administrations to raise the money, but our members will realize that they're doing the same thing today that our early members did in order to build the buildings, and they're building a fund, the Guardian Trust Fund, that will take care of our buildings forever.
Can you imagine what we would be able to do as an organization if we didn't have to worry about where the funds are coming from to maintain our beautiful buildings? Can you imagine what we could do on the national level, on the state level, and in our local communities in the way of programs and projects? So I invite you, each and every one of you members who love this organization, who are committed to preserving what we have for future generations, to join me in supporting the Guardian Trust campaign.
My hope, my vision, is that we will have this wonderful endowment campaign, and that 125 years, our buildings will be as beautiful then as they are now. I want my granddaughter to come here in 18 years when she's a member and be proud of these buildings that we've taken good care of. I want my great-granddaughter and my great-great-granddaughters to come when they're members and also share in our vision and say, my great-grandma took part in this. She helped keep these buildings as beautiful as they are.
What this organization needs first and foremost is a home.
Built by women, managed by women, run by women.
What our founders built, we must preserve.
It should be the finest building ever owned by women.
This is about more than just one President General and one project.
Now is the time for an endowment to preserve our fantastic home.
This Guardian Trust campaign is about taking care of the vision of our founders. 125 years later, we have the opportunity to not only preserve and restore this building, but to make sure that it is still as beautiful 125 years from now as it is today. Please join me in giving to the Guardian Trust campaign for future generations.
Contained within the walls of the beautiful historic buildings of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution complex in Washington, D.C., is a rich collection of historic treasures. Arts and artifacts, manuscripts and mementos, fabrics and furnishings are all on view for the public. These priceless items, preserved and often donated by DAR members, help to tell the American story. From the outset, the DAR began collecting these treasures in order to fulfill its number one objective: to perpetuate the memory and spirit of the men and women who achieved American independence by the preservation of documents and relics, and of the records of the individual services of revolutionary soldiers and patriots. Thus, the DAR Museum was founded in 1890 and the DAR Library soon after in 1896. Both were housed in the early Memorial Continental Hall, but they also both quickly outgrew their respective spaces and moved to larger areas as the headquarters expanded. Then, in 1940, the Americana Collection was created, bringing together rare manuscripts and imprints previously scattered among the holdings of the DAR Museum and Library. What started out as 39 relics placed on temporary display at the Smithsonian now numbers more than 30,000 objects making up the DAR Museum collection. The DAR Museum houses items from fine art and personal possessions to furnishings and other objects of daily life throughout a series of period rooms. These 31 rooms are carefully furnished to reflect a different era, lifestyle, activity, or locale. They present a tableau where highly accurate reproductions of period wallpaper, carpeting, and draperies provide the setting for the historic furniture, ceramics, and paintings found in the American home. The museum's changing exhibitions in the main gallery reflect the latest research in social history and material culture, using its rich decorative arts collections to tell the story of early America. From its modest 125-book beginning, DAR members have created and nurtured one of the country's premier genealogical research centers in the DAR Library. With well over 500,000 genealogical and historic manuscripts and publications, the library now has its permanent home in the auditorium of Memorial Continental Hall. Today, both professional researchers and novices searching for their family members take advantage of the wealth of unique materials in the library. From biographies, family histories, and Bible records, to genealogies, cemetery transcriptions, and other chronicles, the library offers this collection to the general public for free. Specialized research guides, online resources and databases, and an exhaustive, ongoing digitizing program make the collection one of the most accessible in the nation. Since its founding, the DAR has accumulated more than 4,000 priceless documents that cast light upon a wide array of people who helped shape our nation's past, from well-known figures such as George Washington and John Hancock, to the common citizens going about the business of daily life. These rare documents, originally included in the DAR Museum and Library collections, were assembled into the Americana Collection, which spans 5 centuries of history. In addition to letters, diaries, deeds, and grants, the collection also features ledgers, currency, wills, maps, musical scores, and tax records. While distinctly different, the DAR Museum, Library, and Americana collections are also distinctly intertwined, providing a valuable network of resources and historical perspective rarely found in one setting. The DAR National Headquarters is a repository for priceless relics of American history and culture. DAR welcomes and encourages all to partake of its collection of American treasures to help preserve the history of our great nation.
Webinar tips for everyone on tonight's call. Tonight's webinar will be recorded and posted to the webinar archives for later reference. If you have questions, please enter them into the chat area and we will try to answer them as we have time this evening. If we can't cover your questions in the time we have tonight, we will post an extra questions and answers section at the end of the script when we post the archives. And in case you don't know where the archives are, we'll actually see them in tonight's webinar, but they're located on the members side under Committees, DAR Leadership Training, then by clicking the link for Webinar Archives. So Lisa and Lucinda, thank you for bringing us your presentation tonight.
Glad everyone could join us. The script for this evening's webinar will be available soon, so no need to take extensive notes. Now we're going to take you on a guided tour of the DAR members website. Remember, we will take your questions at the end. Much of the members section of the DAR website is maintained by the National VIS Committee. It's just one of the many areas this committee oversees. The front page or landing page of the members section has lots of information regarding recent announcements, which are updated regularly, upcoming events, the Todays DAR blog, and other helpful information. Be sure to check out the right side menu with the frequently visited links. While many members find the website overwhelming or confusing, let's start by thinking about what information you're looking for. Consider your role. Are you a member, state or chapter committee chair, state or chapter officer? If you're a relatively new DAR member, you might want to start here, Member Resources. This section includes many items for all members, with a page highlighting information especially for new members. Let's take a closer look at the new member information page. While you're here, you'll want to check out the general information topics, such as Continental Congress and the President General's Project. Scrolling down further on the new member information page, you will see links to additional resources, such as the DAR Handbook and National Bylaws, and the DAR Fact Sheet. These items will help you become an informed DAR member and will provide the tools you need to encourage other friends to join our wonderful organization. Another important tool for the new member is the online tally for the Service to America Committee. The tally is found on the right-hand side of the page, just under frequently visited links. The national tally is constantly updating, so you can see the contributions of members across the globe. To enter your own community service hours, simply click the tally link to open the Volunteer Service Hours submission form. There you will enter a description and other details about your service. You'll notice that there is also a link directly to the Service to America Committee page, which is an example of how related topics are often cross-linked on the website, so you can easily find the information you need. All members will benefit from reading the monthly President General's message, as well as viewing and downloading current versions of the DAR insignia and logo for their chapter's use. This is also where you'll find the bios and photos of our executive officers. If you are a committee chair, start in the Committees section and review the specific information for your committee. Note, each committee section has contact information for the national chair, national vice chairs, and divisional vice chairs, so it's always easy to locate an email address to ask a question. We'll show you an example in a moment. One recent change to the website was to create the Mega menu, an alphabetic listing of all committees regardless of whether they are standing, special, or administrative. This makes it much easier to find the committee you're looking for. However, if you need to know the type of committee yours is, simply click the word Committees and you'll be taken to a listing organized by type. While we're looking at the Committees page, let's take a moment to highlight the work of the Volunteer Information Specialists, commonly known as the VIS Committee. The VIS Committee has grown extensively over the past several years. Did you know that daughters from across all the states, divisions, and at the national level are working to help chapters build and maintain their online presence through websites and other social media channels like Facebook and Twitter? We also staff the help desk, so whenever you contact the help desk with a technical issue on the website or e-membership, it's actually an experienced DAR member at the other end of that help email. Contact them using helpdesk@dar.org. Every committee page has a right side menu with additional links to things like resources, forms, and a way to contact the committee. Be sure to look there for information regarding the national chair, national vice chair, and divisional vice chair's contact information. The VIS Committee also maintains the members' website, so if you ever have any questions or find a broken link, be sure to let us know by contacting our assistant webmaster. Another committee we would like to highlight is DAR Leadership Training. This committee is responsible for all member webinars and other training activities. We encourage you to use the past webinars for chapter programs or for your own personal development. There are two ways to access these webinar archives, either through the sidebar menu or directly out of the mega menu. As a chapter or state officer, you will want to review the information for your corresponding executive officer, which is found under Member Resources in the Executive Offices and National Board of Management section. Let's look at our President General's page. The President General's page contains an overview of her responsibilities and all the information you need to understand her theme, mission, scripture, and project. The Registrar General has recently added a new section to her web page. Called Chapter Registrar Resources. This is an excellent place for new and seasoned registrars to find the information they need on a regular basis. Have you ever wanted guidance on parliamentary procedures? The National Parliamentarian adds a new and always interesting Parley Point topic to her page every month, and you can look at previous topics by viewing the archive. Each executive officer's page has information and links to relevant content, so be sure to visit your corresponding officer's page. Looking back at the category menu, I'd like to point out the Forms and Publications section, which has forms for every office and committee, copies of the National Handbook and Bylaws, which were recently updated for the Dillon administration, and home of the infamous NIP. The National Defender and the Ritual and Missal can be found under National Publications. Did you know that you can subscribe or renew your print subscription to the American Spirit magazine online directly from the member's website? Be sure to check out the digital magazine archive to see what your chapter may have published between 1892 and 1998 by searching the index. For the genealogists on the call, whether you're a chapter registrar, lineage research volunteer, or just researching your own family, the genealogy section of the website has many resources. This is where you can download the latest application form, learn about genealogy classes like the GEP, or access the GRS, a vast database of information about patriots and descendants gathered from over 125 years of DAR applications. Need some research help for that prospective member? Go to the Lineage Research Lookup Board to enter a request for help. The member's website also links directly to our Office of Development, so you can learn about supporting DAR programs like the President General's Project and the various recognition societies such as the Heritage Club or the Founders Club. You may also order directly from the museum shop and the DAR store to stock up on all your gifts and chapter supplies. While we've been focusing primarily on the category menu, please keep in mind that there are also top-level menu options. This menu allows you to switch to other DAR sites, such as the public DAR.org website, e-membership, the GRS, Mrs. Dillon's blog, the DAR store, and the National Society's social media sites like Facebook, Twitter, and our YouTube channel. At the end of the top-level menu, you'll see a little magnifying glass, which accesses the search function. Let's try out a couple of searches. When you click the search button, a prompt appears to search and hit enter. We'll type genealogy guidelines in quotes in the search box and press enter. By using quotes around our search term, we narrow our search results to ensure we receive more relevant hits. To limit your search results even further, you can use the filter options on the right side of the page to select which types of pages you want to review. News will primarily be announcements and press releases, while committee page will show you information from a specific committee section. If you examine the URL, you'll be able to see on which web page the hit or information is found. A topic that seems to come up quite often is how and when can members request grave markers for themselves or chapter members. Let's search for the answers on the website. Again, we'll type our search term in quotes to focus on the most relevant results. You'll see that the Officer of the Historian General is responsible for grave markers, and you can also read about tips for placing grave markers. If you've had issues or frustration in the past using the website's search feature, please know we've been working on improving it for a while. Our search results may not ever be like Google, but we're planning to do things like limit old announcements and other outdated items from showing up so you won't get something from 8 years ago as a result when you're searching for current information. And if you're logged in, you see member site results above public site results. Please know we're aware and we're working on it, so hang in there. The final menu option on the members website we want to make sure you're comfortable using is Help. The Help page contains a wealth of information to guide you in navigating the DAR members website. This is an extremely valuable resource for all members, and our goal is to make it as easy as possible. The Help Desk section contains tutorials, frequently asked questions, and a site map to help guide you. If you have any questions or find that the site is not working as expected, please just click the Contact the Help Desk link to email us directly. The Help Desk is staffed by experienced DAR volunteers, members just like you, so don't be surprised if you know the person who's responding to your message. Whether you're looking for the proper order to place your new pins on your DAR ribbon or helping a prospective member establish a link to a patriot who served to further American independence, the members website has the information you need. The more you use it, the easier it gets. This website is for you, the DAR member. Now let's take some of your questions.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa and Lucina, for that guided tour. We do have a couple questions. First, is there a way to see service hours I've previously entered?
In the tally?
Yes.
I assume that's where. Yes, I think, well, I'm a regent, so I don't know if a member can see them. I know the regent can see them. I do not know the answer to that, but I can find it out. Lucina,
Okay, and maybe we can put the answer in the webinar script.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The second question is, how do you access the help desk?
That's very easy. So you contact the help desk. You can either click on Contact the Help Desk, which see the little mailbox or envelope right next to it. That means that's an email link. So you simply click on that and then it should pop open a window. If you're using a browser-based email, you will need to type in helpdesk@dar.org.
Okay. So Lisa, the next question is, how do you actually get to the help desk page? Is it more of an email or is it like a form that people are going to respond to?
So the help desk page, the way you get to the help desk is the green button at the top. You just click on that, which says help. So that's the help button. That takes you to this page, their landing page. And under here, Lucina, can you click on tutorials? There are lots of things under each of those sections. So there are different tutorials and FAQs that if you're not sure what you're looking for or you think maybe you've seen it before, you can often go in and find information that's already been posted under tutorials. You see this is a pretty thick section. Does that answer the question?
Yep. Excuse me. Wow, we were getting a lot of questions. I'm trying to keep up with all of these. So can the genealogy tab be used for further genealogy research?
I don't know that I understand that question.
I think what we're looking for is for new members to do further genealogy research. I think more of this genealogy stuff is for registrars, but then you have the genealogy research system, which you can access as well.
Right. You just answered the question.
Sorry.
No, that's good.
I'm sort of reading between the lines on some of these questions. So, the DAR has been having speakers on finding your African American roots. Can we access those through the website?
Yeah, yes, if they were, was it a webinar or a speaker?
I think we've had some at headquarters recently in lectures.
Yeah, lectures aren't on here, but if you go to Lineage Research, there is information on their pages. Yep, under Specialty Research. So I would contact one of the Specialty Research National Vice Chairs if you have any questions.
Okay. Lisa, one question was, I've been searching for the members' website for the format for minutes. Where do I find that? As a new recording secretary, I want to do it correctly.
That's awesome. So Lucina is going right to it.
Exactly.
She's been around the website a little bit.
Just a little bit.
So again, this is, you're a new recording secretary, go to the corresponding executive office's page and you will find information in there. There's also, where is it? There is a sample minutes. Is that on her quick links? Sorry, I don't have the entire site memorized. No, see if you can find, Lucina, can you see sample minutes? No, I've seen them. Well, no, okay, that didn't work.
While you guys are looking for that, I can actually tackle one of the questions.
Okay.
One question was, is there a list of webinars that are available? And the webinars that have passed, ones that we have recorded, are available in the webinar archive. Ones that are upcoming, we try to get those up to the website as soon as we have them scheduled.
Do you want us to show the archives again?
I didn't want to interrupt what you guys were doing. You guys got that? Okay. So sure, there's the webinar archive. Thank you. And we have them listed out by different categories. And those are linked to our to specific videos, so you can watch those, or to the script, so you can read along if you prefer.
Lucina, I have the sample minutes PDF, and it says it's an RS form, so that should be under the Recording Secretary General's page or forms. It's an RS- form. You know what, though? That's, we can certainly add the sample minutes to the Recording Secretary General's link it off our page. Okay, well, that needs a cross-link. We can do that.
Lisa, just a question here. Is there a list of YouTube videos available?
I am not aware of a list of YouTube videos. You got to go to the channel, but I don't think there's a published list.
I think that's correct. And if you can scroll through the channel, I believe.
Yes.
So a few rapid fire questions here. What is the quickest way to get to e-membership?
Click on the link at the top of the members section. Well, the quickest way? Okay, truth be told, I keep two windows open. I keep one open all the time for the members website, and I keep a separate one open for e-membership, two tabs open all times. Because I use e-membership a lot. But you can either click off of here. Lusan, you want to go ahead and go to the emembership.dar.org. That's probably the fastest way to get there. So rather than type in members.dar.org, you could type in emembership.dar.org.
So another question is, where can I find New Horizons?
Oh, very good. So it's under the membership committee. And if you look over on the right-hand side, you've got their various links on the right side under membership. So you've got member training. So there's the new members course and the new Horizons course. Information on both of them. And if you don't already subscribe, I really recommend the Silver Arrow newsletter that's put out by the National Membership Chair. It's amazing.
Lisa, would you mind showing a search within the GRF?
Yeah, I don't run the GRS. I mean, if you want, Lusana, you do it all the time. If you want to show a search, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll go on in there. Click here to open.
Oh, fantastic. There's a tutorial available.
Yes. So what do we want to search for? Ancestor, member? Do you wonder who that is? So this is, you know, if you search by member, you just go in and put in their national number, and it will pull up the member. Some stuff will be blocked if the person is still around.
That's a lot of great detail in there.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
So a couple more questions going back to the YouTube channel real quick. How do we go to the YouTube channel?
Let's go there. So up in the top, across the top menu, you just click on the YouTube icon, and that'll drop you into our YouTube channel. And this is where all of the official stuff would be posted, all the videos that are put up by the National Society.
And can you click on playlist or channel?
Yeah, probably playlist would have.
To the left. There you go. Okay. And so that's where you can see some of the popular videos and things.
Yeah. If you, Lucinda, go back to playlists. There you go. That one has 16 different videos.
Great, thank you. So two questions about e-membership. When will I receive access to e-membership as a new regent?
When did you request it? Has to be requested. Yeah, it needs to be requested.
And how is that requested?
Go to e-membership. And you click to send an email to the organizing office.
Okay, thank you. And are there directions for e-membership?
Yes, there are lots of different, there are some PowerPoints, there's a video. Under e-membership, and I think it's under the help desk too, there are a few
okay, there's a help
FAQs, yes, instructions, lots of help there.
Great. Okay, so a couple quick questions back in the registrar realm. Where do we go to learn more about DNA submissions?
I don't know the answer to that one. Is that under genealogy, Lucina? I think it is.
I believe that's, yes, under genealogy. Ah, wonderful. I didn't realize it was going to be such a guided tour. Fantastic.
That's why live is fun.
You know, one question, and going back to e-membership a little bit, what is e-membership? That's a DAR term.
We mean, what does the E stand for?
Well, no, like what does e-membership do for DAR?
Oh my gosh, it's a huge database that has, membership management tool. It's got all of our information in the database, contact information and password information, and
I'd say it's also available for leaders of the organization at different levels.
Yes, absolutely, depending on the need. So yeah, chapter regents and chapter officers will have a certain level, state officers will have a different level, national officers have a different level of access. So basically, it's just what you can see and what you can do when you're in there.
Right, and a lot of people online are saying it's how you can manage your prospective members for your chapter.
Oh, absolutely.
Or reporting and some things like that. For an issue regarding e-membership, who do you contact?
There's a couple of different, it depends on what the issue is. If you need a password, you contact organizing@dar.org. If you need help, you click the help button. The help desk will direct your question. If they don't know the answer, they will find out the answer. It's an amazing tool. So if you have any problems with e-membership, they have their people that they go to for various questions. Half the time they already know the answer, and they have a huge database of answers. So just click the help desk. If you ever get stuck, go to the help desk.
And one last quick question on e-membership is, can a new member access e-membership, or do you have to be an officer?
You have to be an officer.
Okay.
There is one thing actually about that. Lucina, can you go back to the e-membership homepage? It says chapter regents, chapter vice regents, treasurers, and registrars do, I believe chapter recording secretaries now have access to e-membership, if I'm not mistaken. So I think there's now 5 officers in a chapter. I need to update that page. Note to self.
That was just confirmed by someone online. So
yeah,
great.
Yeah, I need to speak
good news. So moving to a piece that isn't e-membership. Does DAR office offer classes in genealogy research? And those can be found.
Well, under DAR genealogical classes.
Great. There were a few comment or questions or statements that were more feedback from the VIS team, so I'm going to send those to them separately.
Okay.
Things regarding technical operation of the site. So I think that's a little bit more appropriate offline. Are there any other questions that I missed while I was trying to go through these? Wow, there were a lot of them. So if there are any other questions, I know that Lisa and Lucina would be able to answer any questions if you go to their VIS webpage and click Contact the Committee.
Yep.
But certainly to all attendees, once the webinar recording is posted in the archives, the link can be provided to any member who has access to the members portion of the DAR website. This would be a great introduction to any new members who would like to read all about the fantastic service and participation opportunities that are available in all areas of DAR. So we hope to see you on our next webinar. Please send any questions and or feedback about the webinar to leadershiptraining@dar.org. And again, thank you so much, Lisa and Lucina, for running this navigation of the website for us.
Absolutely. It was fun.
All righty. Take care, y'all. Have a good night.
Thanks.
The Continental Congress of the Daughters of the American Revolution is our annual meeting, a time-honored tradition that has been held in Washington, D.C. since the organization's founding in 1890. Our national meeting is named after the original Continental Congress, which governed the American colonies during the Revolutionary War. Continental Congress is the capstone event of the year for us. It is a time to celebrate the accomplishments of the chapters, states, and committees, as well as plan for future initiatives. It's a time to reconnect with old friends and make new friends that may last a lifetime. The more than 3,000 members who attend from all over the world marvel at the beauty of our historic national headquarters buildings, built and sustained by members, and take advantage of the premier resources it has to offer. It's a time to honor remarkable individuals within the membership as well as in the public for their outstanding efforts in the areas of historic preservation, education, and patriotism. It's a time to gain a greater understanding and appreciation of the work of this historic and vibrant society. I'm Jenny Sebastian Storage, your host for this presentation, An Introduction to Continental Congress. This webinar will be especially beneficial if you're a chapter regent, vice regent, delegate, or any member who may be planning to attend Continental Congress. If you're considering attending Congress for the first time, you probably have lots of questions like, who is able to attend Congress? Why should I attend Congress? And what will I get out of this week-long event? In this webinar, I will try to answer those questions and provide an inside look at what it's like to come to Congress, from making your travel and lodging preparations to what to do upon arrival. I will take you through the important daily activities and exciting evening events, as well as introduce you to our headquarters building. In the next 30 minutes, you'll learn lots of valuable information you need to know before you head to D.C., and I hope you'll be inspired to join us at Continental Congress. Continental Congress is one of the most meaningful and rewarding DAR experiences you can have as a member. It's a fabulous way to learn about how our national society works. All DAR members are welcome to attend Continental Congress. If you're a chapter regent or delegate, your participation is very important, but all attendees will gain a better understanding of our society on the national level. You'll deepen your understanding of DAR efforts at committee workshops and experience firsthand the thrilling evening sessions. You might decide in the future you want to volunteer to help with special Congress committees or serve as a page. You'll meet our national leaders and members like you from all over the country. Everyone who comes to Congress takes something home to share and apply to her chapter. I attended Continental Congress for the first time as a delegate in 1992, and then didn't return until the 106th Continental Congress in 1997. I had been a member for several years, and I knew very little about Congress. I was named the 1997 State Outstanding Junior, and I was attending Congress to be recognized with the other outstanding juniors and carry the state flag during my state regents report. The only other things I knew were that I needed to register and I needed to bring white dresses as I was to serve as a page. I loved attending Congress, and I've been back every year since 1997. I guess you can say Continental Congress is addictive. The pageantry, the nightly events, the speakers, the award winners, the DAR buildings, and the women you meet are amazing. I've met some of my best friends at Congress, and they live all over the world. I've listened to many of the President's General who have pointed to their early Continental Congress experiences as a reason they became so involved and passionate about the DAR. It brought to life the meaning of the organization to them, and for me, the entire experience of attending has been eye-opening. Now I desire to go each year, and each year I have to plan ahead, determine my vacation schedule, and budget for this busy week of volunteering. In my opinion, if you've never been, take the time to join us one day, and you will not regret it. I have a good feeling you'll want to return. If this will be your first Congress, you will want to start planning now. Speak with other members going from your chapter or your state, because they will be able to share their experiences and provide valuable tips. The DAR members website contains abundant information about Congress events and information to help you enjoy your stay. You will find announcements, forums, the tentative Congress schedule, and other resources such as hotels, transportation, food that help you plan for every aspect of Congress. The website is updated often leading up to Congress and should be checked frequently to ensure you have the most current information. Also, download the schedule from the website right before you come to Congress so that you can look for any changes to the events that you've decided to attend. Planning for lodging at Congress happens well in advance, and you may consider watching the members' website closely for information about hotel reservations at the official Congress Hotel. The Grand Hyatt is the official Congress Hotel and hosts a number of our DAR meetings and social events. In addition to the Grand Hyatt, the DAR may negotiate special room rates at other hotels. These will be listed on the website and announced by email. The rooms in the Grand Hyatt typically sell out very quickly when registration opens in the fall, as the hotel just doesn't have enough room to accommodate the thousands of members coming to Congress. A list of other hotels near the Grand Hyatt and the NSDAR headquarters is located in the Congress section of the members' website. Members who wish to make room arrangements can contact any of the hotels listed or explore other hotels. I understand that lodging can be costly and therefore have stayed at different hotels with reasonable rates. Do your research, look at internet travel websites, and consider rooming with others to help minimize your costs. In planning what to pack, here are some tips for your time at Congress. Continental Congress is generally held in June or early July. Typically, the weather in D.C. during summertime may be hot and humid with thunderstorms in the evening, so make sure you plan accordingly. As with any professional conference, dresses, skirts, slacks, or suits are appropriate for DAR events. Consider bringing extra sweaters, jackets, or wraps, as the air conditioning can be very cool in hotel restaurants and at headquarters. Be sure you pack comfortable walking and dress shoes. As the weather can fluctuate, you might want to bring an umbrella and wear cool, breathable fabrics if you plan to be outdoors or walk to headquarters. Formal attire is standard for evening sessions, and women wear longer tea-length dresses or skirts and formal tops. Men wear tuxes or dark suits. If you've acquired evening ceremony tickets for your guests, they too should dress in formal wear. Some events held by the state organizations, like luncheons and teas, will have receiving lines, for which you should wear gloves. If you plan to attend any of these events, please bring several sets of white gloves. If you have trouble finding where to purchase them, check online sites like Amazon.com or visit costume and bridal shops, which usually sell them. The junior shop sells them as well. Hats aren't necessary for Congress, but many women wear them at Sunday's memorial service. Very casual clothes, such as shorts, warm-up suits, and jeans are out of place at Congress events and at headquarters, but are appropriate for your personal sightseeing around the city. When planning your travel to D.C., remember that members make and pay for their own personal travel arrangements. Based on your needs, you can use a travel agent or make your own reservations using websites like Expedia, Travelocity, or Orbitz. Remember that organizations like AARP and AAA might offer discounts to help you secure the best rates for your travel. If you are flying into the Washington area, there are 3 airports you can fly into: National, also known as Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, Washington Dulles International Airport, and BWI, also known as Baltimore Washington Thurgood Marshall Airport. Reagan is by far the closest to the city, about a 15-minute cab ride. If you fly into Dulles or BWI, you should plan on making arrangements for transportation to the city, which will take 45 minutes or more. If you're traveling by car, there is limited street parking available near DAR. You should also download the Park Mobile app to pay for street parking online. In most cases, you must move your car every 2 hours to avoid a ticket. We strongly suggest you don't try to park near headquarters. Your hotel or nearby parking garages may offer long and short-term parking, but do keep in mind that it can be expensive. Some members will arrive on a bus chartered by their state organization. Check with your state to determine if they are offering bus transportation and the details of pickup places, times, and costs. Once in D.C., most members travel to and from Congress events and their hotels using taxi cabs, Uber, or Lyft. Members often share rides with each other, which helps bring the cost down. On average, fares range from $5 to $15. You can go online at taxifarefinder.com to research possible D.C. cab fares from the hotel you're staying at to your destination. It's also customary to tip drivers 10% or a few dollars per trip. It's helpful to have a lot of $1 bills so you can easily pay your share of the fare and help tip. Many cabs take credit cards as well. The Uber and Lyft applications should be downloaded and set up before you arrive in D.C. You should also be familiar with their operation and already have your credit card established. Depending on the location of your hotel, you might walk to headquarters during the day. Many hotels are within walking distance and can take about 20 to 30 minutes. Keep in mind that headquarters is near the White House, so unexpected closures of roads and even sidewalks can happen due to events or movement by the president. Headquarters is close to many attractions, and you can walk or use the metro or subway and other public transportation for sightseeing around Washington. Washington, D.C., and particularly the area surrounding the headquarters building, is in a very safe and tourist-friendly neighborhood. As you would with any large city, use caution at night and be aware of your surroundings. So, you may be asking yourself, now that I've made it to Washington, D.C., what do I do next to get to Congress? Each member and guest that attends Continental Congress must be registered. Registration is important for Congress committees and planners who needs to know how many people are in attendance. Constitution Hall holds nearly 4,000 people, and we've been known to reach capacity. Chapters have already sent in their registration and credentials information for pre-registered members, delegates, and alternates in mid-April. However, pre-registration is not required for non-voting members wishing to attend Congress. If you are not registered upon your arrival, go to the on-site registration to register. On-site registration is located in the lower level of the administration building. Remember to bring a valid personal ID with signature and photo, such as a driver's license or passport. You will also pick up your name badge, program, and packet, which includes tickets that indicate your seat assignments in the Constitution Hall for the sessions. As a tip, the registration lines are often shorter in the afternoon. Remember, your registration badge must be worn at all times at the DAR headquarters, as you will not be admitted into any building without it. When you leave headquarters, remember to remove or cover your badge, your DAR ribbons, and pins. Your registration packet contains the Congress program, maps, security information, your ID badge, and other Congress materials. Please read everything in the packet, as most of the information covers what you need to know at Congress. The Congress program includes the times, dates, and location for each event. It contains the names of our volunteers, maps, standing rules, and helpful information such as guidance on conduct, protocol, and general information. It also shows the order of events for each business and evening session. Therefore, make sure you bring your Congress program to each session so that you follow it from start to finish. First-time attendees should note that during the day and evening sessions, the President General announces when the doors will be briefly opened and then closed, noted by stars in the program. Members who need to leave and return should only do so during these breaks in the program to prevent disrupting the speakers. Also, members are kindly asked to remember to adhere to this request. One of the best sources of up-to-date information while you're at Continental Congress is the DAR Congress app. This can be found anywhere you download apps for your phone or on the Congress website. Included in the app is an events calendar, which may be personalized to your schedule, maps, a list of exhibitors, as well as attendees, and many other useful resources. There is so much to see and do at DAR headquarters. It can sometimes be challenging to find everything, but utilize the map included in your registration materials and the signage posted around the building. DAR headquarters encompasses an entire city block and is comprised of 3 interconnected buildings: Constitution Hall, Memorial Continental Hall, and the Administration Building. They are beautiful and historic, but getting around inside can sometimes be tricky, so carry around your map for guidance. Since these buildings were all built a long time ago, one as early as 1905, there are some unique spaces characteristic of historic buildings, but that we aren't used to in modern buildings. Because each building was built separately, several years apart, they don't necessarily connect in ways we're used to. You can walk through each building without going outdoors, but sometimes certain elevators don't go to certain places, or you might easily get turned around without realizing it. The main thing to remember about DAR headquarters is that Constitution Hall is the auditorium for business and evening sessions, committee tables, and sales, and specialty shopping. Memorial Continental Hall is where the DAR Library, period rooms, banquet hall, and O'Byrne Gallery are located. And the Administration Building is where the DAR Museum, DAR Store, the Americana Collection, and the administrative offices can be found. You are welcome to roam and visit the offices and rooms in the building. If you don't want to explore on your own, there are sometimes DAR docents available to provide tours of the building, and new attendees should consider participating. When you do walk through our buildings, take note of the historic DAR Library ley lights, or when going through the O'Byrne room, remember that several West Wing scenes were filmed here, and you may recognize staircases, railings, hallways, and rooms that were filled in such movies as Salt. Don't miss the portico, the banquet hall, the atrium, and so much more. Finally, Remember that these buildings are the largest set of buildings in the world, owned and maintained by women. They cover a full city block, and they are all owned by you. While there are special catered events during Congress that you can buy tickets to attend, you will still need to find other places to eat on your own during Congress. Within a few blocks of headquarters and most hotels, there are lots of sandwich and coffee shops, restaurants, and convenience stores. During Congress, food vendors are located in the lunchroom in the basement of the administration building, in the lounge area, and hallways of Constitution Hall. They serve a variety of small and quick breakfast and lunch items. There are many food options available nearby, so research ahead of time or reference the suggested food and restaurant lists on the member's website. You may be asking yourself how you personally can contribute to helping Congress. Serving as a page is a great way to contribute to Congress. To serve as a page, a member must be between the ages of 18 and 40. Paging at Congress provides a special way for these members to volunteer while learning the intricacies of how the society works and acquiring valuable experience. Pages contribute in an enormous way to the daily functions of Congress and are instantly recognizable by their white attire. They support committee activities, add to the pageantry of the processions, help members as needed, and perform other essential duties as they arise. Pages form valuable friendships and gain a greater knowledge of the work done by the society. As time has shown, the pages of today become the leaders of tomorrow. Many of our current leaders, such as our national officers and state officers, have paged in the past. More information on paging can be found on the Continental Congress webpage. Those members wishing to volunteer for Congress who are no longer eligible to page can opt to serve on a Continental Congress committee. The volunteers from all over the country who serve on these committees are integral to efficiently managing Congress. To serve on a congressional committee, members are recommended by their state regents during the winter prior to Congress. If you're a member of a chapter outside the U.S., you are recommended by the national chairman of the Units Overseas Committee. Invitations to serve on congressional committees are issued by the President General and are sent in February or March. Make sure your email address is up to date with DAR, as they are usually sent by email. Volunteers on these committees serve a variety of roles, such as helping attendees find their way around the building, setting up the stage, registering attendees, welcoming award winners and special guests, and many other duties throughout Congress. Congress couldn't run smoothly without all of these volunteers. Being a member of a congressional committee or a page is a way to make a real contribution to the success of Continental Congress and to get an insider's view of this enormous, exciting event. If you're interested in volunteering for Continental Congress, please contact your state regent. In addition to the business of the society, many social events are held during Congress. These events come in the form of breakfasts, luncheons, teas, or dinners. While these catered events are not included in your registration fee, most of them are open to all members. All of these events are listed in the Congress schedule online and give instructions on the cost and how to purchase tickets. All tickets must be purchased prior to Congress. Popular committee catered events include the Units Overseas Luncheon, which provides the opportunity to meet chapter members in other countries. The DAR Schools Luncheon highlights outstanding work of the schools DAR supports. And the Junior Membership Luncheon brings different generations together to recognize the work of younger members and honor outstanding juniors from each state. State organizations also host catered social events during the week. All members are welcome to buy these tickets to these events. In most cases, you don't have to be a member of that state to attend their function. There are a few social events that are sponsored by various DAR clubs and not open to the general membership. The National Chairman's Association and the Outstanding Junior Club are examples. The donor recognition clubs, including the Heritage Club and Founders Club, also have events for their members. Check with the Congress schedule about which events require membership associated with the club. The opportunity to learn about the Society and connect with other members at events are the most important aspects of Congress. But we all love some good shopping, and I told you I would share with you great shopping opportunities. Fortunately, it's abundant at Continental Congress. Headquarters is home to the DAR Museum, and at the museum shop you can purchase historically inspired gift items, exhibition-themed merchandise, children's toys, and publications. The DAR store sells chapter and membership supplies, DAR gift items, jewelry, shawls, and more. Visit the President General's Project Table, the Junior Shop, the CAR Table, and the DAR Schools in Constitution Hall, where items can be purchased that benefit the committee's projects. The shops in the Congress Lounge have a wide array of vendors selling clothing, jewelry, and specialty items. Hamilton Jewelers are also on site, and pens can be approved on the spot. Most pens are on display, and many pens are available for purchase to wear on your ribbon that day. For more personal souvenirs, a professional photography company takes photos of Congress sessions, events, and members throughout the week. Proof copies of these photos are posted at their booth in the Constitution Hall lobby so that members may see them and order copies to be mailed to their home. These photos may also be viewed and ordered after Continental Congress on the Convention Photography website. For all members attending Congress, whether volunteering behind the scenes, serving as delegates, or even non-voting members, the business sessions are the primary purpose of Congress, and the President General encourages all members at Congress to attend these daytime sessions. It's important to attend the business sessions because it's your opportunity to hear national officers' reports on the year's achievements and significant efforts of their offices and committees. Many states, chapters, and members are recognized for their efforts during these sessions. Additionally, national award certificates are given to chapters and individuals during this week. These are picked up by your state region. Check with her to see if your chapter or state won any awards. Attending business sessions is also essential for delegates and alternates because they are representing their chapter by voting on issues that will be addressed. Changes to the bylaws are discussed and voted on during these sessions. Please remember to review literature in your registration packet, as it may pertain to issues delegates will be voting on. Nominations for national officers are made during business sessions, and delegates vote on the candidates on Saturday. The business sessions begin on Thursday morning and continue on Friday morning and all day Saturday. A final, abbreviated business session and installation of new officers takes place on Sunday morning after the memorial session. In addition to the official business sessions, some national officers and committees hold meetings and workshops throughout the week of Congress to educate members about their initiatives. Some of these committee meetings are even held in the days leading up to the official start of Congress on Wednesday's opening night, so plan to arrive prior to Wednesday if you want to attend these meetings. Check the Congress schedule on the members' website to see what meetings you are interested in attending or would benefit your chapter the most. You'll have the opportunity to meet the national officer or national chair and your fellow chapter and state chairs, hear important committee updates, ask questions, and share ideas. Our members are smart and creative, and I cannot express how much you will learn from other daughters about what they do in their committees with the work of their committees. All committee meetings are fascinating, so don't limit yourself to just one. A good way to stay up to date on the daily events at Congress is to utilize many online resources. Visit the Congress Online portion of the members' website to access the digital Congress Herald. The Herald publishes daily updates on Congress, providing in-depth looks at award winners, offering highlights from lunches and other events, and announcing proposed bylaws, special contests, and other valuable information. Congress Live can also be accessed through the Congress Online portion of the members' website. Here, those unable to make it to Washington, D.C. can stream Congress proceedings in their family rooms. Congress Online also provides photos from Congress events uploaded throughout the week and contains an archive of photos from previous Congresses. For new attendees, checking out these archive photos ahead of time could help provide a better visual of the Congress experience. The evening sessions of Continental Congress are spectacular ceremonies, not to be missed. The music, pageantry, and emotion of the sessions are quite impressive. Opening night on Wednesday marks the official start to Congress with a prominent keynote speaker and fascinating award honorees. On Thursday night, for our Education Awards evening, we honor the Outstanding Teacher of American History, DAR Good Citizens, and introduce the National Outstanding Junior as we celebrate all state winners and national finalists. Service to America night on Friday is always fun at the hotel, with committee displays, service projects, and a keynote presentation. The final night of Congress on Saturday is our National Defense Night, a powerful evening that honors our active duty military personnel and veterans, as well as outstanding civilians who dedicate their energies to supporting these brave men and women. These ceremonies at Constitution Hall are preceded by concerts by the renowned military bands from each branch of service, each on a different night. After the concerts, the ceremonies begin with a grand processional of DAR dignitaries and pages, carrying flags from every state and each country in which we have units overseas. The climax of the processional is when the President General is the final person to walk down the aisle. Make sure to look up at the ceiling for an exciting surprise. Amazing speakers from past Congress ceremonies have included the U.S. Secretary of Defense, an internationally known journalist, an entertainment icon, a Supreme Court justice, an award-winning movie screenwriter, an astronaut, and renowned historians, just to list a few. Many national DAR awards are presented to outstanding individuals and groups during the evening ceremonies. The winners will make you laugh, cry, and feel inspired by the work they do for our country. Special entertainers also provide uplifting performances. The evening ceremonies are wonderful and make you truly proud to be a DAR member. Attending Continental Congress in Washington, D.C. is a beautiful experience, one that I hope all of you will share, whether it's this year or another year. I hope you've enjoyed this webinar about Continental Congress. Special thanks are extended to Donna Michelle Santos-Staven. Donna originally created this webinar in March 2012, and the majority of it remains her work. Updates have been made to reflect changes in Continental Congress.
Welcome to the webinar, Protocol in the DAR World. I am Karen Gerard, National Chair of the Protocol Committee. It is my pleasure to serve during the Van Buren administration. The Protocol Committee was confirmed as a special committee in 1971. In 1977, it became an administrative committee. During this webinar, members will learn why the National Society has protocol and how it evolved. Topics include DAR organization, common courtesies, endorsements, electing delegates and alternates, voting, DAR order of precedence, introductions, procession and recessionals, receiving lines, and seating. Knowledge of proper protocol will instill in members and leaders the ability to participate confidently. Protocol may be defined as the ceremonial forms and courtesies that are established as proper and correct, and as the proper etiquette for recognizing and honoring those in positions of leadership. The National Society established their protocol order after consultation with the State Department of the United States, which bases the order by position, not by individual wishes. We have DAR protocol for wearing the insignia, dress protocol, U.S. flag protocol, meeting ritual protocol, and much more. The fundamental principles of protocol are dictated by ethics, courtesy, good manners, and common sense. The official procedure and protocol document is a web-published how-to manual and is available on the Protocol Committee page of the members' website. The President General is the highest ranking officer of the National Society and is the only individual who can speak on behalf of the National Society. She is the honored guest at any DAR function and should always be given the place of honor. Should the President General designate another national officer as her official representative for an event, that officer is accorded the place of the President General. The state regent is the highest ranking officer in her state organization or state society and is the only individual who can speak on issues related to her state organization or state society. Article 9 of the National Society bylaws lists the national officers and the state regents as members of the National Board of Management. There are two types of national officers, executive officers and vice presidents general, all of whom are elected by vote at Continental Congress. The 12 executive officers form the executive committee and were asked by the candidate for President General to run as a candidate for executive office to serve in her 3-year administration. There are 21 vice presidents general, 7 in each of the 3 classes. Each year at Continental Congress, 7 vice presidents general are elected, each to serve a 3-year term. The senior group of vice presidents general is the 7 who are completing their 3-year term of office. The newest elected group is listed last when listing all 3 classes. Within each class, the vice presidents general are listed according to the votes received at election. The first one listed receives the most votes, and the 7th one listed received the fewest votes. Regardless of the ranking within the class, each has an equal vote on the National Board of Management. There are 53 state regents who serve on the National Board of Management. These state regents are elected by their respective state organization or state societies and represent the 50 states, the District of Columbia, Mexico, and France. In the absence of her state regent, a state vice regent may attend and serve on the National Board of Management with the approval of the President General. The position of parliamentarian is an appointed position and would have reserved seating with state or chapter chairman for social events or meals. For business sessions, the parliamentarian is seated to be convenient to the presiding officer. Often, this is the first seat to the left of the lectern. If the parliamentarian has a vote, she cannot use it for verbal or standing votes, but she may participate on a ballot vote. The parliamentarian remains neutral and does not participate in discussion. The parliamentarian advises, but only the presiding officer rules. There are 2 honorary officers recognized by the National Society at the national level: Honorary President General and Honorary Vice President General. Each of these is elected by vote at Continental Congress and has a vote at Continental Congress. These honorary officers are elected for life. An Honorary President General is elected at the conclusion of her term as President General. Article 5, Section 4C of the National Bylaws authorizes 13 honorary Vice Presidents General. No 2 can be from the same state, and a prerequisite is that the candidate has served a full term as a Vice President General. Chapter bylaws determine the election of retiring chapter regent as honorary chapter regent. Otherwise, all who have served as chapter regent are listed by seniority of service, with the one who served earliest being listed first, followed by those who followed in order of the years served. Regardless of honorary chapter regent or past chapter regent, the order is still by seniority of service. Although an individual may be invited to join DAR by a local chapter, she becomes a member of the National Society first. Her application papers are verified by the Office of the Registrar General, and once approved, she becomes a member by action of the National Board of Management. Each member is assigned a national number, which is always hers and never will be assigned to another person. Should she resign and decide to reinstate as an active member, her original number is reactivated as her national number. The last national number given to a member is always included in the Registrar General's report to the National Board of Management. This number reveals the number of women who have joined DAR since it was founded in 1890. Next, we will cover when you should rise as a sign of respect. At a DAR function, it is customary for members to rise as a sign of respect for the office when the President General or her state region is presented and at the entrance of the processional. If the President of the United States or the Governor of the state is present, the audience should rise when he or she is introduced or when communications from the President or the Governor are read. Members should also rise during the reading of an official greeting from the President General to a state conference, but it is not customary to stand when the President General's message is read at a chapter meeting. The state delegation should rise briefly when the state regent comes forward to give her report at Continental Congress, and at the memorial service when the state is called. Members rise when their state region is presented at her state conference or when a guest at a chapter function. When a state region is introduced as one of the group of state regions present, as at a DAR school functions, it is not necessary for a member in attendance to rise when the state regent of her state is presented. The chapter delegation should rise briefly when the chapter regent is called upon for her report at state conference and at the memorial service when the chapter is called. When a DAR member is attending a joint DAR and SAR function, the members of each society would wear his or her pins and sashes. When a DAR member is attending a SAR function as a wife or friend of a SAR, she does not wear her DAR insignia and sash. When a DAR member is invited to represent her society as a participating guest at a SAR function, she would wear her DAR insignia and sash. Participating guests would be as a speaker or as the official representative for the state regent. Now, if that is the case, the state regent would have asked the DAR member to represent her and also notified the SAR presiding officer. If the President General or the state region is presented at a SAR event, DAR members in attendance would not stand. Next, we will cover endorsements and voting. The national bylaws, Section 2A of Article 6, designate that a candidate for Vice President General shall be endorsed by ballot at a state conference where she holds membership. This is the only office in the National Society which requires a candidate to be endorsed by ballot. Other endorsements for any office are courtesy endorsements and not required. If a courtesy endorsement is offered for a candidate for executive office, the endorsement may name the office for which a candidate is running, but cannot name a ticket or the person heading the ticket. For state conference, all honorary state regions of the state, state officers, chapter regents, and a national executive officer who is not included in these three categories has a vote. Honorary presidents general and honorary vice presidents general who are members in the state are usually honorary state regents and have a vote. Chapters should elect as delegates members who are not already granted a vote by virtue of elected office. A past national executive officer who is not an honorary state regent or a chapter regent has a vote only if elected as a chapter delegate. Note that your state bylaws take precedence on the specification of those who are eligible to vote by virtue of office. When it is the appropriate time to elect delegates to State Conference and Continental Congress, your chapter members should consider the list of those eligible to vote by virtue of office. Delegates are elected at a regular chapter meeting, and the credential forms for both State Conference and Continental Congress need to be properly completed and submitted by the deadlines specified on the forms. The most important thing is that the chapter has voting representation at State Conference and at Continental Congress. Next, we will cover the order of precedence. One of the primary concerns of the Protocol Committee is the order of precedence for elected and appointed levels. Elected officers outrank appointed positions. National positions outrank state positions with the same designated office or appointment. Both national and state positions come before chapter officers and appointments. DAR order of precedence is listed in the DAR Handbook and National Bylaws, as well as on the DAR members' website in the Official Procedure and Protocol document. These documents are a valuable tool to assist you with introductions, seating for business sessions, meals, evening functions, processionals, recessionals, and receiving lines. There are many times you may be faced with a situation that does not fit the order of precedence. Then you should use common sense, good judgment, and do what you think is right. Consult with your state regent when in doubt. We will now cover introductions, processions, recessionals, receiving lines, and seating. A past National Executive Officer and a past Vice President General are introduced in her state according to when she served as state regent. In the state, an honorary state regent outranks a past national officer title. The rank of honorary state regent is considered an active position for life and gives her a vote at her state conference by virtue of her office. Her past national executive office or past vice president general position does not carry a vote at her state conference. An example of her introduction would be Jane Doe, honorary state regent, past chaplain general, and past vice president general. For chapter meetings, introductions and seating are the order in which your chapter officers are listed in your chapter bylaws. State officers are recognized in the order they are listed in the state bylaws. At a regular chapter meeting, chapter officers are not introduced. Each is recognized if she has a report. If time permits, at a special meeting such as Constitution Luncheon, chapter officers may be recognized, but this is not required. The pages carrying the flags should lead formal processions. First, the flag of the United States of America, followed by the state flag and the DAR banner. The order of precedence for those in the processional is the reverse of that for receiving lines, except during a business session when the parliamentarian should be at her place before the processional begins. At Continental Congress and at national DAR functions, the President General enters last. In her state, the state regent enters last. Recessionals are led by the pages retiring the flags. If it is a national DAR function, the President General leads first, followed by the others in reverse order of entering. If it is a state DAR function, the state regent leads first, followed by the President General, if present, then the others in reverse order of entering. Receiving lines do not have to include everyone with the title, but if you include one individual from a category, it is appropriate to include all others within that category. For example, if you include one national chair in a receiving line, all other national chairs present should also be included. Receiving lines should be as short as possible. It is helpful to have a trained hostess or pages assigned to help move the guests quickly and politely through the line. At a state meeting, official out-of-state guests not in the category of visiting state regent are placed just after the visiting state regent category, according to rank. Seating at a head table is planned by assuming the hostess or presiding officer is standing behind the table facing the audience. The order of precedence is then used to plan the correct placement of those to be seated at the head table. At a business session at state conference, the first seat to the left of the lectern would be the parliamentarian. After seating the President General and the parliamentarian, seating is assigned alternating left and right according to order of precedence. Honorary President General, National Executive Officer, Vice President General, Honorary Vice President General, Honorary State Regents, Visiting State Regents, alphabetical according to state, active state officers in order of official listing as in state bylaws. At a business session, the active state officers need to be seated convenient to the main microphone. Honorary state regents could be seated on the first row to the right of the state regent or at a front center table. Visiting state regents can be interspersed with the honorary state regents on the first row or center table. The hostess or presiding officer is seated at the center to the right of the lectern. The state regent is seated to the right of the hostess or presiding officer. The President General is seated to the right of the state regent. The first seat to the left of the lectern would be the parliamentarian if this was a business session, or should be the highest ranking national officer from the state, executive officer or vice president general. Then you alternate right to left with your guest, then your state officers. Or if your state has a tradition of including the honorary state regents on the platform or at the head table, they would be seated before the state officers, alternating right to left according to seniority of service. Hopefully this webinar on DAR Protocol has been enlightening and helpful. We will end with a few helpful reminders. Guests are introduced in descending order of rank. There is only one presiding officer. Address that person only. A presiding officer does not applaud. Remove glove from right hand before placing hand over heart while reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and singing the national anthem. It's customary to wear gloves while receiving. The presiding officer will set the example. At a luncheon, wait for the presiding officer to raise her fork before you begin eating. Finally, if all else fails, rely on your common sense and good judgment. Refer questions to the state or national protocol chair.
Welcome to Navigating Membership in All Types of Weather. I am Yvonne Lizaire, National Chair of the Membership Committee. Today's webinar includes information regarding remote meetings and socials, but these tools can be used regardless of the climate at the time. For example, sometimes your year starts off like this. Then halfway through, you realize this is what the year has turned into, and adjustments need to be made to your membership plans. So it's important to be flexible and have a few alternative plans up your sleeve just in case. Let's start with keeping our members engaged. This helps when recruiting a prospective member or retaining existing chapter members. Make sure programs and events are interactive, allow for participation, are of interest and engaging to the members, and allow anyone and everyone in the chapter to get involved. Some other tips include: have a team of members communicate with each other. Reach out to the woman and find out how she is and what is going on in her life. Pay attention and take notes. For some members, the chapter is her only sense of community, and a call from a chapter member can make a difference. Chapters always have business to complete, but make sure to have some social time before or after the meeting. Don't let meetings be the only connection remote users have to the chapter. Take it a step further. Go beyond the business by having social events. Make the business part fun. Call your committee chairs to come up with programs and/or activities. Take a look at the CMR and use it as a guide. Think outside the box. Use this to not only engage, but to recruit as well. In-person and remote meetings and activities have their limitations. Not everyone will be able to attend or willing to attend. Know your audience. Find out what they prefer and put it into your plans. Be as inclusive as possible and respect members' choices to attend chapter events. If having in-person meetings, be sure to find and follow the guidelines of your local government. When introducing electronic meeting and events to your chapter, make sure not to overdo it. Sometimes scheduling too many events can become overwhelming. If planning remote events, consider the length of the event. Sitting at a computer for 2 hours can sometimes feel longer than attending an event in person. Make sure the event is upbeat, attendees are engaged, and encourage participation. Respect the time of others by staying on topic and starting and ending the event on time. Now, we've identified ways to keep members engaged, but simply engaging members does not mean they will not leave the chapter. It takes a bit more to retain your members. Each year, we give members the opportunity to ask themselves if their membership is worth the cost of dues. We do so, hoping the chapter has provided enough throughout the year that each member eagerly answers with an enthusiastic yes by paying her dues on time with a bit of a donation. Chapters may find it helpful to identify what their members find of value in their membership, especially their new members. Have you discovered the value of your chapter yet? Engaging members and recruiting new members definitely helps in raising that value. Many chapters have a mixture of active, semi-active, remote, and invisible members. What are invisible members? Those that pay their dues each year but never attend an event. Regardless of their category, each member is of importance to the chapter. All are investing in your chapter, meaning they find value in what we do. Get to know who they are and find various ways to connect with them. It could be as simple as creating a pen pal group, sending a newsletter, or having a remote event. Avoid and manage chapter member burnout by spreading the workload around. Bringing in new members each year help make that happen. Encourage a healthy balance of life and member volunteering. Also, make sure to recognize and support your volunteers. What happens if a member becomes burned out? To avoid losing her, give her a break from everything for a while. Wait until she approaches the chapter to become more involved again. If that's taking too long, invite her to serve as a greeter during a meeting or an advisor to a committee chair. Make sure she knows she's still appreciated. Don't let your members in committees plan their work in silos. Encourage teamwork amongst committees and members. Not only do many hands make for a light load and encourage creativity, but they also create camaraderie and engage members. Consider holding family-friendly events. That doesn't have to be each meeting, but it could be an event that allows families. A socially distant outdoor event such as a walk or a BYOP, bring your own picnic. Maybe some are more interested in pets. How about a proud display of pets through video conference or having a family pet parade down the neighborhood street for no reason other than having fun? One thing that raises the value of chapter for members is to remind them of the good work done over the year. Celebrate your chapter successes. Discuss how it was successful and who was affected by your actions. Take some time to have your chapter yell out, "Yay, us!" It's always a good idea to check in with the members to see how they are feeling about the chapter experience. Sometimes it's hard to read the room, especially when we haven't seen each other in person for quite some time. Ask for feedback, read it, and take action. It is so important to a member who is paying her dues to feel that she is listened to, respected, and her ideas are being considered and possibly used. One of the super great things about DAR is it being an organization that is non-political. So many members welcome the break from the world to attend a DAR event. Make sure to create a safe space for your members, a positive place where they can share their interests with other members free of judgment and concern. During due season, we see a large number of resignations. In order for a member to resign, she must provide the request in writing, and the registrar should keep it in the chapter files. However, just because the request was received does not mean the member should be immediately resigned. Set aside some time to visit the member by phone or email and find out why. Is she moving? Assist in finding her a chapter by contacting the state membership chair or using the chapter locator on the NSDAR website. Did she say she is resigning because she doesn't have time for DAR? Well, she has hit the jackpot because there are no time requirements for being a member. As a matter of fact, that's the beauty of DAR. It can be as much or as little as you would like. Does she currently have financial concerns? That can be a real issue for members living on a fixed income, experiencing unemployment in their household, or other issues. Meet with your chapter for a general discussion regarding assistance for these members. If your chapter already has bylaws or standing rules in place, that's great. If not, here are a few to consider. Before starting down this road, it is best to amend bylaws or standing rules if the membership renewal will be using chapter funds. Make sure the bylaws and/or rules are very detailed and clear. Also, when using any of these ideas, it is important to maintain a member's privacy as much as possible. Offer a dues payment program. Members can pay a small amount monthly over a set period of time so that the total amount is paid by the deadline. A variation of this option is for the chapter to pay the member's dues up front and the member pays back a small amount monthly. That means the chapter should have enough funds to cover this up front. Start your membership renewal process earlier in the year. Sometimes collecting dues in the fall clashes with other expenses such as back to school. Some chapters begin collecting at the last meeting before the summer. Collecting dues early can lessen the strain on the treasurer. Request donations to start a Sunshine Fund by adding donations line to your renewal form or just making an announcement at a meeting. A Sunshine Fund is used to assist fellow members that may be going through a rough patch financially. It is very important the rules of distribution from this fund be included in chapter bylaws and/or standing rules. Ask for sponsors. While keeping the member's name anonymous, the chapter can ask for donations to sponsor a member or at least a portion of her dues. Many members are willing to do this, and it costs the chapter nothing. Members are dropped for non-payment in the beginning of March. It never hurts to try once more to save a member before she is dropped. The chapter regent can send her a card or a short note stating the chapter will miss her as a member. Offer to set up a call or send a survey to find out why she dropped. There is a possibility the reason she is leaving can be turned around. If the member drops, follow up with a newsletter or a short note letting her know what the chapter is doing and invite her for an event. Let her know the door is never closed. When looking for a way to boost membership numbers rather quickly, we always recommend starting with the low-hanging fruit. Family members, friends, and coworkers are women considered low-hanging fruit because they are women we know and feel comfortable approaching. There's also a good chance we know about their families and the possibility of them having a patriot in their family. Former members are the easiest to add. They only need to pay dues and a $10 reinstatement fee. The trick is to get them to agree to come back. Chapters can use the chapter list and e-membership to pull inactive members from 2010 forward. Try having a remote social or sending them a catching you up newsletter to let them know how much your chapter has done since they became inactive. When is the last time your chapter or state has looked at the PMD? This is a list of women who have reached out to DAR to let us know that they are interested in joining our organization. Go through the list of women and see how many applications can be submitted from this group. Remember to keep these women involved in chapter activities. Does your chapter or state have public social media sites? Consider purchasing an advertisement to call attention to your social media site and, hopefully, grab the interest of potential members. If interested in using social media advertising, it is important to keep the account active and the posts interesting. Community message boards can be physical or virtual. Why not post to both, inviting women to learn more about DAR and what your chapter or state does for the community? Local libraries and historical societies often offer online programs and are sometimes looking for content to share. Providing a program is a great way to advertise your chapter or state society, provide a service to the community, and possibly obtain future members. While we are discussing recruitment and low-hanging fruit, this is a great time to visit the Legacy program. There have been many questions about the program and much excitement about the pen. Hopefully, this will answer some of your questions. This is the Legacy pen. All members with Legacy status on their e-membership profile are eligible to purchase the pen from the DAR Insignia store. Members may check for pen availability on the NSDAR website. Legacy designation is determined by the DAR Genealogy Department. In order to qualify for the Legacy program, a prospective member must link to a member's application on the second or third generation on page 3 of the prospective member's application while using the same Patriot. The Genealogy Department will automatically add the Legacy program designation to both the member and the new member's account once the PM becomes a member. Or members may request a retroactive Legacy program designation by emailing legacy@dar.org if she or a family member linked to an existing member's application, active or inactive, in the second or third generation on page 3 using the same Patriot. All inquiries regarding qualification for Legacy designation must be made to legacy@dar.org. It is important to know your resources when planning any event. Here are a few sites that could be used. This is a fantastic resource on the DAR Leadership Training Committee page on the members website that provides information on remote meetings and socials. YouTube is a great free resource to find educational videos that are short enough to be used for an activity or a program. Just make sure to use a video from a reputable source and verify the information being presented is accurate. There are plenty of great videos available from DAR, the Department of Defense, the Smithsonian Institute, and many more. PBS has a full catalog of videos and shows that can be viewed for free. Members can watch the program before a meeting discussion, or a viewing can be shared on video conference. Local, state, national, and worldwide history and culture shows can be found there. Did you see the President General's announcement of the We Can Do It membership challenge? Each chapter is being challenged to add at least 2 members through application and/or reinstatement between now and the end of the year. That means she must become a member by the December Board of Management. Of course, paper or e-app can be used. However, all applications must be in the hands of the Genealogy Department by November 16th. Applications received after that date are not guaranteed to be reviewed in time for the December Board of Management. The DAR Genealogy Department recommended paper apps be mailed as early as possible in order to make the deadline. Applications with issues such as pre-letters or errors may not be approved by the December Board of Management despite the time it is received. All chapters meeting the challenge will be recognized during the 130th Continental Congress. Chapters that have met or exceeded the challenge will be listed in the Brightest Star newsletter and on the membership committee webpage. I hope some of these items in this webinar will help all chapters be successful. I just want to take some time to thank you, ladies, for being the superheroes that you are and to thank you for all you do. We appreciate your efforts and know that you will be successful. Can we do it? Yes, we can.
Welcome to the Preserve, Protect, Promote, Saving Our History and Heritage Through Historic Preservation webinar. I am Leslie Miller, National Chair of the Historic Preservation Committee, and I'm excited to share information about this important committee, including some new initiatives with you. Historic preservation, it's what we do. Historic preservation has been the mission of NSDAR from the beginning. As early as October 1891, with only about 1,800 members, the National Society began discussing the need for a permanent home, a place for assembly, to conduct business, and a place to secure and protect records and valuable artifacts. History is essential to democracy, and it is up to us to preserve our nation's history for future generations. Sharing our mission with the public and promoting historic preservation in our communities is necessary and should be a part of the work of each and every chapter. Be an advocate in protecting historic sites and properties. Important sites can fall into obscurity and become neglected. Raising awareness of the importance of sites that tell the story of our community's history can lead to a more informed public and enhanced appreciation for its significance. But preservation is not limited to sites. It also includes historical records and our material culture or artifacts that tell our story. Work to preserve sites, historic records, and historic artifacts through proper conservation and care. Seek professional advice on best practices for conservation and partner with museums and preservation organizations to do it correctly. Learn the best methods and protocols for preservation. Use best practices and be good stewards of the legacy. We can do it. DAR has always set high standards. Historic preservation is not just about the restoration of historic buildings or sites, but also includes historical artifacts, furnishings, documents, paintings, and textiles can be damaged by neglect. Overexposure to light and the environment can cause these to fade or be bleached. Excessive heat, temperature variations, or humidity will cause damage too. Varnish on paintings will turn brown over time. Consult preservation and museum experts for proper care and conservation protocols. Be good stewards of what you own. Promote historic preservation. Raise public awareness through recognizing outstanding efforts with DAR Historic Preservation Medals and recognition awards. Work with local entities to secure a DAR Historic Preservation grant to further their work. Volunteer at local historic sites, museums, and archives. Be a part of preservation. Share the message through programs and events. Set an example and keep historic preservation front and center and on the minds of everyone. The Historic Preservation Committee, established in 2008, seeks to honor the nation's heritage, preserve it for the future, and celebrate our rich history. NSDAR offers historic preservation grants, formerly the Special Projects Grants, historic preservation medals, and the Historic Preservation Recognition Awards, historic preservation project contests, historic preservation sites and properties database, resources and tools to help chapters carry out the work. Historic preservation grants are a new part of this committee. Through the Historic Preservation Grants Program, NSDAR provides financial support for local community projects which exemplify the Society's historic preservation mission. $250,000 in grants will be awarded annually to support historic preservation in our communities. The maximum award will be $10,000, and smaller projects are encouraged. In order to assure ultimate completion of the project, all other funding beyond that requested via this grant must be already firmly secured. Matching funds are required. projects should be tangible and long-lived with lasting historic preservation benefit. All grants must be sponsored by a DAR chapter or state organization. Examples of projects considered for grant funding include restoration of historic buildings, digitization or preservation of documents and records, preservation of historical items, erection of new or rededication or relocation of existing historical sites markers, cemetery headstone and monument conservation. The grant forms and detailed instructions can be found on the DAR members' website. The National Vice Chairman administers the grant process. Past historic grant recipients include conservation of a rare 18th century silk dress owned by Eliza Pickney by the Charleston Museum. The $5,000 grant was sponsored by the Eliza Lucas Pickney chapter in South Carolina, who ultimately raised more than $23,000 for this project. The Piankashaw chapter NSDAR in New Albany, Indiana, received a $7,000 grant in the 2015-2016 cycle. The chapter owns the historic Scribner House, which was purchased in 1917 from member Harriet Scribner. After her death, the house was opened as a museum to celebrate the Scribner family and their part in local history. The house, built in 1814, is the oldest in New Albany and was in need of a new roof to safeguard against damage to the newly restored interior. After Hurricane Katrina, the former New Orleans Mental Health Center in Algiers, Louisiana, was scheduled for demolition. On the building's facade was a mosaic mural over 50 feet long, crafted in 1963 entirely of stone by artist Conrad Albrizio. It features an idyllic depiction of life as it should be, filled with friends, fun, and happy fantasy, and designed to bring joy to those who frequented the facility. The mosaic was removed in 2009 and had been in storage ever since. The Louisiana State Society, NSDAR, was involved in Phase 4 of the project to restore the mosaic to its former glory. A $10,000 grant from NSDAR provided funding to enable the conservator to create flat plane casting panels to embed the stone tiles in new material, bond it to aluminum honeycomb panels, and create portable panels so the mosaic could be transported and installed at the State Museum when the restoration was completed. Go to the DAR members' website for more information and guidelines and application forms. The DAR public website also has information and application forms. You may contact the Historic Preservation Grants Vice Chair at hpgrants@nsdar.org with any questions. There are several ways to recognize significant preservation work in your community. The Historic Preservation Medal recognizes and honors a person who has done exemplary work over a long period of time in establishing a historic district, preserving a local landmark, restoring or preserving objects of historic cultural significance, or establishing or participating in oral history projects. Youth leadership and education as it pertains to historic preservation at the regional, state, and/or national level. This is the highest honor awarded by the National Society for Historic Preservation. This non-competitive award is administered by the National Chair with no timeline for applications. If the application is successful, the National Chair will send a letter of approval to notify the chapter or state society that it may purchase a Historic Preservation Medal directly from the official jewelers, and a certificate will be sent by the Office of the Reporter General. The National Chair can be reached at darhistoricpreservation@gmail.com. The Historic Preservation Recognition Award recognizes and honors an individual or group that has done recent remarkable volunteer work at the community level. The award may be presented to DAR members and non-members and recognizes achievements in all areas of historic preservation. buildings, landmarks, monuments, cemeteries, historic districts, statues, museum collections, manuscripts, documents, and archival materials. It also includes writing or compiling and publishing books on historic preservation projects, historical properties, genealogical and courthouse records, and photography collections, as well as compiling oral histories and serving as historical guides, interpreters, or docents. This award may be presented by state societies or chapters and is administered by the National Vice Chair Historic Preservation Recognition Award. This is a non-competitive recognition award with no timeline for applications. Once the applicant has been approved by the National Vice Chair, she will send a letter of approval for the purchase from the DAR store of a pin and certificate. The purpose of the Historic Preservation Contest is to recognize and honor an NSDAR chapter or state society that has completed an outstanding project in historic preservation. Projects could involve preserving a historic site, landmark, historic district, or property, all of which may be publicly, privately, or DAR owned. The project must be sponsored by an NSDAR chapter or state society and have been completed in the past 2 years. The Historic Preservation Project Contest is administered by the National Vice Chairman. After the entries are judged, states send their first place winners to the division level. Non-DAR judges should be used both at the state and division level. Division first place winners are forwarded to the National Vice Chair. Division level winners are given certificates by their respective division chairs. National first, second, and third place chapter and state society winners are determined by non-DAR judges, and certificates are presented at Continental Congress each year. Some examples of past Historic Preservation Project Contest winners include the Justice Bell Restoration by the Pennsylvania State Society. The Justice Bell, on display in the Valley Forge Memorial Bell Tower at Valley Forge Historical Park in Pennsylvania, is an exact replica of the size of the original Liberty Bell. This bell dates to 1915, when it was commissioned by Catherine Wentworth Rauschenberger of Pennsylvania to call attention to the fight for women's suffrage. She had "Established Justice" added to the inscription. The bell became a symbol of women's suffrage and traveled 5,000 miles throughout Pennsylvania and was used in rallies in Chicago and Washington, D.C., beginning in 1915. The bell has been displayed in the Valley Forge Memorial Bell Tower since the 1920s. Pennsylvania Daughters recognized the need to restore the bell and refurbish the cast iron A-stands and replace the wooden yoke. The Pennsylvania State Society committed to the $16,000 restoration and achieved this with a matching grant from NSDAR. New signage was installed describing the history of the Justice Bell and acknowledging the involvement of the Pennsylvania State Society DAR and the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution. The Adam Holliday Chapter Daughters of the American Revolution completed major restorations at the Holliday Burial Ground in 2016. Dating back to the 1700s, this cemetery holds the remains of Revolutionary War patriot Adam Holliday and members of his family. A total of 6 Revolutionary War patriots are buried there. Markers had been vandalized, knocked over, and were strewn across the cemetery. Gravestones were restored, aligned, and cleaned. A 1938 DAR marker was refurbished. This project was a collaborative effort with other community partners. The Bethel Fife and Drum chapter raised $10,000 in less than 5 months to restore a classroom in the historic Bethel Township School, which was built in 1905. Now owned by the Bethel Park Historical Society, plans were developed to turn the historic building into a community hub known as the Schoolhouse Arts and History Center. The chapter agreed to sponsor the renovation of one of the classrooms. Other community partners also collaborated on this preservation effort. In return for the DAR chapter's support, The center agreed to provide a permanent meeting place for the chapter. Historic Preservation Project Contest first, second, and third place national winners are recognized during the Historic Preservation Luncheon at Continental Congress. Submit your projects using the application form and make plans to attend the event. Since 1890, the National Society, DAR, along with DAR chapters and state societies, have been involved in the preservation of sites and properties. The Historic Sites and Property Preservation Project catalogs all NSDAR sites and properties and determines the condition and tourism availability of each. Location, funding, historical significance, historical designations, promotional material, and availability information are needed for each site and property. Also requested are photographs in high resolution. The Historic Preservation Committee requests that state societies and chapters fill out the NSDAR Historic Sites and Property Report Form for properties not already included and submit to the National Vice Chair. The information from the reports will be added to the existing database and to a map of the United States showing the location of each site or property and giving a description. Members are encouraged to explore this map on the DAR members website. Locate properties in your state or in places you might want to visit. The National Vice Chair Sites and Properties Database and the National Vice Chair Site and Property Database Webmaster are responsible for keeping the database current. The involvement ranges from outright ownership of the properties to contributing and to maintenance and participation in governance or oversight. There is a wide array of such valuable historic resources: buildings, rooms, monuments, cemeteries, forests, landmarks, trails, and so forth. Many are open to the public and can serve as testaments to the continued work of DAR. Cultural heritage tourism is widely recognized today, and many DAR properties can enrich a travel experience. Why not plan to visit one of these historic sites on your next trip? Use the map on the website to chart your course. Check the committee page on the members' website for resources and helpful tools. So how do you get started? Search for online resources. Both the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the National Park Service, to name a few, provide abundant information. Your state historic preservation offices will also have state-focused projects that tie into some of the national initiatives. The field of cultural heritage tourism may also has many ideas. Regularly read area magazines. These can give you news of worthy historic preservation projects and individuals to recognize. Become involved with historic preservation organizations. When chapter members work individually with historic preservation organizations in their areas, the result can be valuable contacts and new ideas. You can learn a lot from professionals and possibly identify ways to partner with them on projects. Award the Medal and the Recognition Award. Have a ceremony to present these awards. Invite honored guests such as city officials, and be sure to notify the media. Publicize your event. This could result in increased applications for membership. Consider scheduling the ceremony to coincide with another appropriate community event. Frame and mat the certificate and medals for a handsome presentation. Awardees will be more likely to display them. If you are unable to frame them, be sure to use a certificate folder from the DAR store. Develop an historic preservation plan for your chapter. With just a little planning, you may be able to identify ways your chapter can become more involved with historic preservation in the coming months and years. See the checklist for developing a chapter plan for historic preservation on the website. Host an historic preservation program or symposium. Engage the public in the DAR mission of historic preservation, and share your enthusiasm by inviting professionals and expert speakers. Great projects often start small. Don't be afraid to jump in and take on a project or nominate a worthy group or person for an award. In summary, embrace our mission. Be a leader in your community. Set an example and educate the public about the importance of historic preservation. There are many ways to be involved. Promote the historic preservation grants by partnering with a community organization to apply, or consider a grant for a chapter or state-owned property. Recognize the good work of others with the Historic Preservation Medal or Recognition Award. More details and the associated forms can be found on the DAR members' website, as well as contact information for the Historic Preservation Committee Chair and Vice Chairs. Rise and shine for historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We have received some questions that I would like to pose to you, and maybe you could just answer those.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Okay, so the first one is, can you please comment on attributes that will help award applications and grants fall within reach and be successful?
Sure. Regarding the Medal and Recognition Award, be sure that the service is a volunteer service and not based on a paid position or related to for-profit work, and be sure to fully detail the work and quantify the results. The Historic Preservation Medal is the highest honor and is awarded for significant contributions over a period of time with significant long-term impact. Grants should be for projects that have a lasting impact and cannot be requested to fund a program or event.
Okay, great. Next question. Can a DAR historic marker be placed on a building that has been moved from its original location?
Well, actually, this is a question for the Office of the Historian General. They approve marker applications and maintain a file of previously approved DAR markers, so I would defer that question to them.
Okay, fair enough. Next question. May a state organization apply for an historic preservation grant for a project that supports a state regent's project?
Unfortunately, no. While a state can sponsor a grant for a project, they cannot request a grant to support a state regent's project.
All right. Does the sponsoring chapter complete the grant application?
Let's see. The organization that's requesting the grant that you're working with must complete the application. They must provide the required documents and show that matching funding has been acquired, and they sign the application. But the chapter or state also includes the sponsorship letter.
Okay, great. Does the committee have any printable handouts?
Yes. There is a flyer promoting the historic preservation grants that can be found on the committee web pages, and a new flyer for the work of the entire committee is being developed, so stay tuned. Also, I failed to say that with us this evening we have Carol Felson, who is the National Vice Chair for Historic Preservation Grants, so she may be able to answer some of the questions that are just related to grants if there are any other ones.
Okay, I think that's it. Carol, what's your email address again?
The email for the grants is hpgrants@nsdar.org.
Welcome to the American Heritage Committee webinar. I am Diana Calloway, the National Chair. It is my pleasure to serve you during the Van Buren administration. Established as a committee in 1963, to aid and encourage the preservation of our rich American heritage in the fields of arts, crafts, drama, literature, and music. The goals of this committee were set to reflect on the objects of our society through the medium of cultural art. Almost 60 years later, the American Heritage Committee continues to use art, sculpture, crafts, fiber-based arts, the written word, dramatic interpretation, and music as venues of expression while preserving our cultural heritage. Our first national chair was Evelyn Cole Peters, an honorary state regent from the DeWalt-Mechlin chapter, Chicago, Illinois. Mrs. Peters asked the daughters to look around their communities and to organize local museums and historical societies. What better way to preserve documents, artifacts, and relics than at the local community level? As Mrs. Peters stated in her committee report from 1964, through this committee, local museums and historical societies were organized, and these will work toward the preservation of the treasures of the past. Today, we have numerous museums and historical societies. How many do you think came about from Mrs. Peters' call to action? DAR ladies across the country not only organize these societies, but today they volunteer their time and energy to maintain these historical organizations. No other committee is as dedicated to historical preservation, education, and patriotism as the American Heritage Committee. Every item we enter in our contest, every chapter or state program given, every historical society we join, everything culminates in these ideals. We educate ourselves and others across the country to appreciate and treasure the things our country has experienced and produced through our cultural arts by keeping the arts in our hearts. The patriot in each of us keeps our spirit and freedom alive for future generations. Through the American Heritage Committee contest, each daughter is allowed the freedom to perpetuate patriotism through the fields of art, crafts, sculpture, fiber arts, literature, drama, and music, thus keeping the arts in our hearts. As our first national chair, Evelyn Cole Peters, stated, we must hold fast the American past. And what better way than through historical preservation? We value and hold dear the treasures of the past. Each day we rediscover America as we learn what Americans wrote, sang, acted, and produced. We preserve these artifacts and continue this procession through time with our American Heritage Contest entries, always while keeping the arts in our hearts. Allow me to introduce you to the American Heritage team. The National Chair directs and supervises the activities of the American Heritage Committee. She prepares reports and recommends themes each year. Besides being the main line of communication between the National Chair and the Executive Board, Reporter General Cynthia Parnell is a past participant and loyal supporter of the American Heritage Committee. Our National Vice Chairs are the leaders of our American Heritage Committee contest. They secure at least 3 judges for each competition to find the national first through third place winners. The division vice chairs are instrumental in communicating with the state chairs. They are the American Heritage Committee cheerleaders and problem solvers. Our state chairs field questions, give directions, and judge the fiber arts contest at the state level before sending the first place winners to the national vice chair. Very important is the chapter chair. She promotes the committee's work at chapter meetings, spearheads chapter activities and programs, and is most important at communicating our contest deadlines and rules while encouraging the ladies to enter. Each and every member of our team is a valuable resource for our American Heritage Committee. Daughters see the American Heritage Committee contests as a way of expressing their creative skills and preserving these skills for the next generation and beyond. Many daughters participate within the 5 competitions: art and sculpture, crafts, fiber arts, literature and drama, and music. One can enter a competition by herself or with a group of daughters within her chapter, state, or family. All participants, whether working individually or within a group, must use the set theme of the contest within their entry, be an active member of the DAR, and create, compose, and complete their piece as a daughter. Each of the first, second, and third place winners in each category are eligible to purchase the American Heritage Committee's lovely pin. Our first contest is art and sculpture. In this contest, there are 13 categories: acrylic, pastels, oil, watercolor, drawing, multimedia, collage, color photography, unenhanced natural photo, color photography, computer-enhanced photo, black and white photography, sculpture, china painting, and other. All entries will be judged on originality, artistic merit, composition, technical excellence, and overall impact. Our next contest is crafts. In this contest, there are 6 categories: clay, basketry and caning, jewelry, dolls cloth, dolls fiber and other dolls, paper crafts, and other. And here is the judging criteria for our dolls category. Fiber arts is a different category in that the contest entries are sent directly to the state chair of fiber arts for judging first. After judging the entries at the state level, the first place winners are then sent to the national vice chair of fiber arts. Please note that in every other contest, the entries are sent to the national vice chair directly. Fiber arts has 12 competition categories. They are embroidery, cross stitch, needlepoint, knitting, crochet, hand quilted quilt, hand quilted wall hanging, quilt top, weaving, historic dress, which will have its own era of construction, rug making, and other. Since the deadline for the Fiber Arts contest will be different than the other contests, make sure you check with the state chair for her deadline. Literature and drama is our next contest. In this contest, there are 5 categories: poetry, 1 through 15 lines, poetry, 16 through 30 lines, fiction, short story, or narrative, nonfiction, short story, or narrative, and drama. And last but not least is our contest for music. There are only 2 categories for this contest: vocal and instrumental. So you can see that the American Heritage Committee contest has quite a variety of categories from which to choose. You can find all our information and entry form on the members' website or the NIP. Please remember to send your entry to the National Vice Chair for all contests except Fiber Arts, which will be sent directly to your state chair. The Women in the Arts Recognition Award is a non-competitive award given to recognize and honor a woman who has made significant achievements in her artistic field. As part of the American Heritage Committee, this is an art award. The application states this award is designed to recognize worthy women at the community level for outstanding achievements. This means recognition at the community level by a chapter or state society and not by the national society, as with all the other American Heritage competitive awards. This has frequently been misinterpreted as contributions to the community using their artistic talent or community service. While mentioning all the nominees have done to improve art within the local community and schools is certainly admirable, the focus of this recommendation is to identify the genre, medium, and style that makes this nominee's art worthy of the award. You can find the details and the application for this award, as well as our other contests, under the American Heritage section of the members' website and the NIP. In honor of our first national chair, the most prestigious award that a daughter or group of daughters can win within the American Heritage Committee contest is the Evelyn Cole Peters Award. This award is presented in recognition of excellence to the daughter or daughters whose entry is simply spectacular. Only a few of these awards are given each year. Daughters see the American Heritage Committee contest as a way of expressing their creative and artistic skills. At the same time, they are preserving these skills for future generations. By now you are wondering, how can I enter this contest? The first thing you need to do is choose which contest and category you will be entering. For instance, if you are a quilter, you might choose Fiber Arts as your contest and hand quilted wall hanging as your category. Once you've decided what to make, you need to think about the theme. How can my contest entry enhance or correlate with this year's theme? This is most important. You must make something that reflects the theme chosen for that year. After you have completed your original design, you will fill out the American Heritage Contest entry form. On the form, you will complete what is called a narrative, and that is simply a paragraph to 1 page explaining your design and how it relates to the theme. Then just follow the steps provided for each contest. Keep in mind, most of our contests are judged by photos, so make every photo count. Be precise, show all edges and sides. Every detail is important. After completing the entry form and requirements, you will send your package to the National Vice Chair of your contest. She will be accepting all entries from January 2nd through February 15th. Of course, remember, if you are entering the Fiber Arts contest, you will send your entry directly to the American Heritage Committee State Chair, who will have set her own deadline. All information, addresses, and entry forms can be found on the NIP or on the member's website. Continental Congress is the time the American Heritage Committee shines. On Tuesday evening from 5 to 6:30, we present the national first through third place winners with a certificate and ribbon. Each year, we have a slideshow to begin our awards presentation featuring our first, second, and third place winners and their winning entries. Our National Vice Chair of Technology and Electronic Publications will feature these same ladies in what we call our Book of Winners, which will be in paper form at Continental Congress and in electronic form on our webpage following Congress. Our goal each and every year is to honor our national winners. This year, the first place winners will be featured in a video that will be shown at the Thursday evening Education Awards night. We will also have an online gallery that will be reachable through the DAR app. These same first place winners will be invited to display their winning treasures 1 hour before our national awards presentation, and each entry into our contest is a one-of-a-kind heirloom. We look forward each year to sharing them with all daughters. Would you like to see examples of our contest winners or an example of the narrative for your entry form? Stop by our American Heritage Committee webpage. We have so much information to offer you, including our current newsletter called Let Your Light Shine. Check out our trifold brochure for more contest details. All of our information and brochures can be used by the American Heritage State and Chapter Chairs. Always check our Committee Corner article in the Daughters newsletter for detailed information and help. And if you want to keep current, please swing by our American Heritage Facebook feed. It is a private group, but all DAR members are welcome. So, how can you become involved with the American Heritage Committee? There are many unique ways in which a member or chapter can become involved in the American Heritage Committee. Let's brainstorm for a bit. Of course, there is always the American Heritage Contest. But what can you do if you aren't comfortable submitting an entry? You can schedule or present a program on American Heritage. There are many manuscript programs that have been submitted by daughters, and each program can be downloaded to a PDF format to be used for your chapter programs. These manuscripts cover all aspects of the American Heritage Committee. There are over 100 programs available to choose from, with 10 skits and plays, and here are a couple. In the Beginning, the Mayflower Compact. Lunch in the White House with Caroline Harrison. Someone's in the Kitchen. And one of my favorites, Tucker's Tavern. These programs can be found at the Office of the Reporter General and are available for download as well as ordering. Please remember, every program can be counted in your CAA and CMR report. The DAR, and in particular, your American Heritage Committee, is committed to historic preservation, education, and patriotism. It's imperative that we preserve our cultural heritage as we rise and shine for America. I would like to take just a moment to share next year's theme for our American Heritage Contest. So ladies, grab your pencils. We are thrilled this year to give you a couple extra months to work on your entry. As we look forward to the Van Buren administration's mission to honor the spirit of our revolutionary ancestors and educate the public about their sacrifices, your American Heritage Committee reflects that goal with our 2020 theme, Rise and Shine Your Light on Your Revolutionary War Patriot. Historic dress is Revolutionary Era, 1770 to 1778. Again, rise and shine your light on your Revolutionary War Patriot. Ladies, we look forward to your entries. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. We have lots of questions.
Oh, wonderful.
Let's
Can I take just a minute? And I want to thank our National Vice Chair of Technology and Electronic Publications, Christine McMahon from California. Christine is online with us, and she created this fabulous presentation for us. So thank you, Christine.
She did a beautiful job. Okay, let's
Yes.
dive right into the questions. Are you ready?
Yes.
First one, where do I find the Fiber Arts deadline?
Aha. Always contact your state chair for the Fiber Arts deadline. Remember, ladies, this is the one contest that is different than all the others. In this contest, you send your entry to your state chair rather than a national vice chair. So your state chair is the only one that can give you the Fiber Arts deadline.
Got it. Fiber Arts state chair. Okay. Next question, how do I package up my entry to send it in?
Well, the first thing I want to say is when you are packaging up your entry, you never send in the actual item. The only contest that you would actually send your item, of course, is for music, drama, and literature. Otherwise, you are only judged by photos, so never send in your actual item. National vice chairs and their judges are also asking now for a few construction photos with the detailed items of your item, detailed photos of your item. Anyway, so when you get ready to send in your entry package, it should contain 4 things. It should contain the photos, including some construction photos. It should include your thumb drive, which contains those same photos, your completed and signed entry form, and a narrative that goes along with the entry form. So it should only be those 4 things. It should just fit into a small envelope and your package should be ready to go.
Okay. What exactly is a narrative and how long should it be?
The narrative is what we call the paragraph or the explanation that will be sent with your contest entry form. On the form, it says, write a paragraph or more, but not to exceed 1 page, explaining the technique used and how your work supports this theme. This is what we call the narrative. It should not be any longer than 1 page.
Okay, so not a word count, but just a page limit.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Does everyone in a group entry sign and send a paragraph?
Everyone should sign the entry form, but there should only be 1 entry form that goes along with it, and therefore only 1 paragraph or narrative. The entry form also asks on a separate sheet of paper that you list each member of the group, her national number, and how she contributed individually to the total entry. So even though there could be many members of a group, only 1 contest entry form should accompany the entry.
Okay. Let's see, we have a ton. I'm trying to get through all of them. How will I know? Seriously, we're going to be here a while. Settle down. How will I know if my entry has been received by the National Vice Chair? Will I receive an email or?
Oh, that's a good question. Good question. If you want to know when your entry has been received by the National Vice Chair, you must include a self-addressed stamped postcard or note card with your entry. That's the only way that you'll have verification that your entry has been accepted or has been received. And I assume the state chairs are the same.
Okay, perfect. Do I send a copy of my entire entry to my state chair?
Well, of course, in the Fiber Arts contest, you would, of course, send your whole package to your state chair. But if you are entering the other 4 contests, the only thing you send to your state chair is a copy of the completed and signed entry form. We just do this as a courtesy so that your state chair will know how many daughters from her state are entering the contest.
Okay. Why are entries only received from January 2nd to February 15th? If my entry is ready early, can I send it in early?
Oh, that's a good one. Entries will be accepted no earlier than January 2nd and no later than February 15th. If you are ready to send your entry earlier, please don't do it. Hold on to it and send it either January 1st or January 2nd. Our hope is that our national vice chairs can finish up with their holiday season before being flooded with the entries. And of course, being flooded by entries is a good thing, but that's a good thing starting January 2nd. So we hope that they can hold off until then.
Okay. Where do programs on colonial or heritage gardens and gardening belong?
I think they would belong in our American Heritage. If you would take a look at the programs again on the Reporter General's webpage, like I said, we have over 100 programs, and included in those programs are colonial cookery, colonial herbs, flower arranging in colonial America. So I think colonial heritage gardens and gardenings would belong in the American Heritage Committee.
Okay. Let's see.
Is that what that question was?
I think so. It was, and how about colonial or other era fashion?
Yeah, there again, that they would, I'm assuming they're asking generally, what does it go into? We know it would go into conservation, but would it belong in the American Heritage? And yes, it would. Any of those colonial type industries would go in the colonial American Heritage Committee.
Okay.
So yes.
Can we start working on a project now to enter in next year's contest?
Oh yes, and that is why we're giving our theme early, so that they'll give you ladies some extra time. So yes, please do. Now that our theme has been released and you know what you want to work towards, please do start on your entry as soon as you can.
Great. The information, speaking of this year's theme, the information on the committee website is for last year. So will this be updated shortly?
Yes, we will. Well, it won't be updated and probably until after Continental Congress, because that is still, we are still in the time frame for the old theme. But yeah, we'll see if we can't get it done any sooner. But I think usually it's just updated after Continental Congress. But we'll see if we can do it earlier.
Okay. Is China painting still a category?
I believe it is. Did I not? Maybe I skipped right over that one. But yes, China painting is still a category.
Just making sure. Someone was just making sure.
Oh, good. Well, I could have skipped over it too.
What is the role of the State American Heritage Chair in the art contest, except for the fiber arts contest, but in the art contest, what does she do?
Well, mainly there's the one who does all the judging, as I mentioned, was the fiber arts. But as far as being the art, I assume she's talking art and sculpture. I think her job is just to encourage the ladies in her state, to enter that contest and keep them updated on the themes and the deadlines and all of that stuff. So,
yep, that sounds right to me. Is the Women in the Arts Recognition Award only for non-members, or can daughters also receive it?
Oh yes, that is open to both members and non-members. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Can a member submit a contest item as many times as she wants, especially if it A, doesn't win, and B, falls under the current year's contest theme?
Well, that's a tricky one. Can she enter it as many times as she wants? Usually we ask that the ladies, if you don't win first, second, or third, you are allowed the next year to re-enter it if it goes along with the same theme, if it correlates with the new theme. But I will do some checking on that too to make sure.
Okay, and we'll have a written transcript of the Q&A, so check back, whoever asked that question, check back when we post the Q&A next week, and you'll have a definitive answer from Diana.
There you go.
All right, next one. Can a program that is not included in the already recorded programs, like one that is written by a member in the chapter, be given? I'm assuming for credit.
Yeah, I don't see why not, as long as it, falls within American Heritage one of our headings, either colonial life, education, and preservation, yes, that would be acceptable.
Great. Do you want Rise and Shine Your Light on Your Revolutionary War Patriot actually on the quilt?
So does the
words,
theme
I think,
have to be on the quilt? No, it doesn't have to be on the quilt. But it just has to be made with that in mind, with the theme in mind. How would that quilt reflect her Revolutionary War patriot?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I get it.
Okay, good.
If your entry has been used in your chapter newsletter, are you still able to enter it in the contest?
Can you say that one again? If your entry has been used
in your chapter newsletter, are you still able to enter it in the contest?
I don't see why not.
My guess would be yes.
Yes, I think that would be acceptable.
Because I'm such an expert now on this.
Well, you should be.
Next one, if my supplemental isn't approved yet, can I still shine a light on him for the contest?
Whoa, that's a tricky one. You know, your best bet might be to go with the one that has been accepted, rather than taking a chance, even though you know that you have confidence in your supplemental. There's always that question of whether it will, how long it's going to take to be accepted. I would go with your original ancestor.
Okay. Yeah, don't take any chances.
Yeah, yeah.
Could you please repeat the 2020 theme?
Of course. Rise and shine your light on your Revolutionary War patriot. The historic dress is Revolutionary Era, 1770 to 1778. So we look at this as a time for our Revolutionary War patriots to look at their life, to look at their service. If we can find anything we can to write about them, their families, where did they live? Let's learn as much as we can about each of our Revolutionary War patriots. And that's where we should shine our light.
Great. When are the winners of the Evelyn Cole Peters Award notified?
They are notified at the same time as the national winners.
All right. Can digital images be submitted rather than on a jump drive? So I guess that would be emailed.
No, at this time, we're hoping in the future to go digital, but at this point in time, everything has to be either the 4x6 photos and a flash drive.
All right. And what size should the photos be?
4x6. And on photo paper if possible.
And is there a size of font and line spacing in the narrative guidelines?
I don't believe there is. I think just the regular 12, the Times New Roman font, but there's no requirement on that.
Okay. I like this one. If I write a song but am not a singer, can the vocals be sung by a non-DAR daughter?
Yes, I think that would be acceptable as long as you wrote it. Yes.
Coming down to the end. I sent in, how do you know what was thought of your entry? I sent in an entry and have not heard anything back.
Well, the only way that we will notify all of the, like I say, the first through third place winners, the Evelyn Cole Peters winners. So, but that's the only communication we have. We aren't able to reach out to everyone who enters the contest.
Okay. How many entries are usually entered, I guess, overall?
I don't have that right now. We're working on all the figures and all the data, but maybe at a later time I can go ahead and share that with you.
Okay. When will the theme for 2021 get announced?
Oh, not for quite a while. We'll need to get through this contest and then have our next one approved, and then we'll release it. So it'll be a while after this one.
Okay. And which category does colonial cookery belong?
Which category?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's nothing in our contest. So as far as the American Heritage programs, there's a category. If you pull up the American Heritage programs, like I say, there's one called American Heritage Colonial Life, and I'm guessing that would fit right into that one.
Perfect. Could you please repeat the years of the historic dress for Revolutionary era? We had a glitch. Someone didn't hear the last years. So 1772.
1778.
Thank you. My goodness, there's a lot. Can a member enter more than one item if it's in a different category?
Yes, if it's in a different category, she can.
All right. We have a well-known journalist in our area that specializes on writing stories about historical events in our community. Would she be considered an artist, and could she be a recipient of the Women in the Arts Award?
Yes, she sure would. Yes, writing is an art form, and yes, she could be considered. Get a hold of our Women in the Arts Recognition Award National Vice Chair, Susan Malin, and she'll help you through the process.
Okay, great. Could a photo be copied into the narrative explaining the techniques? I think, right, embedded into the narrative?
Well, I guess you could. If there was room, I guess you could go ahead and embed the photo in the narrative.
As long as it fits on the one page?
Yeah, as long as it fits on the one page, that's right.
Okay. How many Evelyn Cole Peters Award winners are there each year?
Well, it varies each year. I would assume some years we have 0, but in some years we probably have 5 or 6. This year we have 3. So it just all depends on if that very, very special item comes up in each of our contests. So
great.
Yeah, it varies.
How many photos should be submitted with an entry?
Check in the NIP or in the contest webpage. Each contest is different. So you'll have to check if you're going into, say, the art and sculpture contest, check on her webpage or check on that in the NIP, and she'll list all of her criteria, how many photos she wants, and so forth.
How many American Women in the Arts Awards have been presented?
Ooh. I'm just, yeah, I know. Oh, is that what she ever?
No,
oh boy, I don't have no
I don't
idea.
think ever. No, how many this year?
I'm guessing maybe 20 this year. Okay. That's just a guess.
May we enter more than one category each year? So for example, may I do a fiber arts piece and then also a poem for that particular theme?
Yes, you can.
So the theme you announced, is that for entries that would be submitted in January, February 2021?
Correct. Yes, that is.
If we have several daughters working, oh, this is a good one. We have several daughters working on a project. Does it have to be one patriot or several fighting in a battle not related to any of us?
Would you say that one again?
If we have several daughters working on a single project, does it have to be focused on one patriot or can it be several, for example, fighting in a battle that aren't related to any of the people working on the project?
Well, I would say that it could be several, but I would hope that they would be related to someone in the group, just in the fact that it's supposed to be your Revolutionary War patriot versus any Revolutionary War patriot. So I would hope that if it were a group of patriots that were, belong to each of the daughters.
All right. Are all the first place winners considered for the Evelyn Cole Peters Award and judged against each other?
Everyone, yes. I mean, no one is judged against each other in the Evelyn Cole Peters. Evelyn Cole Peters it's just like the best of the best. When you run across something that is just top notch, it's a very prestigious. It's a very hard one to get. It's yeah. It's just the best of the best, and it's not in any competition against anybody else. It's just when you find something that is that good, you want to give them a special award.
All right. I can guarantee I'll never win one of those. Last question. The quilt category, it says just quilt top and not a completed quilt?
Yes, that is correct. You don't have to complete it. It's the quilt top category is for those who want to, when they've got it all ready to go and then they want to send it to the long arm quilter. This gives them an opportunity to send it in and be judged before being sent off to the long arm quilter. So yes, that is correct.
All right. And that is it.
Yay.
A gazillion questions. So again, just as a reminder to everyone, the questions will be posted when the video is posted next Tuesday evening, and you'll be able to have a transcription of all the questions that were submitted. And thank you very much, Diana. This was very informative.
Thank you.
We look forward to getting all the answers in your Q&A document.
Very good.
All right, so thank you everyone and good evening.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Janet Westbrook, National Chair of the American History Committee. The purpose of the American History Committee is to promote American history throughout the year by honoring significant historical people, places, dates, and events. The three key areas of the committee include the American History Essay Contest, the Patriots in the American Revolution DAR Essay Contest, and Women in American History. Chapters are encouraged to conduct the American History Essay Contest. All students in grades 5 through 8 in a public, private, or parochial school, or those who are homeschooled, are eligible. The title and topic for this essay changes annually. Chapters may find it helpful to coordinate with other chapters in their heavily populated areas to ensure all schools are invited and not duplicated. Chapters are also encouraged to conduct the Patriots in the American Revolution DAR Essay Contest. The contest is open to students in grades 9 through 12 in public, private, or parochial schools, or those who are homeschooled. With both the American History Essay Contest and Patriots in the American Revolution DAR Essay Contest, chapters and states set their own deadlines. Keep in mind the division and national deadlines and work back from there in setting your deadline. Posters promoting the American History Essay Contest and the Patriots in the American Revolution Essay Contest are available in the Forms section of the DAR members' website or from the Office of the Historian General. The emphasis of women in American history is on the role of women, past and present, in American history. Chapters are encouraged to select a notable woman from their state or community to honor at any time during the year. Be sure to check out the extensive database on the Women in American History webpage to see the list of wonderful women honored. Several recent women honored include Native American Deb Haaland, great-great-great-grandniece of George Washington, Virginia Vanstone Crosby, Japanese immigrant Barbara Kawakami, helicopter gunship pilot Catherine Melcher, and culture and folk life herbalist Emma Dupree. The Excellence in American History DAR Award is yet another means to acknowledge excellent work and contributions in American history of students beyond the American History and Patriots in American History essay contest. Chapters may choose their own criteria and award students with a certificate and/or Bronze American History Medal from the DAR store. Please consider other activities to promote American history in your communities. For example, your chapter could schedule and present programs on American history, either on your own or consider a corresponding docent through the DAR Museum Committee in your state. Display American history posters and stickers in schools, libraries, and public buildings. Consider supporting the study of American history in schools by recognizing students for excellence in American history with certificates and medals, and share the Our Patriots beautiful coloring book with schools, youth programs, and CAR. Your chapter may brainstorm other ideas as well. Get creative and sparkle. Be sure to share your creative ideas with the American History Committee to be included in our Stars and Stripes newsletter. The DAR store provides many materials for chapters, states, and divisions to use. For example, DAR American History stickers, posters, certificates of participation, and medals are available from the DAR store. These should be ordered at least 6 weeks prior to the date of anticipated presentation. Prices are listed on the official order form. There are 2 main places to find information for this committee: the American History Committee webpage and the DAR National Handbook. The committee is organized with representation at all levels of our society. Chairs at the chapter, state, division, and national level play a vital role in this committee's efforts. The American History Committee is under the leadership of our Historian General. Anyone interested in supporting the activities of this committee through a financial contribution may consider donating to Friends of American History. Authorized in October 2003, monies collected for the fund will be used to fund cash awards and any other prizes for the American History Essay Contest and the Patriots in American History DAR Contest, both sponsored by this committee. A donation of $100 to the fund will permit the donor to be eligible to purchase the Friends of American History pin from the DAR store. This concludes the presentation of the American History Committee. We look forward to learning about all of your efforts to promote the activities of this committee. Let's celebrate Stars and Stripes forever.
Thank you, Janet. That was a great presentation and incredibly educational, especially about the essay contest. And we have had several people ask some questions. So I'm not the only person who is finding this very interesting. So let's go ahead and go to some of the questions. First of all, what are the amounts of the awards for each of your contests?
Excellent question. The American History Essay Contest and the Patriots in the American Revolution both have the same amounts. First place nationally is $1,000. Second place nationally is $500. And the third place winner receives $250.
That is fantastic, Janet. All right, we have another question coming in for you. So is the Friends of American History pin worn on the right or left side?
That's a great question too. That pin with the $100 donation can be worn on the ribbons on the left side.
We love those official pins and we love to be able to sparkle. Our ladies love those pins. Okay, here's one more for you. Does the Patriots and American Revolution topic change each year, or is it just for the American History Essay Contest?
For the American History Essay Contest, does change annually. It's new each year. But the Patriots in the American Revolution essay question does stay the same.
Fantastic. Okay. So for the women in American history, can it be somebody who has passed away?
Oh, yes, absolutely. They could be women in the past or the present. So both, as long as they meet that criteria on the web page. Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. So that means that it can be for any time period. It doesn't just have to be someone from the American Revolutionary time period.
Correct. Any time period.
Okay. And for the American History Contest, does the winner have to be attached to a chapter?
Yes, they do have to be attached to a chapter. It has to come up from the chapter through the state, through the division to get to national. So yes, they do have to have a chapter sponsoring them.
Okay. And who judges the submissions?
We get new judges each year, but we can't tell you who they are. But they do change each year, and we have 3 judges.
Okay. And is there any kind of award for adults that work to promote history?
There is not under the American History Committee. There are some awards through the Historian General's office. So you can check those out on her webpage, but not currently, although we're kind of entertaining something along the lines of the Excellence in American History for adults like we have for the children.
Well, it seems to me like some of the daughters out there listening to this one would vote yes for that. So what are the deadlines for the essay contests?
You'd think I'd have that right in front of me.
Don't worry if you don't have it at the tips of your fingertips. We will be able to post the questions and the answers to all of these questions next Tuesday, which is also when we will post this webinar.
Can I give a shout out to my national vice chairs?
Absolutely.
They are here with us tonight, even though you can't see them. Their photos are on the American History webpage, but we do have Helen Ditto. She's the National Vice Chair of the American History Essay Contest. Kathy Heyer is the National Vice Chair of Patriots in the American Revolution DAR Essay Contest. Kay Alpaugh is the National Vice Chair of Women in American History. And Debbie Cannon is the National Vice Chair of Communications and Newsletter. They have been such wonderful ladies to work with. They're just awesome.
Sounds like there are a lot of hardworking women for our national society there, so thank them very much on all of our behalfs. We appreciate them doing that. You have a national vice chair who does communications, and so that's going to bring me to a couple of questions about the Stars and Stripes newsletter. So we have a couple of daughters who are asking, how does a chapter submit their information for the Stars and Stripes newsletter?
It is on our webpage under Stars and Stripes under American History Committee. So if you forget, send it to americanhistory@nsdar.org. That's American History, spelled out one word, @nsdar.org. And we'd love to get them. So we'd love for the ladies and chapters and states to send them. So please, I'm anxiously awaiting to see what I can get there.
Well, that is fantastic. And so do we know yet, what is this year's theme for the American History Essay Contest?
It will be voted on at the October National Board of Management meeting. We have submitted it, and it will be voted on then. It's not released, though, until after Continental Congress. The reason for that is to allow the winners who do show up for Continental Congress to be recognized, let them have their moment in the spotlight, and then we release the question for next year.
Fantastic. That totally makes sense. So now where can we find the criteria for the Patriots in the American Revolution essay contest?
It's on the American History Committee page, and you take the little gray box to your right and click on Patriots in the American Revolution, and it gives you all the information that you need right there.
Okay. We have some daughters who want to know, should chapters present an award to their essay winners? And if so, is there an approved amount, or how much should the chapters give, if they give any?
The amount that you can award is really up to the chapter and state. So you can make it whatever you want. Some chapters may just award a certificate, and that's great. They may have a certificate medal and $25, $50, whatever. So it's really up to the chapter and state to set those amounts.
So now at the chapter level, who should we get to judge the essays? Can it be chapter members?
I need to verify that. I think one judge can be a DAR member. The other two have to be someone else. A lot of chapters will seek out people in their community, possibly former English or history teachers or professors in their area, lawyers and judges. So someone who's going to, have a good eye for that, pick up on the history and the English and grammar.
And do the awards and medals have to be ordered, or can a daughter purchase them, when visiting the DAR store in person in DC?
I'll have to look into that. I would think that you could purchase it there, but I don't know. So how about we know next week when you post it?
Perfect. Sounds like a great idea. So we have one daughter, and I think this will probably be our last question for tonight. Historical accuracy is listed as one of the criteria for the American History Contest. Does this mean the entrant is imagining himself or herself to be one of the actual delegates from that time period?
Yes, we are looking for historical accuracy in the essay.
Janet, thank you so much for your presentation and for sticking around and answering all of our questions. This webinar, as well as Janet's questions and answers, the script for this webinar, and all of the slides will be available next week. Here's where you can go. If you go to the DAR Leadership Training webinar library, you'll be able to find this webinar next Tuesday. And if you have any other questions, please feel free to shoot us an email and take a look at the website. We've got lots of fantastic information there. And Janet, once again, thank you so much for being here this evening. We look forward to posting this next Tuesday, and we look forward to hearing the topic for the essay contest coming out late October. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
Box full of ribbons, a toy soldier's drum, and the old chair of Mama's she rocked in the sun. Oh, the cradle abandoned is still on my mind. I'm afraid I'm still missing what we left behind. This table's too heavy, this mirror's been cracked, and the old chest of Grandpa's will just hold us back. Oh, this trail's lined with pieces of long ago times. I'm afraid I'm still missing what we left behind. And I'm not afraid of lightning or the wolf at my door. And I'm not afraid of dying all alone anymore. But when journeys are over and there's fruit on the vine, I'm afraid I'll be missing what we left
Welcome to the Constitution Week webinar. I am Holly Stone Blair, National Chair of Constitution Week. It is my pleasure to serve you during the Van Buren administration as we rise and shine for America by encouraging studies and educating the public about the Constitution. What is Constitution Week? Constitution Week was established in 1956 to commemorate America's most important document, the Constitution. Constitution Week is celebrated each year, September 17th through the 23rd. The DAR erected a structure in tribute to the Constitution of the United States. DAR Constitution Hall, a performing arts center, opened in 1929. In 1955, DAR petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th through the 23rd annually to be dedicated to the observance of Constitution Week. The resolution was signed into public law on August 2nd, 1956 by then President Dwight D. Eisenhower. What are the aims of Constitution Week? Emphasize citizens' responsibilities for protecting and defending the Constitution. Inform people that the Constitution is the basis for America's great heritage and the foundation for our way of life. Encourage the study of historical events which led to the framing of the Constitution in September 1787. As members of the Daughters of the American Revolution, it is our responsibility to keep our ancestors' legacy alive by promoting the ideas they fought so bravely to pass on to their descendants. Constitution Week is a great time to learn more about this important document and celebrate the freedoms it gave us. What can your chapter do? On September 17th at 4 p.m. Eastern, encourage everyone in your chapter to ring a bell so that they are heard simultaneously from coast to coast. Plan and participate in programs. Tour historic museums and homes. Dress in period attire. Make Constitution Week gift bags for students and celebrate with chapter Constitution Week luncheons. The possibilities are endless. Be creative. Distribute awards to students for participation during Constitution Week. Go to the Constitution Week Committee web pages to find sample awards. Many items can be found at the DAR store, such as bookmarks, the preamble, pocket Constitution booklets, and puzzles. Use your imagination. With Constitution Week materials, you can set up displays in storefronts, libraries, schools, grocery stores, and anywhere people will see them. Always seek permission to set your display and send notes of thanks. Create dolls dressed up in period attire. Hint, 19th Amendment. Use the DAR Constitution Week poster as a focal point if you do not have a lot of space. Other things you can do are obtain proclamations from local city, state, and national governments. Sample proclamations can be found on the Constitution Week Committee web pages at members.dar.org. Recite the preamble or read a Constitution Minute at each meeting monthly, beginning in September. The preamble and the Constitution Minutes can be found on the Constitution Week Committee web pages. Think of things like newspapers, radio and television spots. See examples on Constitution Week Committee web pages. Billboards on highways, signs or banners, social media posts on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and more. Here are some ideas for activities. Recite the preamble or read a Constitution Minute at each chapter meeting. March in parades. Set up information booths at fairs, libraries, and schools. Distribute American flags at naturalization ceremonies. Award outstanding leaders in your community for patriotic good deeds. Hold luncheons to celebrate your successes. Don't forget to promote the poster contest. DAR and non-DAR members are invited to participate in the Constitution Week poster contest. So, grab a pencil and your favorite highlighter and let's plan your project. For rules and more information, visit our committee web pages on members.dar.org. Here are some examples of posters saluting Constitution Week. Where can you find the tools to help make your celebration of Constitution Week a success? On the Constitution Week Committee web pages. That's where. The DAR store has some wonderful products to help commemorate and celebrate our U.S. Constitution during Constitution Week and beyond. As you can see, the daughters are embracing Constitution Week. Please join in the fun. Remember, we live the Constitution every day, not only during the week of September 17th through the 23rd. We are the people. You're ready to dive in, but where do you start? Visit the Constitution Week Committee page, join the DAR Constitution Week Facebook group, contact your state chair or division vice chair for any questions. They will be glad to answer any questions and help you get started. Have fun and enjoy your Constitution knowledge. Now, let's get out and rise and shine for America by encouraging the study of and educating the public about the Constitution of the United States.
Welcome to the DAR Magazine webinar. I am Aubrey Williams, National Chair of the DAR Magazine Committee. The DAR's American Spirit magazine is an award-winning publication. It features well-written and beautifully illustrated stories of interest to everyone who enjoys history, genealogy, patriotism, and education. The American Spirit has been nationally recognized for its outstanding feature coverage, beautiful photography, and exceptional devotion to excellence. For more than a century, the magazine has been the chronicle of our national society. Our hopes, our plans, our national heritage, and our achievements have been inscribed on its pages. Additionally, as a DAR member, your subscription holds extra value beyond the magazine itself. While the American Spirit complements the early American history featured in our DAR museum and library, its companion Daughters newsletter is a critical resource for members because it spotlights the work of the National Society and features the most exciting and timely of DAR activities across the nation. It is mailed exclusively to our members who are subscribers of the magazine. Our newsletter celebrates our organization's heritage while offering the latest news from executive officers and national committee chairs. Each issue also contains information related to headquarters, incorporating frequent updates from the Office of Development, the DAR Library, the DAR Museum, and genealogy, including a list of new ancestors as they are accepted by the NSDAR Board of Management. Did you know that your state or chapter's activities can be featured in our Daughters newsletter? Our With the Chapters and the reports of state activities are both popular features of the Daughters newsletter, and the submission of articles of interest is encouraged. High-quality photographs, especially those that are action shots, are particularly helpful. One submission per year is accepted, and there is no charge. Submissions are limited to 200 words and may be edited for space, clarity, and style. Simply send your item to newsletter@dar.org. Our states and chapters also use the Daughters newsletter for advertising. Newsletter advertising contributions qualify chapters for Chapter Achievement Award credit. Seize this chance to promote your community involvement, honor your devoted daughters, or relate the history of your part of the country with engaging, informative, and attractive ads that will be read and enjoyed by thousands of members across the country. An advertising allocation program helps balance the number of pages and income associated with each issue, and a state schedule is posted online and in most editions. Each state is assigned a specific issue and has an initial allocation of 6 full pages. However, additional pages can be requested and will be distributed as each issue is planned if they become available. For this reason, it is critical that DAR Magazine state chairs work closely with the DAR Magazine office to take advantage of these additional opportunities for possible increased advertising space. Please note that all ads must be accompanied by a completed advertising agreement form, copies of which may be found on the DAR members' website, where members will also find all other forms and complete instructions for placing an ad. Questions about DAR's newsletter advertising should be sent to magazineadvertising@dar.org. In addition to your print subscription, as a member, you have access to our digital magazine archive through the DAR members website. The archive provides members with online access to a significant historical resource. Beginning with 1892, this archive contains a wealth of information about the National Society's rich heritage from the earliest years to the 21st century. Please note, there is a delay between the print mailing and upload to the digital archive, so the print subscription is necessary to stay current. You can also view a peek into each current issue on the public DAR webpage for the magazine. Subscribing to our wonderful magazine and newsletter is easier than ever before. Visit dar.org/American Spirit to subscribe online, or call our office at 866-327-6242. Each member subscription contributes to your chapter's total percentage of magazine subscriptions for the reporting year. Chapters and state organizations are encouraged to strive for a subscription percentage of at least 30%, with a goal of 40%. In addition, chapters may now receive Chapter Achievement Award credit for their chapter regent having a current magazine subscription. Both of these goals are reflected in the Chapter Achievement Award and American Spirit contest rules. Chapter regents should encourage every member to subscribe to these wonderful periodicals. Promote the magazine and newsletter by bringing recent copies to meetings, workshops, and conferences, and urge members to subscribe or renew. Increased circulation not only helps to defray our costs, but also attracts interest from outside advertisers. Each chapter must concentrate on raising its subscription percentage. One way to do so is to purchase gift subscriptions for local libraries, schools, or senior centers. Yes, gift subscriptions count towards your chapter total. The American Spirit appeals to many readers beyond our membership, and it's our responsibility as members to promote it to the public in addition to our fellow daughters. There are so many ways that you can increase the number of magazine subscriptions for your chapter. One chapter decided that they would gift a subscription to every program speaker as a speaker's gift. Another handed out subscription information in December to encourage Christmas gifting to offices and hospitals and more. A previous DAR Magazine state chair created an informational postcard to pass out at her state society's fall forum. Other chapters purchased subscriptions to send copies overseas to deployed service members. Our beloved magazine is a wonderful addition to any coffee table, desk, waiting room, library, school, or care package. Additionally, we have created a digital display that you can download, located on the Forms section of the committee webpage. It is a PowerPoint presentation that you can display during state conferences and other meetings to encourage new subscribers. There is a wealth of forms and resources for you right at your fingertips through our DAR members website. The Spread the American Spirit contest recognizes the chapter with the highest percentage of magazine subscriptions each year. The contest is based not on how many individual subscribers you have, but on the percentage of subscribers relative to your total membership. For example, if your chapter has 100 members with 20 current subscribers, and you boost your subscription rate by 50, your total subscription percentage is 70%. If you have a chapter with 10 members and 2 current subscribers, and you get the remaining members to subscribe, your total percentage is 100%. So you see, even the smallest chapter can win big. Remember, subscriptions distributed to libraries, schools, etc. in your community could make your chapter's percentage even climb above 100%. Prizes include special ribbons, designated platinum, gold, silver, and bronze to wear during Continental Congress, discounts on the DAR store and DAR museum shop purchases, and VIP seating at Congress. The chapter with the highest subscription percentage will win the grand prize package, which includes a private tour of the President General's reception room and a group photo with the President General during Congress, as well as the chance to serve as guest editor of one issue of American Spirit by suggesting a story idea and helping to select the cover. Contest details can be accessed on the DAR Magazine committee webpage of the DAR members website. Yes, ladies, there are pins. To be eligible to purchase the Friends of the American Spirit pin, a member must first make a new $100 contribution to the DAR Magazine Endowment Fund through Friends of American Spirit using the Donations and Contributions for Special Committees and Funds form. At the same time, the member must purchase 5 new one-year gift subscriptions using the MAG 2000 form, accompanied by a check made payable to the Treasurer General, NSDAR, for the cost of 5 individual one-year subscriptions. Both forms and a separate check for each form must be submitted through the Office of Development in order to qualify to purchase the Friends of American Spirit pin. The pin may be worn on or off the official ribbon. To be eligible to purchase the Friends of the DAR Magazine pin, a member must first make a $100 contribution to the DAR Magazine Endowment Fund using the Donations and Contributions for Special Committees and Funds form, DEV 1003. The pin may be worn on or off the official ribbon. A second donation of an equal amount to a contribution fund entitles a member to purchase the Best Friend pin with a gold hanging bar to wear on the official ribbon. The bar is engraved with the name of the committee or fund and the year the donation was made. Donations to the Friends of the American Spirit or Friends of the DAR Magazine may now be sent directly to the Office Development. All individual donations should be accompanied by the DEV 1003 Donations and Contributions form. Your state and chapter will receive credit for the donation. Now, if you are a chapter regent or chapter chair who has additional questions about the DAR Magazine Committee, please contact your state chair for the DAR Magazine. If you are a state chair, please contact your division vice chair, whose contact info is provided on the committee webpage under Contact the Committee. If you have a question specific to subscriptions, you can contact our subscriptions coordinator directly at 866-327-6242 from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday, or email magazinesubscriptions@dar.org. If you have questions specific to advertising, you may call 202-879-3281 from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. I hope you have enjoyed getting to know our DAR magazine. We hope you will use this webinar, as well as our committee webpage, to get to know our American Spirit magazine and Daughters newsletter, understand opportunities to share your state and chapter stories and advertise in the newsletter, know where to access the digital magazine archive, access tools and tips to increase subscriptions to benefit your chapter in both Chapter Achievement Awards and the Spread the American Spirit contest, and use contact information for questions about the magazine and subscriptions. Thank you for your help in spreading the American spirit.
Thank you, Aubrey. That was wonderful. We have several questions, many questions that have come in. The first one, are there plans to create a digital version of the magazine?
This is probably one of the most popular questions that I receive. The American Spirit magazine is a beautifully illustrated magazine that's truly worthy of holding a prominent place on your coffee table. Therefore, it's a publication best suited to reading in a printed format. Additionally, this helps introduce others to our publication when you can hand them your previous issues to enjoy. Past issues of the magazine, as well as the Daughter's newsletter, are uploaded to the DAR members website periodically, located at the digital magazine archive link under the magazine committee. And that said, we will continue to evaluate the idea of a digital version with our publisher in the future. It's something that we will continue to evaluate.
Okay, thank you. Next question. I'm trying to reduce my use of plastics, and I was wondering, has the DAR considered a different material for packaging our magazine, as we are conservation-minded?
Yes, we get a lot of questions from chapters trying to reduce use of both plastic and paper products, and we have looked into this with our publisher. Currently, there are two challenges to overcome with the packaging. At the current price point of the magazine, using a different mailing method would be cost prohibitive. And secondly, as thousands of our subscribers also receive the Daughter's newsletter, the two magazines wrapped together in paper would not hold up in the mail without damage, according to our publisher. So I did want to mention for those conservation-minded members, additionally, our newsletter is printed on certified sustainable forestry paper, which means that wood and pulp suppliers support and practice responsible forest management principles for that paper. Additionally, the magazine is printed with sustainable soy ink. In the past, we have not printed the magazine on recycled paper as that has been cost prohibitive and paper quality has been a concern. But we will continue to evaluate all conservation-minded solutions with our publisher.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, we've got lots more questions coming in. I'm trying to organize them. Next question. I have a great idea for a story for the magazine. What do I do with it?
So rather than unsolicited articles, we prefer to hear story ideas, which we call queries. The most successful queries are tightly focused and contain a unique perspective. So we encourage you to please direct queries to our managing editor, Ms. Jamie Roberts, at jroberts@hammock.com. HAMMOCK, of Hammock Incorporated, which partners with NSDAR to publish the American Spirit. Story ideas on appropriate topics received from DAR members will be given fair consideration for inclusion in the magazine.
Okay, and I would like to purchase past issues or a number of past issues of the magazine. How do I do that?
For this, you can contact the DAR Magazine office directly to see what is available to have shipped to you. Each issue costs $3.95 each, plus shipping and handling.
Okay. Next question. How can we gain access to a list of who our current subscribers are? Currently, everyone has to go through the regents, so what's the best way to do that?
So each chapter should have multiple members, I believe, on their board with access to e-membership, where every chapter can access a subscription analysis. So each chapter can really ask any member who has that e-membership access to pull the report. And the report will also include those gift subscriptions or non-member subscriptions. Those are the ones you'll see with NM next to them instead of a national number.
Okay, great. Is there a way online to buy multiple subscriptions as gifts for members and non-DAR members?
I think that the best, so if you're going for the PIN, you definitely need to fill out the 5 new individual subscriptions form that I mentioned to qualify for that. But at this time, I believe you can do individual subscriptions online, but I don't think there is a mass upload form. So the fastest way might be contacting our magazine subscriptions office. They're very well versed and can do this pretty quickly. And I've also seen members, when you come to Continental Congress and come to the table, if you have a list, we can work through all of that with you there.
Okay, great. Once we order a subscription, how long before the subscription starts arriving?
It really comes down to timing, because we definitely see this issue with members who pay for their subscription to the magazine with their dues. So let's just say a member pays dues in September with money for their subscription. It's mailed in November with the dues, and November 10th is the cutoff to receive that January and February issue. So if you pay in September with your dues, you might not see an issue till March, which I definitely see that as frustrating. So that's one reason that we really encourage online subscriptions, because those subscriptions start immediately and aren't delayed by the mail. So typically, like I said, it would be a couple of months prior to the issue being sent out.
Could be up to a couple of months.
It could be.
Curious about the archive for the magazine. Is there a way to search a name, subject, etc., or do you just need to know the exact article date you're seeking?
At this point, what you see on the archive is what you get. I do believe that once you access PDF versions of it, you can search within the document, but you really do need to know the timing of the article.
Okay. If you gift to a member, is that also a reward? Is there rewards? Is that towards the pin? How does that work?
If you gift to a member, yes, you can gift to a member as part of your 5 new gift subscriptions, but it doesn't count if it's not a new subscriber. So, you have to make sure those are 5 brand new subscriptions. Additionally, when you do gift to a member, the way it's inputted into the system for that year subscription is that your chapter gets credit for that subscription. So if that member wants to continue the subscription and give her chapter credit, she should call the magazine office to make sure that that credit is being given to the proper chapter. So whoever's paying. That's just one thing I wanted to add there.
Actually, and here's another question that's kind of along those same lines. So should your order go through your chapter in order for the chapter to receive credit, or can you go directly to the magazine office?
You can go directly to the magazine, and by providing your national number, it'll be associated with your chapter.
Okay. Is the cost for the public the same rate as it is for members?
Yes, it's $18 a year, but as members, you also receive the Daughter's newsletter as an additional value.
Okay, and does the public also receive Daughter's newsletter, or just members?
Members only receive the Daughter's newsletter, because we do have, identify our different members, and we have a lot of DAR business in the newsletter. So if you gift a subscription to a school or library, they will not receive the newsletter. Only members with a national number associated with their subscription receive that newsletter.
And so Daughter's newsletter should not be shared with non-members?
I think that we just have to be careful with who we're sharing with. I think they're a great thing to have at meetings for prospective members to take a look at and browse. So I would encourage that type of sharing, but just be choiceful, because it does discuss our business.
Okay. Back to the magazine's digital archive. Does the archive date all the way back to the founding days of DAR?
The archive dates back into the 1800s, actually. So we're pretty close. I'm trying to remember the exact date. Let me take a look. It begins in 1892, and we do have little gaps here and there that we've been able to fill with some members finding different copies that we may be missing to scan. But yes, 1892 into the 21st century.
Okay, wow. Do you have any recommendations for members who are visually impaired?
Yes, so that's a question that has come up, because now there are different programs and capabilities on computers for accessibility. So we do have members who have succeeded in, using what's uploaded to the DAR magazine digital archive and having the computer read that out loud. But at this time, that continues to be something that we're exploring with our publisher. We don't have an audible version at this time, but it is something that we've been actively discussing, even in the last couple of weeks.
Okay. An interesting note here from one of our units overseas. This is not a question, just a note that my magazine comes to Canada in paper, not plastic.
Interesting. I'm making a note of
that. I thought that was interesting. Okay, last question. We did a promo at our last meeting and had a prospective member subscribe to the magazine. Once she receives her national number and joins our chapter, can she then upgrade her subscription to associate her number with it?
Yes, she should be able to contact the magazine subscriptions office and provide that information to make sure that everything links up in the system.
Okay. Well, that is it. Thank you so much. Lots of great questions. Thank you to everyone for participating. Just as a reminder, this recorded webinar, along with transcribed Q&A and the script from the webinar, will all be posted by next Tuesday to the members' website. So thank you, everyone, and we will see you at the next webinar.
Thank you.
Welcome to the 2017 National Committee Online Presentation Series. I'm Jeannie DeKine, National Vice Chair of DAR Leadership Training Webinars, and it is my pleasure to introduce your presenter, Charla Wilson-Lukin, National Chairman of the Service to America National Committee.
Welcome. Our Service to America team includes our Executive Liaison, Barbie Frankenberry, Curator General, myself, Charla Lukin, your National Chairman for Service to America, and 8 National Division Vice Chairmen. So who are we? The Service to America Committee is a new national committee that has been established by our President General, Ann Turner Dillon, to encourage daughters in meaningful service, making a difference in our community. Our mission is to engage daughters in meaningful service work within our society's mission, to encourage members to discover the rewards that come from volunteerism, to enhance the public's appreciation of the relevant dynamic nature of DAR work, to quantify and describe DAR service work for current and prospective members, and finally, to demonstrate the positive opportunities associated with DAR membership. As Eugenia Washington, one of our founding daughters, stated, quote, "We want a society founded on service," unquote. DARs are making a difference in our communities through the National DAR Day of Service in October, sharing our photos and stories of the service work performed and demonstrating the positive opportunities of DAR membership. We achieve our goals through volunteering as individuals or as chapters and activities that benefit our community. It is in this way that we honor our heritage by sharing our time and talents in the communities around us. The National Society is first and foremost a service organization. We focus on the future by not only volunteering in these communities, but in the communities around the world. The Service to America Committee is charged with determining the extent of our service in the world. Think of all the service opportunities that are available, large or small projects, individual or chapter projects, new opportunities that align with current DAR work such as genealogy research, serving our veterans, conservation, causes such as Relay for Life, the American Cancer Society, volunteering in homeless shelters, giving blood, school programs, churches, local historical societies, and associations. We can do so much with just a little effort. How do you get involved? Volunteer to be a part of a service project for the next DAR National Day of Service October 11th. Talk with your chapter members in your region. Contribute to your chapter through work in one of the DAR committees, such as genealogy research, American History Essay Contest, Good Citizens Awards, and conservation. Find a DAR committee that interests you and jump in. You will soon find DAR work that is rewarding and enjoyable, and you are now participating in service to America. Join us this year as we strive to meet a new goal of 19 million hours of community service by June 2019. In honor of the 100th anniversary of the congressional approval of the 19th Amendment, the women's right to vote, our President General Ann Dillon has challenged us to meet this goal by the end of her administration. In striving for this goal, members will demonstrate the positive volunteer opportunities associated with DAR membership to current and prospective members by further engaging in meaningful service work within our society's mission areas. I have every confidence that we can meet this goal. Come join us for this challenge, and in the process, show your communities the importance and relevance of DAR women in the world today. How will our service hours be counted? An online electronic site called the Service to America Tally has been developed for members to input their service hours. Go to the members' website and click on the Service to America Committee. Then click on the section on the outline, Tally. Enter your name, state, chapter name, and national number. When the prompts come up, you can enter your hours. Be sure to check off the appropriate boxes on the site and save the activity when you are done. Chapters can log hours for chapter service projects and for those members who do not have computer access. All they will need is the member's national number and information to input their hours into the tally. If you do have problems doing this, contact your chapter regent and she can help you or direct you to someone who can. What to do next? Continue to stay informed and up to date by going on the website for Service to America to view what is new, and share your pictures and stories with this committee chairman. I love to read about your activities and all you're doing in your community. Remember to enter all your service hours on a monthly basis into the Service to America tally. DAR daughters continue to give of themselves and show us that our volunteer work matters. Everyone can participate in this wonderful committee. Continue to challenge yourself and others to volunteer in your community. Please feel free to contact this chairman at any time with your questions, and thank you for your service to America.
Thank you, Charlotte, for your presentation. For more committee presentations, visit www.dar.org/committee presentations. If you have any questions or feedback on today's presentation, please contact the DAR Leadership Training Committee at leadershiptraining@dar.org. We look forward to your participation in the next webinar in the 2017 National Committee Online Presentation Series. Welcome to the 2017 National Committee Online Presentation Series. I'm Jeannie DeKine, National Vice Chair of DAR Leadership Training Webinars, and it is my pleasure to introduce your presenter, Cheryl A. Brown, National Chair of the DAR Service for Veterans Committee.
The DAR Service for Veterans Committee welcomes you to our online presentation. Our presentation will focus primarily on some of the ways you can do something special for our nation's veterans and those who work with them. How you can obtain information on DAR programs and activities that involve veterans also will be highlighted. But before talking about these topics, we would like to tell you a little about the structure of the DAR Service for Veterans Committee. Our National Chair is Cheryl Brown, a veteran and West Virginia daughter. Our executive liaison is Connie Oldie, Reporter General, NSDAR. Suzanne Earing serves as the National Veterans Affairs Voluntary Service Representative, and Mary Daly oversees programs for women veterans and extended services. There are 8 National Division Vice Chairs who work with the state chairs in their respective division. The DAR Service for Veterans Committee serves America's veterans. We provide a tangible way for DAR members to say thank you by acknowledging and recognizing veterans' service, sacrifice, and commitment to the preservation of our nation's freedom. Of special importance is the recognition of and appreciation for women veterans' service. Committee goals include: 1, educate DAR members on services they can provide for veterans. 2, lead volunteer efforts by DAR members that involve veterans. And 3, provide visibility for DAR veterans programs and activities. Giving of your time and talents as a volunteer is the best way to provide services for veterans. To help veterans, you must go to places where they are or find wish lists of needed items online. You can volunteer at a Veterans Affairs Medical Center or outpatient clinic, state-sponsored veterans facility, or nursing home where veterans reside. Nursing homes in the community where veterans are staying are underserved facilities. We encourage you to visit these homes. You can serve at the facilities through one-time projects or on a regular basis. Support for stand-downs and at homeless shelters provides other very meaningful volunteer opportunities. You can even be home volunteers who sew items needed by veterans facilities, makes favors, or writes cards and notes sent to veterans. This slide shows a DAR member with a fellow volunteer at the William S. Middleton Veterans Hospital in Madison, Wisconsin. When you volunteer in Department of Veterans Affairs facilities, you may want to become a VA Voluntary Service Representative or Deputy Representative. Representatives and their deputies serve a 3-year appointment made by the President General. Meetings generally occur quarterly and involve learning about the facility's volunteer programs and activities. As a VAVS representative, you will share information you learned from the VAVS meetings with local chapters, help link chapters with speakers who can present programs on veterans issues, and advise chapters of special projects or programs at facilities and items needed for veterans. Essentially, you are the go-to gal for all things veteran in your area, not just your chapter. Pictured on this slide is Carolyn Kelly, a VAVS representative from the Maine DAR. A representative or deputy representative who attends 3 quarterly meetings in a year is eligible to purchase the pin shown on this slide from Hamilton Jewelers. Some of the veterans who live alone or in homeless facilities or are enrolled in certain programs, such as the substance abuse programs, do not receive gifts on holidays that we take for granted. Seek these veterans out. Gift certificates, phone cards, and canteen books are especially popular, and they may mean a lot to veterans who are having financial difficulties. This slide shows DAR members stuffing Christmas stockings with comfort items, puzzle books, pocket dictionaries, calendars, and candy. The stockings were given to participants in a Department of Veterans Affairs Cat 5 or chemically dependent program. In some cases, the contents of the stockings were the only Christmas gifts the veterans received. Like all of us, veterans love celebrations and food. This slide shows Georgia daughters serving breakfast for veterans at a community-based outpatient clinic during Salute Week, which takes place close to Valentine's Day. Don't restrict celebrations to the major holidays. In fact, veterans facilities are often overrun with volunteers wanting to do something for veterans in December and July. Celebrate during times when veterans are forgotten, such as January or August. Celebrate on any Tuesday morning or Thursday afternoon. And most importantly, spend time visiting with the veterans. Women veterans comprise about 10% of the over 21 million U.S. veterans. While homelessness among veterans is decreasing, homelessness among women's veterans is increasing, and more women veterans are enrolled in substance abuse programs, and they increasingly can be found in dementia wards. Please remember these women. There is a need for cold weather clothing. Your extra coat and a couple of hand warmers will make a wonderful gift. There are clothes closets to help support re-entry into the job market. Your lightly used suits will be welcome. There is a need for baskets of items for new mothers. Check with your young members for extra baby clothes and other items. Picture our Michigan daughters who contributed over 1,000 beauty bags and products for their Treat Her Like a Lady campaign for women veterans. Another way you can make a difference is by making a contribution to the Friends of Veterans Fund. There are several ways to make a contribution. One is to give through your chapter to the state treasurer. The state treasurer will include the amount with her report to national. Another is by contributing online through the Special Giving Opportunities page of the DAR members' website. And a third is by sending a donation to the NSDAR Development Office with Dev 1003 form. For a $100 donation given online or through the mail, you will become eligible to purchase a Friends of Veterans pin from Hamilton Jewelers, which is pictured on this slide. Our youth are our future. Be sure to include them in visits to facilities where there are veterans. Young people learn from the veterans, and in turn, they brighten the day of the veterans. This slide shows a group of CAR members posing for a picture before taking homemade cards to veterans at the Martinsburg, West Virginia VA Medical Center on Veterans Day. Also, include young people in community service projects that focus on veterans. Participation in Wreaths Across America and replacing flags in cemetery on Memorial Day are just two ways to incorporate them into community projects. The Library of Congress has a program whereby interviews with combat veterans can be submitted. Seek out veterans in your community and request an interview with them. There are other reasons to interview veterans too. The DAR member pictured here was interviewing a veteran for a program called My Life, My Story. The results of the interview were placed in the veteran's medical record for caregivers to read. Something as simple as a card saying thank you for your service will make a veteran's day. The DAR members shown in this slide visited veterans in a dementia ward on the National DAR Day of Service. They handed out the pictured card with snacks and canteen books and received smiles in return. DAR Challenge coins make great gifts for younger veterans. They can add the coin to their collection from active service. Vietnam War era veterans are especially touched by recognition. Invite them to a chapter meeting for a special program and refreshments, and give them a certificate or a pin. Ask them to share their stories. You will be amazed at what you hear. Make a display of veterans' photos in a store window on a special occasion, such as Veterans Day. Be sure to publicize the display so family and friends can come to see it. The DAR Service for Veterans Committee sponsors 3 awards: the Outstanding Veteran Volunteer Award, the Outstanding Youth Volunteer Award, and the Outstanding DAR Service for Veterans Award. These awards are meant to recognize volunteers who have contributed so much of themselves in service to veterans and to encourage others to do likewise. Chapters can nominate individuals for all 3 awards to their state chair, DAR Service for Veterans Committee. Winners at the state level can receive medals purchased from the DAR store and are eligible to compete at the division level. Division winners compete for the national awards, which are given annually at Continental Congress. Photos of the national winners for 2016 are pictured on this slide. Often the selfless individuals who work with veterans, the social workers, medical personnel, and recreation specialists are overlooked. When you volunteer, you will get to know them. Recommend that your chapter give one of them a small token of your appreciation. A framed certificate of award or appreciation from your chapter, such as the one given by the Eau Claire chapter to the Director of Admissions at the Wisconsin Veterans Home, will let them know their service is appreciated. We recommend that you coordinate with your chapter and state committee chairs to stay engaged in current and projects involving veterans. For additional information on committee programs and activities, please see the DAR Service for Veterans Committee webpage on the DAR members website. There you will find ideas for projects, committee forms, and contact information for committee leadership. Regardless of what you decide to do in service for veterans, you will enrich the lives of a special group of Americans, and your life will be enriched as well. We want to hear from you. We especially ask that you send your success stories with photos to your National Division Vice Chair. We thank you for your support of veterans and value your input and involvement.
Thank you, Cheryl. For more committee presentations, we invite you to visit www.dar.org/committee presentations. If you have any questions or feedback on today's presentation, please contact the DAR Leadership Training Committee at leadershiptraining@dar.org. We look forward to your participation in the next webinar in our 2017 National Committee Online Presentation Series.
Welcome to the National Defense Committee webinar. Founded in 1926, the National Defense Committee for almost a century has carried out the historical, educational, and patriotic purposes of the National Society by helping promote, as George Washington urged, and enlighten public opinion. The committee's mission is to bring our members information pertinent to preserving our American heritage of freedom. The committee emphasizes protecting the U.S. Constitution and unwavering faithfulness to the ideals of the Founding Fathers as set forth in it, ensuring the survival of our national sovereignty and maintaining a strong American military defense. Reflecting its roots in the Patriotic Education Committee, the National Defense Committee's work is based on education, awareness, and appreciation. The National Defense Committee is one of the NSDAR service committees. The committee operates with support and guidance from our Executive Liaison Officer, a member of the National Executive Committee. The National Chair oversees committee actions, produces the National Defender newsletter, and is one of the 2 administrators for the committee's private Facebook group. The National Vice Chair is in charge of the annual Patriotism Luncheon at Continental Congress. This well-attended event is a tribute to our military veterans, active duty military, and DAR volunteers. It is a joint effort of the DAR Service for Veterans, National Defense, and Project Patriot committees, which rotate hosting duties each year. 8 National Division Vice Chairs provide guidance to the state chairs in their division and serve as a conduit of information between the state chairs and the national chair. The state chairs are especially important for this committee as they approve chapter and state nominations for the DAR Distinguished Citizen Award Program. And finally, the chapter National Defense chairs are who make everything happen. The National Defense Committee has 3 primary roles: to provide information and awareness for our members on vital current issues pertaining to the committee's aims through the National Defender and the committee's private Facebook group, to encourage and reward outstanding military cadets in ROTC, junior ROTC, and non-ROTC military-affiliated programs, to reach out into our schools and communities to recognize youth and adults who exemplify the qualities of good citizenship. One important source of information for members is the National Defender, first published in the 1950s to ensure that chapters had national defense material to read and discuss at chapter meetings. Now published bi-monthly on the DAR members' website, the National Defender contains articles about current and historical issues relevant to the committee's aims. For Chapter Achievement Award credit, chapter chairs are encouraged to use material from the National Defender, American Spirit Magazine, or Daughter's newsletter, in full or summarized, for their committee reports at the regular meetings. A 1-minute report earns 5 points for the Chapter Achievement Award. Chapters that have 3-minute oral national defense reports at all regular meetings can earn an additional 20 points on the CAA. Members are invited to send the National Chair relevant articles for possible publication in the National Defender. Some examples of possible stories are the following: DAR members serving on active duty or in the Reserve Armed Forces, first responders, citizens volunteering in emergency situations, emergency preparedness, cybersecurity, health and safety issues, unusual ways to promote the study of the Constitution in our schools, DAR Distinguished Citizen Medal recipients in your community, supporting our veterans, historic military sites and stories, patriotic education, and commemorative events. To keep up with the variety, volume, and velocity of national defense-related information available these days, the committee also has an active private Facebook group open to DAR members only. Members can request to join the group or can be proposed by another member already in the group. The National Chair is one of the group administrators. Please notify her if the name you use online is different from your DAR name. Reaching out into our communities, the National Defense Committee's medals programs are the committee's main community outreach. To the American public at large, this is the committee's most visible and long-lasting impact. The National Defense Committee sponsors 5 medals to be presented to cadets, students, and adults as authorized by NSDAR. The goal is to recognize deserving students or citizens who contribute to the defense or security of their community in an exceptional manner. These medals are all awarded at the local, community, or school level and are not part of any state or national contest. The military cadet medals are presented to cadets who, in the judgment of their military instructors, have performed their military studies in an outstanding manner. 1 medal is awarded per school or military unit. These medals are worn or not according to a cadet program protocol. The DAR Gold ROTC medal is awarded to a college or university graduate being commissioned in one of the U.S. Armed Forces. The DAR Bronze JROTC medal is awarded to either a junior or senior student in a secondary school JROTC program, or to a graduating junior college participant in an ROTC program. For consolidated JROTC programs, one medal may be awarded to an outstanding cadet from each school participating in the program. For graduating junior college ROTC participants, one medal per ROTC unit may be awarded. The DAR Outstanding Cadet Silver Medal is awarded to a student for outstanding service in a non-ROTC military-affiliated cadet program funded by a school or privately, such as the Naval Sea Cadet Corps, Civil Air Patrol Cadet Program, National Defense Cadet Corps, Young Marines, California Wing Cadet Programs, Navy League Cadet Corps, and Joint Military Cadets of America. The DAR Youth Citizenship Medal is awarded to a boy or girl in grades 5 through 12 who, in the judgment of the school faculty, best exemplifies the qualities of honor, service, courage, leadership, and patriotism. The medal may also be awarded to youth in service and patriotic organizations. The DAR Distinguished Citizen Medal is presented to an individual 18 years of age or older and groups that exemplify the qualities of honor, service, courage, leadership, and patriotism. This medal may be awarded to emergency first responders, emergency health responders, active duty military, and veterans of the United States Armed Forces, and citizens who have contributed to the defense, security, or freedom of the community, state, or nation in an exceptional manner. Chapters may award 2 Distinguished Citizen Medals per year, and nominees must not have previously received the award. For a group award, each person in the group will be given a medal. The state or local chapter nominates the proposed recipient, completes the nomination form, and sends it to the National Defense State Chair. Once she approves the nomination, she forwards the order for the medal and certificate to the DAR store. All National Defense medals and certificates are ordered through the DAR store. Chapters should note these awards in their chapter minutes and on the Chapter Master Report, along with any contributions to a state National Defense Fund, local chapter National Defense Award programs, and scholarships or other monetary awards to ROTC, JROTC, and outstanding cadet programs. The best way to become involved is to volunteer to be your chapter National Defense Chair and read an article from the National Defender at each chapter meeting. This will qualify your chapter to receive extra credit on the CAA. Coordinate your chapter's ROTC, JROTC, and Outstanding Cadet Medal presentations at local schools. Work with your chapter regent to select a local, distinguished citizen or youth citizen, and present these medals as part of a chapter national defense program. Observe patriotic holidays, advocate for emergency preparedness, become informed about cybersecurity issues, and communicate your concerns as a private citizen with local and state officials. Organize and attend national defense luncheons and come to the Patriotism Luncheon during Continental Congress.
During 4 years of battle, World War I caused catastrophic destruction, extinguished millions of lives, and altered countless others. Evidence of need and suffering was everywhere. These dark times inspired a unity of purpose and sacrifice. DAR members equated the call to duty to that their forebears answered during the Revolutionary War. World War I offered an opportunity to create their own legacy of service. 1 century after the United States entered the Great War, the National Society looks back on the scale and breadth of members' war relief work. Initially, under President Woodrow Wilson's neutrality policy, which he reinforced in his speech at the DAR's 25th Continental Congress, the United States was to avoid showing favor toward any nation. Led by President General Daisy Allen Story, the DAR supported Wilson's stance, yet also realized the need for aid. To render assistance while upholding neutrality, DAR members were encouraged to work with the American Red Cross. Many DAR members took on leadership roles in the local Red Cross. A number of chapters devoted 1 day per week to Red Cross work, such as gathering materials and sewing supplies. Members also held fundraisers and collected nearly $30,000 to send 16 ambulances to Europe. Members assembled toiletries, shoelaces, sewing supplies, and stamped postcards into more than 58,000 comfort kits for soldiers. By June 1916, Daughters had also raised $148,000 for the Commission for Relief in Belgium. Relief work intensified after the United States entered the war in April 1917. That same month, at the 26th Continental Congress, Sarah Mitchell Guernsey was elected President General. Immediately, Mrs. Guernsey established the War Relief Service Committee. Honorary President General Julia Greene Scott served as chairman, and Michigan State Regent Clara Hadley Waite as Director of Publicity. Mrs. Waite oversaw a massive data collection and messaging campaign. The committee distributed registration blanks to the entire membership to assess their abilities to serve the nation at war. Mrs. Waite also issued bulletins on topics such as food conservation, Liberty loans, knitting instructions, and jelly making. The committee's messaging was so effective that it was republished in numerous newspapers and redistributed by several national organizations. DAR members responded with an overwhelming expression of patriotism. They contributed nearly 94,000 jars of jelly, almost 300,000 knitted garments, more than 20,000 scrapbooks for troops, and purchased more than $36 million in Liberty loans. Daughters also offered support to troops undergoing training and awaiting orders at bases across the country. Members entertained soldiers in their homes and at dances and dinners held in their honor. Available land and facilities were pressed into service. The National Society offered the empty lot behind Memorial Continental Hall for the government to use free of charge. Temporary quarters for the National Council of Defense were soon erected at the site, while the hall's interior became a hub of Red Cross activity. With men called into military service, women helped to fill the void in the workplace. The clerical and medical fields were popular employment options for women. DAR supported members and non-members by sponsoring training at national service schools. Led by DAR member Jane Delano, founder of the American Red Cross Nursing Service, the National Society also helped train nurses. Sadly, Miss Delano, as well as a number of other DAR members who were nurses, gave their lives while serving the cause. For the first time ever, American women, including 262 DAR members, traveled abroad to serve. Most members were stationed in France, but several served from England, Turkey, Russia, Belgium, Greece, Serbia, and Italy. As Daughters did all they could to support America's fighting forces, they also offered aid to France, the nation's Revolutionary War ally. Members sponsored more than 4,000 French children who lost their fathers in the war. The children continued to live in France, but sent photos and letters to the chapters and members who sponsored them. The National Society worked to restore the French food supply through a campaign to re-chickenize France. Donations funded the purchase of eggs, chicks, and incubators, and a year's salary for a wounded soldier hired to oversee the poultry farm. The war relief effort continued on even after the armistice. Daughters met the challenges of readjustment and reconstruction not only at home, but also abroad. One of the organization's most ambitious war relief efforts involved the reconstruction of the devastated French village of Tillaloy. A plan grew out of correspondence between War Relief Service Committee Chairman Mrs. Scott and Elise Jusserand, wife of French Ambassador to the United States Jean-Jules Jusserand. The DAR agreed with the French government's suggestion that a new water system for the village would make an appropriate, lasting gift. On August 23, 1921, President General Anne Rogers Minor, Mrs. Guernsey, and others represented DAR at a ceremony in Tilloy celebrating the newly completed waterworks. In the United States, focus returned to providing knitted garments, comfort kits, and other supplies, now for the wounded and sick men returning to convalescent hospitals. Chapters across the country welcomed returning troops home at parades, celebrations, and events held to convey appreciation and support. Soldiers who did not return home were honored with memorials erected in communities nationwide. The Great War tested daughters' strength, courage, devotion, and patriotism. But it also gave DAR members a gift: undeniable proof of the National Society's capacity to render meaningful public service to the nation their ancestors fought to create. DAR members' crucial World War I relief work laid the foundation upon which the National Society's long, proud tradition of volunteer service is based. Let us salute the World War I-era DAR members who followed the example of their revolutionary patriots and established a new standard of service for their time.
Welcome to this presentation of the 50th Anniversary Vietnam War Commemoration, made for those interested in learning about and signing up to become a commemorative partner. The United States of America Vietnam War Commemoration is the official title given to the Department of Defense program in the 2008 National Defense Authorization Act. It has been 50 years since the United States became involved in the Vietnam War. Our involvement lasted 20 years. The Commemoration Partner Program was designed to assist organizations in thanking and honoring our Vietnam veterans and their families. Commemorative partners participate by planning and conducting events or activities that will recognize Vietnam veterans and their families' service, valor, and sacrifice. It is quite easy to become a commemorative partner with the National Commemoration. Complete instructions to becoming a partner are listed on the newly updated United States 50th Anniversary Vietnam War Commemoration site. Their website is located at vietnamwar50th.com. All forms that you will need to join are listed on this site. Under Commemorative Partner Program, you will find instructions on how to become a commemorative partner, application forms online, application forms printable, along with POW MIA recognition, missing man table ceremony, certificate of honor program, partner portal login, as well as other information pertaining to the commemoration and the Vietnam War. To become an official commemorative partner, organizations must submit an application and a signed statement of understanding. The approval process is usually less than 30 days after submission of a complete application and statement of understanding. Partners are kept informed through electronic notifications. Once approved as a partner, the commemoration will provide organizations with a starter kit of materials for developing and implementing their programs. The National Society Daughters of the American Revolution became an official commemorative partner in 2013. Since then, all NSDAR state societies and the District of Columbia have become commemorative partners. As of May 25, 2020, 1,989 individual DAR chapters are partners, including one in Mexico and one in Great Britain. While we have met our goal of states becoming commemorative partners, we continue to encourage chapters to join. If your chapter is not a commemorative partner, we hope you will encourage them to become one. Partners have access to the updated Commemorative Partner Guide under the Resources tab on the VietnamWar50th.com website. Commemorative partners commit to conducting 2 events or activities each year for 3 years. Partners should complete an event form asking for help or free supplies when telling of the planned event. As a partner, you will be able to have materials delivered free of charge to you for your use and to give to Vietnam veterans and their families. You are encouraged to present certificates and lapel pins. Events or activities will achieve the congressionally mandated objectives of the program and, as a minimum, with an emphasis on Objective 1. To thank and honor veterans of the Vietnam War, including personnel who were held as prisoners of war or listed as missing in action, for their service and sacrifice on behalf of the United States, and to thank and honor the families of these veterans. To highlight the service of the armed forces during the Vietnam War and the contributions of federal agencies and governmental and non-governmental organizations that served with or in support of the armed forces. To pay tribute to the contributions made on the home front by the people of the USA during the Vietnam War. To highlight the advances in technology, science, and medicine related to military research conducted during the Vietnam War, and to recognize the contributions and sacrifices made by the allies of the USA during the Vietnam War. The National Partner Portal on the VietnamWar50th.com website includes pages of activities that have been shared. NSDAR has established 7 ways to enter a 50th anniversary Vietnam War event contest each year from January to December during the national commemoration. Number 1. The best chapter event could be a program given by a chapter honoring all Vietnam veterans of an American Legion post. 2. Multi-chapter event can be several chapters or your district event during Memorial Day by helping to put flags on veterans' graves. 3. Best chapter Vietnam War display could be pictures of veterans displayed at City Hall, City Library, or your state conference. 4. Best chapter publication can be the program you made for your Vietnam event or a flyer you made to publicize your upcoming event. 5. Best single state event can be the state daughters participating in a parade on the 4th of July or Veterans Day, or statewide programs such as the USO themed event. 6. Best state publication could be the program or a printed document used during the state event. And number 7, largest number of Vietnam veterans honored at a single event could be the recognition of Vietnam veterans at a parade or during a state fair. As you can see, there are many options for a Vietnam War event. Combine your event with Quilts of Valor or Wreaths Across America. Do your own thing and make that report. You could be the national winner. Finally, nominate a daughter for the Outstanding State Member, recognized by the National Commemoration for all her endeavors on behalf of the Vietnam veterans. I hope you have felt inspired to become a partner in the United States of America Vietnam War Commemoration. The commemoration runs through November of 2025, commencing on Veterans Day. Thanks to those who are or have been a partner in this commemoration. Remember to thank all Vietnam veterans.